family during this time of sadness, Lord. Just ask you to give them peace and comfort. Lord, thank you for our veterans, for the men and women that paid the ultimate sacrifice. I just lift those families up to you, Lord, and ask for blessings. Lord, I lift up our veterans and for our men and women that are watching over and protecting the freedoms that we have. I ask you to watch over them, Lord. Lord, thank you for these fans. Thank you for everyone here, Lord, and ask for protection and watch, care, and safety. Lord, I lift our drivers up to you right now, Lord, and just ask you to be with them and their pit crews and all that are there in that pits. Watch over them. I pray for safety and watch care over each one. Lord, be with the Hortec Speedway staff and all the employees here tonight. And all these things, Lord, we just thank you for sacrificing your son for us. For it's in his holy name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Jim. And now turn your attention to that beautiful Stars and Stripes as we want to have Miss Sarah Spillman on her birthday sing the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, how about that? Then our Stars and Stripes carried out there by the stock car point leader of Kerry White in the 64, the 54 in the Sport Mods of Matthew Day, and the 6R of Jacob Perkle in the modified. So thank you all for helping us and carrying those Stars and Stripes out there. Let's get ready to race. Mr. Rodney, we are about ready to go.
First heat race rolls out as we get it started. The finale of the All-Star Shootout. Joe Spillman, it is your Outlaw Street Stocks.
That's our class here at Heart of Texas Speedway. It'll be the 9G of Drew Garcia, and the outside, the 715 of Jace Dowdy. Inside, row number 2, that's the Grocery Getter in the old station wagon, the 8A of Greg Andrews. And the outside, that's Brandon Hood in the 714, that's 1B. And the outside, row number 3, the 716, Michael Votow. And the inside, the 8 of Barry Gaston. Inside, Tommy Honey, that's last week's winner in the 18. And the outside, that's Wade White, that brand new car in the 68. That's a brand new Hellion chassis, 68 of Wade White. Here we go, we are green flag racing.
Off they go, green flag in the... Diving it down into turn number 1, Drew Garcia is your leader. He will take them through corners number 1 and 2. They are stacked 3 wide behind him. Now they hit the back straightaway. The 7-1-4 of Brandon Hood riding in the second spot. Votaw holding on to third. There's Barry Gaston out of turn number 1. It is the Garcia car. You got one down on the apron there at turn 2.
Yeah, Garcia just never got it going. The car died, it broke. Wade White got in the back of him, but it wasn't intentional. Looks like Andrews had a flat tire, so we're going to restack and repack. Nothing we could do there. So it looks like it's going to be the 9G of Garcia on the inside, the 715 of Dowdy on the outside, 716 of Votow, in the 1B of Brandon Hood, followed by the 18 of Tommy Honey. Gaston and Wade White starting shotgun now will be the restart, the repack or restack of heat number 1 of our Outlaw Street Stocks here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Really good start there by Garcia on the inside from that pole spot. As we get set to go, lights are flashing. We are ready to rock and roll. We will try it once again. Outlaw Street Stocks getting set. It's Garcia and Dowdy up on the point. Into the start zone. Green flag. We're racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Pardon me, on the outside, that's actually Brandon Hood. Brandon Hood up on the top side. Hood, 2 car lengths, now making 5 car lengths. Here's Votal as they race onto the back straightaway. Garcia right up the hill. Here's Honey down on the bottom, but at the front of the pack, Brandon Hood out of turn number 4 brings the field down. The action happening right there behind him. Garcia, he's got a mirror full right there of Wade White. Wade White's going to try to take a peek down on the bottom. They'll race it out of corner number 4, chasing the 714 of Brandon Hood.
Brandon Hood, no stranger here to Heart of Texas Speedway, in a different car tonight, the 704, but I don't care what you give that guy. You give him a street stock, you give him an ice stock, you give him a modified, you give that guy a cheeseburger, he's going to know what to do with it. Up there on right through the middle, 3-wheeling it through 3 and 4, and down the front straightaway now through 1 and 2. That's Brandon Hood in the 714, 716 by Votal. Now, Wade White started shotgun, and that brand new Hellion chassis is now up and running third and closing on Michael Votal for the 3rd position.
That time by 2 laps to go. We're halfway point right there. As it is the 714 of Brandon Hood checking out, but you check in on imca.tv. You've got Drew Garcia in the 9G, the 18 of Tommy Honey. They race it down into turn number 3 as the field now spreads out around Heart of Texas Speedway. Garcia up high. Honey takes a beat down on the bottom. Garcia will hold on to that spot as it continues to be up at the front of the pack. Brandon Hood, but here's Tommy Honey trying to get to the back bumper right there. 2 laps to go this time by. 2 more trips around for your race leader, the 714 of Brandon Hood.
Track is kind of heavy and hammering down right now through the middle of the track, and that's letting Brandon Hood just let that right rear eat right there on the cushion, the berm, pulling that left front and coming out of 3. White flag now.
Heat race number 1 right there for your Outlaw Street Stocks. It is Brandon Hood. He goes wire to wire and wins that one. Fantastic run right there. You saw him 3-wheeling that car as he was making its way around. So it is Hood in heat race number 1 rolling out onto the track now. Heat race number 2 for your Outlaw Street Stocks, your starting lineup. On the point in the 766, it is Shane Pretty. Pretty in the 766 up on the outside. In the 777, it's James Honish. Row 2 on the inside. In the 13, David Good Sr. On the outside, C4, Cody Parrish. Row 3 on the inside, car 73 of David Corey. On the outside, car 25 of Jeff Williams. Rounding out the pack on the inside of row number 4, the 37X of Erica Bates. And on the outside, in car number 9, it is Justin Weber. Weber in car number 9. 8 laps, 8 cars. Heat race number 2 for your Outlaw Street Stocks.
Heat race number 1, just a huge win there for Brandon Hood in a different car, different class. Here he comes out and dominates it, but let's go see what happens right now. Shane Pretty in the 766. We haven't seen that car in a little while. Let's see how he does right now.
On the gas, green flag. We're racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. James Honish on the outside of row number 1 wins a drag race down into turn number 1. Pretty settles back into second. David Good Sr. Here's David Corey working down on the bottom. Williams, a little bit of a love tap right there to the back of the 73. Out of corner number 4, the old trucker up on the top side. James Honish paces them out of turn number 4. Trouble turn 4. Erica Bates comes to a stop right up against that tractor tire. Onto the back straightaway they go. Bates is trying to back that car up. Here come the leaders, and we do go yellow. Yellow on the track as Erica Bates tries to get that 37 car fired, but it is Honish. Great jump on the start by the 777.
James Honish been here all year long, so he's familiar with the track. He knows what's going on. Look at Erica Bates as she rolls by. We know that right rear has a little damage. We don't know. Is it just a rim or is it an actual axle? And the 68 there on the inside in the infield dead in the water. So I think we're going to restack and repack here with James Honish out front, followed by Shane Pretty, Jerry Friedrich, the 73 of Corey. We're going to get back to green flag racing.
They get set on the back straightaway. Texas two-step restart. James Honish, lights are flashing. We are ready to go. Honish can go when he wants. The 766 of Pretty. We're off and racing. Green flag, heat race number 2. Honish up on the top side. Here's David Good. David Good trying to follow Honish. They'll race it down into turn number 1. Good is right there. Pretty down on the bottom. Back straightaway they go. The battle happening behind him as well. David Corey in the 73. Jeff Williams, car number 25. That is your top 5. Out of corner number 4. James Honish, trailed by David Good, Shane Pretty, David Corey, Jeff Williams down into turn number 1. They snake it around. Pretty goes around in turn number 1. Pretty will try to get it fired. He is rolling. He will continue up at the front to the inside. It is the 13 of Good.
Jerry Friedrich down on the inside right now, trying to get underneath James Honish, trying to make it work down there. The truck of Honish up on the top side has some momentum and working it through the middle of the track. But Friedrich down on the inside trying to make it work. Right door to door. Oh, puts a little right front to him, but Honish still maintains that lead as we go by. We are halfway through. 4 down, 4 to go, says Kevin Fry up in the bird stand, but it's still going to be Honish on the bottom side. Now, Friedrich looks up on the top side. Friedrich trying to get around him on the outside, but it's still going to be Honish by a half a car length.
Halfway home that last time by. The drag race rolls on down on the inside. Honish up on the top side. It is David Good. Battle happening behind them. Corey side by side for your race lead. 2 to go this time by. Down on the inside is James Honish in the 777. David Good Sr. up on the top side. Truck versus Monte Carlo. Back straight away, here they come. They are side by side. They got a lap car in front of them. To the inside they go. Side by side once again. White flag in the air. Quarter of a mile to go. This time it's going to be David Good Sr.
David Good Sr. driving Friedrich's car tonight, so I had a little misstep there on my part, but now David Good with a 6-car length lead over James Honish. Here we go to the checker flags, and your winner, heat race number 2 will be David Good Sr., followed by James Honish and Corey in your
A run right there by David Good Sr. as he here in the Outlaw Street Stocks at Heart of Texas Speedway, and he wins. Heat race number 2, we roll out your IMCA Southern Sport Modified.
IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Heat race number 1 will be the 23 of Joel Garcia, followed on the outside 78. All right, heat race number 1, the 09 of Robert Elliott, and the outside the 29 of Trey Votal. Inside row number 2, the 10B Casey Brunson. Outside the 153 in that new car, Robert Scribner. Inside row number 3, the 98H of Garrett Higgins. And the outside the 5R of Ryan Brown. Inside row number 4, the 9W of Jeff Shepard. And the outside, Ronnie Johnson in 110. Starting shotgun, 4G, that's Garrett Rollins.
On the gas, here we go. 9 cars, 8 laps, Sport Mods, heat race number 1 into turn number 1. Robert Elliott will drag the field. Votal up on the top side. Scribner is side by side with the 10, and we lock them up. We lock them up. Yellow flag on the racetrack. That will be a complete restart. Little bit of action right there. Maybe somebody jumping a tad bit early. So we're going to re-rack, restack, and try it one more time with Sport Mod heat race number 1. Green flag, we're off and going. Here they come, side by side. Votal up on the top side. On the bottom, it's Elliott. Side by side behind them, Brunson and Scribner. Back straight away they go, wheel to wheel down into turn number 1. On the inside, the 09 of Elliott. Votal up on the top side. Scribner taking the long way around. They continue to go, wheel to wheel down into turn number 1. Votal trying to work there. Elliott working up on the top side. Side by side, they have stayed side by side since the top of the rag here in Sport Mod heat race number 1. Lap number 2, it will be the 09 of Elliott leading them down.
Top 2 new tries for tonight. Robert Elliott, Trey Votal up front, followed by Scribner. Scribner waiting for anybody to make a mistake right there, but it's going to be Elliott and Votal up front. It's going to be the race for the lead, and that's those two transfer positions between the 09 of Elliott and the 29 of Votow. Scribner in the 153. Now, gonna look on the inside. Scribner trying to make it work underneath Votow. Can't make it happen right there, as we are now halfway down, 4 to go, but it's still gonna be the 09 of Elliott. Oh, the 23 of Votow breaks up on the top side there, and that collects Scribner. Saw a little bit of smoke a lap ago from Votow, and I was wondering what was going to happen there. Votow breaks. That collects Scribner. I'm not sure where that's going to put him in the lineup. We'll see. 09, Elliott out front. Votow running a strong second. Had a little puff of smoke coming through 3 and 4, going into 1 and 2. Obviously, we broke something expensive. Not good. So we'll see what happens there.
And now that second place car, Joe, will be Jeff Shepard in the 9W. So all the way up from his starting position on the inside of row number 4, from the 7th spot as we get ready to go. Texas two-step restart coming up on the point. It is Robert Elliott. On the inside of row number 2, it is Jeff Shepard, as we are ready to roll here with this heat race for the IMCA's Southern Sport Modifieds heat race number 1 of 5. Here we are. We're set. Green and going. We're racing once again here at the heart of Texas Speedway. On the break, into turn number 1. Elliott takes the field down into the corner. Third place car number 10, Tracy Brunson. Back straight away they go. All over the back bumper right there of Jeff Shepard. That is the hot spot on the racetrack. Shepard trying to hold on. Here's Brunson coming back at it. The 5R now rides in that spot right behind him. Ryan Brown, that is your 4th place car. A little bit of contact there. Scribner into the back of the 98 car. Garrett Higgins. They'll race it out of corner number 4. Halfway home this time by.
Here we are, 2 laps to go right now, but it's still going to be the 09 of Robert Elliott out front, followed by the 9 of Shepard and the 10B of Brunson. Now is your top 3. Top 2 will transfer. Everybody else will move to the B main. 7 laps down, 1 to go as Robert Elliott leads him around. We got 1 around and 1 and 2, but he's going to be out of the way. Here you go. Heat race number 1 winner will be the 9 of Elliott, followed by the 9W of Shepard. Shepard starting 4th row inside and transferring in heat race number 1 there. What a race.
All the way from the back of the pack right there. He does it the hard way, punches his ticket, and he is set to go in the A main. Great run as heat race number 2 rolling out onto the track for your Sport Mods.
All right, we can get heat race number 2 now. 23 of Joel Garcia, 23A of Austin Neubauer, and the inside, the 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson. The outside, the 10R of John Rodriguez. Inside row number 3, Jarrett Branson, and the outside, 35 of Caleb Emerson. Inside row number 4, the 21R of Matt Rust. And the outside of Cliff Shelton in the 94. Start shotgun at 86 of Casey Carnes. Casey Carnes. Here we go, Rodney. Lights are out. Green flag racing.
Here they come down the front straightaway. It is Garcia from the pole spot. He'll dive it down into turn number 1. Neubauer settles in right behind him, followed by Wilkerson in the 78. Trying to take a peek down on the bottom, the 28 of Branson. Back straightaway they go. A little bit of room up front for Garcia, but now the battle 3 wide out of turn number 4. Down on the inside. Big time move to the bottom for Branson. They bail it down into the corner, working up on the top side. 23 car of Austin Neubauer, side by side behind him. On the inside, 28 of Branson. Up on the top side, the 78 car of Wilkerson. They stay that way. Out of turn number 4, they go down into turn number 1. Neubauer holding on, but here comes the 28 car of Branson as they hit the backstretch.
Branson now has made his way up into the second position down on the bottom side. Everybody's running right through the middle, but Branson's made it work through the bottom side. Now up, it's going to be the 23, followed by the Branson.
Good side-by-side battle happening right there behind him. We are halfway home this time by. Joel Garcia is your race leader, car number 23. showing the way he has led since the get-go. Here comes the 78 car down to the inside. Get Wyatt Wilkerson trying to make the move, shuts him off right there. Little bit of contact coming across the bow. They gather it back in. This time by, we're past the halfway point. Still up at the front of the pack. It's Joel Garcia in car number 23. Austin Neubauer now all the way back. Opens up the inside. Here is Wilkerson side by side. Top two transfer in. 2 to go this time by.
Wilkerson working down on the middle of the track, right through the middle there, followed by Branson in a 78 of Wilkerson. And that is going to be your winner right here. White flag coming, a white flag of heat race number 2.
One more time around as they hit the back straightaway. Joe Garcia is your race leader. Second place car number 28, that's Jared Branson. They wheel it out of turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. It is Garcia, followed by Branson. Those two cars will transfer into the A-main. 78 car Wyatt Wilkerson. Dead heat at the line for fourth between the 35 of Emerson, along with the 23 of Austin Neubauer. But it is Garcia and Wilkerson. They punched that ticket. They are headed to the A-main here tonight in the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Heat race number 3 on the racetrack.
Heat race number 3 rolling out right now. The 188 of Kalen Molar, and the outside, the 54T of Matthew Day. That is our point leader now in the All-Star Tour, the 54T of Matthew Day. Inside row number 2, Jonathan Beard in a 97, and the outside 69X Kane Buckmeyer. Inside row number 3, the 104 Juan Gravella? Help me. Gravella. Outside row number 3, the 4JR Boone Evans. Inside, that's 717, that's GW Egbert. Outside row number 4, the 12 of Brandon Guerin. Starting shotgun, 7. Bruce Henson.
Moeller and Matthew Day at the front of the pack. Green flag. We're racing heat race number 3 in your Sport Mods. Into turn number 1. Point leader Matthew Day. Side by side, the 188 of Moeller is right there. Back straightaway they go. Front of the pack, it is Matthew Day as he comes into this event leading the points. The battle happening right there behind him. Boone Evans down on the inside. He will go to third. The 97 car of Beard will slip it in as well. Fantastic move by Jonathan Beard. He now rides in the middle of the pack. Here comes Brandon Guerin. Brandon Guerin, one of our local heroes here in Heart of Texas Speedway, in the 4th spot, but the field out of turn number 4. It's Matthew Day up at the front, followed by the 188 of Kalen Moeller and the 12 of Guerin now in the 3rd spot.
Matthew Day, that's our point leader out front right now, running right through the middle, the top side of Heart of Texas Speedway in the 54T, followed by the 188 of Kalen Moeller. Follow that up by the 4 and the 12. Brandon Guerin starting deep in the track. Now all the way up to 4th, battling for 3rd place in the 12. On the bottom side of the 12, Brandon Guerin trying to get underneath as he goes down the front straightaway and still running in 4th position.
Look at this battle waging. Battle for 3rd right there, but they both need to get up to that 2nd spot. Top 2 transfer in. Here's Guerin. He'll settle in behind Evans as they make their way down the front straightaway once again. 2nd place car is Moeller. Now Moeller has some company behind him. Here comes the 4JR of Boone Evans, followed by the 12 of Brandon Guerin. This time by half a mile to go. 2 laps to go for your race leader, Matthew Day in the 54T. The battle is going to be for that 2nd transfer spot. The 188 holding on to it of Moeller. Here comes the 4 of Evans and the 12 of Brandon Guerin. Down into turn number 3, they work up on the top shelf. Guerin will slip and slide it in. Quarter mile to go. 1 more lap to go.
1 more lap to go, but the 54 Matthew Day has no competition. 8, 10, 12, half a straightaway lead out in front of the 188, but now the 04 down on the bottom side trying to make it a competition, but nothing. Right there, the 188, Colin Moeller will be transferring. Moeller will be transferring now. So Matthew Day in a 54T and a 188 at Kalen Moeller will be your transfer positions for heat race number 3. So now heat race number 4. To JT of Justin Vaughn, and outside the 21T, that's the Miss Taylor Florio. Inside the 09R Race Elliott. Outside 778, Jason Hubert. Inside row number 3, the 7MK, Kyle Wilkins. Outside OU2, Ricky Johnson. Inside row number 4, 7K, Kevin Parker. And the outside, Dan Day in the 54, starting shotgun at 8. That's our buddy Doug Ripple.
9 cars, 8 laps. We get set to go heat race number 4 on the gas. Green and going. We're racing at Heart of Texas Speedway. Here's Vaughn down on the inside. Taylor Florio, nice jump up at the top. She will guide the field into turn number 1 and onto the back straightaway. Here's a 2JT of Justin Vaughn. A little bit of contact right there. Jason Hubert into the back of that car. Now they settle it down. Coming out of turn number 4. Florio is your race leader, followed by the Vaughn. And Hubert once again into the backside there. Hubert a couple of times making contact. Now Hubert with a good run down the back straightaway. And those 3 cars will try to settle it in as they make their way around. Lap number 2, Taylor Florio, your leader.
Taylor Florio had a heck of a start right there. He got a good jump on the 2JT of Justin Vaughn, and that's going to put her out front by about 3 car lengths now, followed by Justin Vaughn and the 09 of Race Elliott. But it's still going to be Taylor Florio out front. We're going to have 3 down, 5 to go now as we're coming to the cross spikes next time by. But in fact, it's a 2 and a 54 there battling for 3rd and 4th, followed by the 9 and the 19 is going to be the race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Halfway home that time by for your race leader, Taylor Florio. Little bit of action happening right there behind them. Look at that right there. Kyle Wilkins side by side on the inside. Up on the top side is Jason Hubert. Dan Day right in front of them. The OU2 running slow right here along the front stretch. Side by side battle up to the top. He will get it running. A couple of cars still coming at him, but Taylor Florio leads by 8 car lengths out of turn number 4. White flower, yellow flag right there for Justin Vaughn. As Vaughn goes around, Vaughn had been up at the top of the pack. However, out of nowhere, here comes Dan Day all the way from the 8th starting position. That caution flag comes out, Joe, and that's not what Taylor Florio wanted. She had herself about a 5.5 car length lead right there.
She had a good lead right there, a good rhythm. It looks like the 2JT of Justin Vaughn just got in there a little hot, got it turned sideways, tried to keep it going, but he knew there was other cars coming, so he shut it down not to drive out in front of everybody. So we are going to see what happens right now. Mr. Kevin Fry says the lineup is good. We are going to go lights out on the back straightaway, and once the lights go out, the leaders can go. Miss Taylor Florio there out front. But we got the 54 of Dan Day, like you said, all the way from place 8 up into place 2 right now. So let's see what happens.
Wilkins up on the outside. That is your outside of row number 2. Florio brings him down into turn number 3. She is going to back this one up. Here they come on the gas. Green and going. We're racing heat race number 4 once again. Down the front straightaway. Florio 1.5 car lengths down into turn number 1. Wilkins, second place car, going to cross it to the bottom. Dan Day, bottom feeding at the bottom of the racetrack, but Wilkins will gather it back in. Top 4, they settle in. Around goes Dan Day. He spins. Hubert, what a miss. Hubert, how did he miss that? Bruce Henson, contact right here in front of us. Hubert goes around. What a lap for Hubert as he ends up tied up with Kevin Parker. Meanwhile, front of the pack, this time by Taylor Florio leads by 12 car lengths. White flag in the air. One more trip around. Taylor Florio setting sail at the front of the pack.
I tell you what, Taylor Florio, we talked about this. You want that caution. We would normally think no, but the caution kind of helped her out there. They all just jumbled up behind her, and here we are out the checkered flag. It's going to be the 09R of Race Elliott. Gets up there and sneaks up in that transfer position. So, whoo, little dicey there in the heat race number 4 for the Southern Sport Mods. Heat race number 5 rolling out. Tommy Dove, that's our second place points leader in the 10 car on the pole. Outside, Jake Upchurch in the 4th position, starting second, front row outside in the outside pole. Inside row number 2, 11T of Tim Hamilton. Outside row number 2, 15C of Chris Adams. Inside row number 3, the 17S of James Skinner. Outside, Riley Poole in the 25. Inside row number 4, that's our local hero, the 777, James Honish. And outside, that's big nasty Chris Cogburn. Starting shotgun will be the 35S of Anthony Spencer.
Top 2 transfer to the A main as we get set to go. Tommy Dove, Jacob Church there in the top 4 here in the All-Star Shootout points. We're set to go. Green flag. We're off and racing. That'll be a no-go. No-go right there on that start. Yellow lights out on the racetrack as we'll try that one more time. We will try that one more time. A little discombobulation right there as they work through corners 3 and 4. We're going to try it once again. We'll get them back in line with Tommy Dove and Jacob Church as your front row here for heat race number 5 here in the All-Star Shootout, fueled by Fast Shafts, right here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway as you check in as well on imca.tv. Thank you and welcome to Waco, Texas, from wherever you may be checking this out this evening on imca.tv. Lights are flashing. We get set to go. They will turn them off. And we are locked and loaded, ready to go. Tommy Dove and Jacob Church pace them into turn number 3. Here for heat race number 5. They get set. On the gas. We're racing. Green flag. We're racing at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Drag race down into turn number 1. Up Church on the top side. Down on the bottom, it's Tommy Dove. Great drive. Along the back straightaway, they stack them 3 wide down the back straightaway. But up at the front of the pack, it is the 24 car of Up Church. Half a car length back is Tommy Dove in car number 10. 4 wide out of the corner. Contact. 25 car. Slides across the racetrack. Riley Poole sitting down in the infield. Made a little bit of contact there with James Honish. Honish will roll on. He rides in position number 6. Here they come out of the corner. All of that action happening right there behind them. Battle for second. Battle for second starting to shape up. To the inside, the 11T of Tim Hamilton. Up on the outside, car number 10 of Tommy Dove. Hamilton to the bottom. Dove working up on the top side. Side by side out of turn number 4. Half a car length down into turn number 1. Working up on the top side. Tommy Dove, second place point man in the All-Star Shootout points here in your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Now, Big Nasty Cogburn has made his way to 4th. He'll try to get that 3rd spot as they dive down into the corner. Contact into the back of Hamilton right there. That contact there from Cogburn. Front of the pack continues to be the 24 Jacob Church. He leads by a straightaway. Half a straightaway. The battle really starting to shape up right there behind him. Here's Cogburn. Cogburn going to give it a run as they race down into turn number 3. Big dive into the corner. Cogburn washes up right into the side of Hamilton. Here they come out of corner number 4. Hamilton, the second place car. Can he hold on to that 3rd spot? Top 2 cars sitting pretty, but the action getting down and dirty right behind him. White flag in the air. 3 quarters or half a mile to go that time by for Up Church. Car number 24, trailed by Tommy Dove. Back straightaway they go. It is Up Church. He'll dive it off of turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Jake Upchurch wins heat race number 5, followed by Tommy Dove, and Cogburn rounds out the top 3. However, couple of guys in the top 4 in the points. Tommy Dove, the second place man. Jake Upchurch, the 4th place man, Joe. They punch their ticket. They are right into the A main.
It's always important here to get, from that heat race straight into the A. You don't have to worry about B mains. You don't have to worry about B&B is stock car heat number 1. This is what we're here for, Rodney. This is the stock cars. This is my favorite class. Heat race number 1, the 82, that's Shelby Williams on the pole, and the outside, the 29J, Jack Branson. Inside, that's Miss Allison Morris in the 94A, and the outside, Jeffrey Abbey in the 37. Inside, second night on that car is a 48R, Raymond McSpadden. Outside, the 712 of Colton Monroe. Inside, Jason Acrobat, and outside, Jeremy Bradley's shotgun will be Kerry White. Let's go.
Off they go, green and going here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Stock cars down into the corner. Williams working at the bottom of the racetrack. Bransom up on the top side. Watch at 37, Jeffrey Abbey. You know the history. If you've been checking in on imca.tv, you've seen everything that's gone down. Around goes McSpadden. But here's the 37 of Abbey. Abbey trying to get up to the front of the pack. Bransom in the second pot. Top three transfer. Now Jeffrey Abbey. Allison Morris. Here comes a 9. Jason Batt down on the bottom. He works down at the bottom of the racetrack. Abbey slides up the hill. Crossing it across is Morris. 3 wide out of the corner. They race down into turn number 1. Abbey setting his sights on that leader of Shelby Williams. Back straightaway they go. Allison Morris, 94 car sideways. We go back up to the front of the pack. The 82 car of Shelby Williams is your leader, followed by Jeffrey Abbey in the 37 as they race it down into the corner. Abbey slipping and sliding it around.
Up front, Shelby Williams, followed by Jeffrey Abbey. Now, Shelby Williams wins this heat race. He gets a $200 bonus for the most heat race wins. In the last race, Jake Upchurch won $200 because he won the most heat races in the tour. But right now, it's the 82 out front. Shelby Williams, followed by the 37, Jeffrey Abbey, and then Jason Batt right there trying to close it in. But right now, out front, it's going to be the 82 of Williams, followed by 37 of Abbey, and then Jason Batt is your top 3.
Jeffrey Abbey in the 37 car. He is roughing that car around. 2 laps to go this time by for your race leader, Shelby Williams, followed by Abbey. Jason Batt, that is your top 3. The 29J of Jeffrey Bransom. Onto the back straightaway they go. Your leader, Williams, leads by 20 car lengths. Out of turn number 4. White flag in the air. Quarter of a mile to go this time by for Shelby Williams into turn number 1. Jeffrey Abbey, the 9 of Jason Batt. Those are your transfer cars as they run right now. Williams into turn number 3. Heat race number 1, IMCA stock cars. Give it to the 82. Shelby Williams wins heat race number 1. Jeffrey Abbey and the 9 of Jason Batt. Heat race number 1.
Shelby Williams, the winner of 4 heat races. He won 4 heat races on this tour. He gets a $200 bonus. I tell you what, Williams, Abbey, Batt could be your feature winner at any national event throughout the country in the IMCA Stock Cars. That is the competition we have here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. But congrats, 82 of Shelby Williams winning that heat, and that gets him a $200 bonus. Heat race number 2, the 165. That's my buddy Eric Miles on the pole. 90.5. Tommy Fain, I believe he was the point leader leading up until last night, but he lost it last night. Now he's in second. Tommy Fain in a 90.5. Daryl Campbell, 83. Destroyer Chassis on the inside, the 83. Outside, that's our local hero, Doug Lorenz in a 97. That's Flying O'Dry, my best friend, in the 14. The outside, the 09 Sia, Demetrius Carter. Now, he won last night, had a DQ. A little problem with the front shock mount, so had a DQ. I bet they got that fixed. Inside, row number 4, the 512 of AJ Dancer. Outside, Dylan Savoan in the 77 and Charlie Brown in the 11. AJ Dancer, 3 races, 3 states, 3 nights. Here we go.
Fantastic. Green flag. Here we go. Heat race number 2, they wheel it into turn number 1. Tommy Fain up on the top side, the 165 a mile. Here they come down the back straightaway. Fain is your race leader in the 90.5. Down on the inside, the 165 a miles. Up on the top side, the 97 of Doug Lorenz. Tightly packed field, diving down into turn number 1. Up on the top side, you see that early braking zone right there. Tommy Fain stabs the brake, 3 wide. AJ Dancer spins down on the inside. Dancer trying to get going. He's right up against the tire. Here they come out of turn number 4. They flash by, and the caution flag will come out. Caution flag for AJ Dancer in the 512 as he sits between turns 1 and 2.
Not sure if he had a help right there. I don't know what happened, but we'll see if he gets to stay out there, if he has to go off. But we're going to have the 90.5 of Tommy Fain out front. 165 miles on the inside, and a 97 Doug Lorenz on the outside.
Poignant observation made up here, Joe. Cruella DeVille right there at the front of the pack, Tommy Fain. Look at that. White and black.
I want to go buy puppies.
Yeah,
give me those
absolutely.
puppies.
Tommy Fain pacing the field, but Doug Lorenz, impressive run for Lorenz as he's hooked it up on the top shelf, and he's sitting there in that third spot. Remember, top 3 transferred to the A.
Doug Lorenz from the old modified days at Texas Thunder Speedway. We saw him race modifieds way back in the day. Now in the stock car with the help of Jason Batt. Let's see how he does, see how he makes it. And we are now green flag racing. We have Tommy Fain on the bottom side, remember Eric Miles on the bottom side, but Doug Lorenz gets a jump up on the top side. He's got a good run now, up right on Tommy Fain's tail, but now it's going to be Tommy Fain down the back straightaway, followed by Doug Lorenz and Eric Miles on the bottom side.
Here comes Demetrius Carter down to the inside, 3 wide momentarily. Now the battle for the second and third spots. Down on the inside, here is Carter. Carter working down on the bottom, way up at the top of the track. It's Campbell in the 83. Into the corner they go. Your leader is Tommy Fain, but look at that gaggle of cars behind him. Doug Lorenz leads the 165 of Eric Miles. That is your third place car. 3 wide down into the corner. Around goes Demetrius Carter, but he will get it righted and he will go. Now side by side. That is for a transfer spot right there. Halfway home this time by for your race leader, Tommy Fain.
Going to be hard to beat the 90.5 out front. When he gets that clean air, he is hard to beat, just like Shelby Williams. When you have those fast cars out front, they don't make mistakes. They find a fast way around the racetrack. But right now it's Tommy Fain, final wide of the 97 of Doug Lorenz. Caution. Caution. Caution?
Unless we lost one, I'm not sure what the caution is for. Let's
Caution?
take a look. There may be some on the racetrack. I see the track safety crew heading over on the backstretch.
I'm as confused as you are, Rodney.
Joe, we have one hellacious battle happening right there. Doug Lorenz holding on to that spot, but the 83 car, you got to give it to Darrell Campbell. Darrell Campbell has held on to that third spot, and he has done it up on the top shelf this entire time. That 83 car holding on to third in that final transfer spot as we run here in heat race number 2.
Darrell Campbell, always a competitor, no matter what class, if it's a modified or a sport mod or a stock car, whatever it is, builds those race cars in his shop and up in Kennedale. So good to see him here, my buddy, Darrell Campbell. But let's see what happens now. Looks like lights are flashing. They're going to go out. Remember, once they go out, Tommy Fain can go at any point he wants to go. Doug Lorenz, Darrell Campbell, Eric Miles got shuffled back into place number 4. O'Brien up into 5th. Let's see what happens right now as we go green flag racing. Tommy Fain out front, followed by Darrell Campbell now up on the top side. Got a peek around the top side of Tommy Fain. Let's see if he can get it done. Can't quite get it done. And now the 97 of Lorenz gets shuffled back. O'Brien now on the bottom side trying to make something work. But it's still going to be Tommy Fain out front, followed by Darrell Campbell, Doug Lorenz, and Joe O'Brien trying to work around the bottom side.
Out of nowhere, that red, white, and blue livery of Joe O'Brien. J.O.B. car number 114, riding in the 4th spot. This time by, we are 2 laps to go. Tommy Fain is your race leader. 83 car, Campbell rides in second. Doug Lorenz, that is your top 3. Up to the top side, Campbell, back straight away they go. Tommy Fain trying to hang on. Here's Campbell. Campbell backs it off. Now here they come. This time by. White flag in the air. One more time around for your race leader, Tommy Fain.
Darrell Campbell top side, but just can't get it done. It's going to be Tommy Fain right through the middle, followed by Darrell Campbell and 97 to Lorenz. Now O'Brien peeking up into play. The checker flag. It's going to be Darrell Campbell, followed by it's going to be Tommy Fain, followed by Darrell Campbell. We'll start on the front of B main as we go to heat race number 3 now. Race number 3, that's the that's 69Z of Zach Terry on the pole, and the outside the 27 of Michael Wolford. Inside, that's Stephenville starter, 07D Dennis Bissonette, and outside the 21E Alan Nessenberg. Inside, row number 3, that was last week's winner, Dustin Mooney in the M5, and the outside, 52 of Larry Bradley. Inside, row number 4, Thomas Hall in the 114, and the outside, Travis Storman Norman in the 3X. Starting shotgun, the C3, Chris Birmingham starting shotgun. So we got Last week, the 69 had a good run and just got a little anxious, got in a little hot, and that kind of upset his night. So let's see if Zach Terry can pull off some kind of miracle tonight. Here we go, green flag racing. Zach Terry now makes it work right through the middle as he gets a good run, but he's got the 27 of Michael Wolford now on the bottom side. Zach Terry up on the top side, Wolford on the bottom side, followed by Bissonette, but it's still going to be the leader of lap number 1, Zach Terry. Oh, Zach in a little hot. Yeah, collects Bissonette, heat race number 1. Caution, caution, caution.
Front of the pack, the action happening right there. Zach Terry goes around and nowhere to go right there as the field was making their way through. Oh, so scary when that happens right there. And Bissonette, doesn't look like there's any damage to either one of those machines. However, Terry in the 69Z doesn't appear to be able to get that car fired.
There's damage to the pride of the 69Z.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
absolutely.
promise.
Front of the pack. But now Dustin Mooney in the M5 up at the front of the race right here. I believe that was the winner the last time out. So now Mooney sits there up at the front trying to punch his ticket into the A main. Top 3 here in the stock cars will make their way into the A main event coming up a little bit later tonight here at the All-Star Shootout at Heart of Texas Speedway, fueled by fast shafts.
Dustin Mooney the last couple of years had a very fast car in an M5 machine. He's been fast everywhere he went. Last week, winner here, Andy Roller led it by a lot of laps, and Mooney passed him on the top side when nobody thought there's anything on the top, and Mooney got around him on the top side. So 69Z gets it going, gets it fired back up, so he'll tell the tag of the field, we'll get a restack, we'll get a repack, but it's going to be this 5M Mooney out front.
We are ready to roll. The lights are flashing as we get set. Dustin Mooney setting the pace, taking the field down into turn number 3. We are ready to go one more time. Here they come. Green flag. We're racing at Heart of Texas Speedway. Into turn number 1, Alan Essenberg riding in the second spot. Wolford is right there in car number 27. Working down to the bottom of the racetrack, car number 52, Larry Bradley. Side by side, but now the 114. The 114 of Thomas Hall is your third place car. Out of corner number 4, they make their way down. They stack it up back there from 4th on back. Down to the inside, there is the 07D. Here's Bissonette down to the inside. Bissonette 1 spot shy of a transfer spot. He now sets his sights on Thomas Hall, who sets his sights on Alan Essenberg.
Bissonette found something right through the middle of the racetrack where nobody else has. You watch everybody else right up on the top side. Bissonette right through the middle trying to work it out, but it's still going to be Mooney up on the top side, followed by Essenberg, followed by the 114 of Thomas Hall Jr., and that's going to be your top 3 and your top 3 transferred. But right now, Bissonette trying to make something work. He's tried through the middle, he's tried it through the top, just can't get up there. Looks like he'll be starting at the front of the B main. Now, Thomas Hall Jr. on the bottom side, trying to get underneath Essenberg, trying to get by him for that second position, trying to get a little better starting spot in the A main. Now Hall on the bottom side, trying to pull that left front, letting out right rear dig, but it's still going to be Mooney right through the top of the racetrack there, and that's going to be, with 2 to go, it's going to be Mooney, Essenberg, Hall, Bissonette is your top 3 in this IMCA heat race.
Thomas Hall right there in that third spot this time. White flag in the air. Thomas Hall comes up behind Essenberg. Here they come. White flag in the air one more time around. Dustin Mooney is your race leader. Alan Essenberg trailing him. Oh, man, up off the ground. Thomas Hall. Around goes the 07 of Bissonette. Here they come. Out of turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air this time by Dustin Mooney wins heat race number 3, followed by Alan Essenberg and the 114 of Thomas Hall. Those 3 cars will transfer into the A main. Great racing right there in your IMCA stock car heat race number 2. Rolling onto the track it is, or number 3. Rolling onto the track it is heat race number 4.
Heat race number 4 rolling out now is the 121 of Roman Garcia on the pole, and the outside the 4JR of Boone Evans. Inside, Thomas Hall, senior in the 20T. And the outside, the 69, that's my buddy Kurt Martin. We won't say what his real name is. Kurt Martin is 69. Inside, the 13G of David Good. And the outside, JD Evans is 62. Marcus in the 29, what? Harkrow. And starting shotgun. Is that Tristan Carmen in the 4? Not Daddy, but that's Tristan in the 4 car. Let's see what happens.
Top three will transfer into the A main as we get set here in iStock Heat Race number 4. Side by side, Garcia and Boone Evans as they take the field down. Lights are out around the racetrack. We are ready to rock and roll. Here they come out of turn 4. Green and going. Little bit of slippage right there, Garcia. That's going to allow Boone Evans to take the field down into turn number 1. He leads by 1 car length onto the back straightaway. Evans in the 4. JR, second place car. The 69 of Kurt Martin. Double stack behind him. Harkrow up on the top side. On the inside, Roman Garcia. This time by lap number 1. Official race, and it is Boone Evans as he works up at the top of the racetrack. Side-by-side battle down on the inside. It is a 121. Marcus Harkrow, look at that push. Down on the inside, Marcus Harkrow. He slide jobs his way right into third. And Harkrow now into the A main as they run right now.
Marcus Harkrow does a bonsai move right through 3 and 4. Drives it out on the bottom side, lets it skate up in front of the field, and bonsais it right into the A main. But right now it's going to be the 4 out front of Boone Evans, followed by the 69. Oh, our leader is off pace and off the track. That's going to lead the 69 now out front. We're going to have a caution. Caution. Nope, I was wrong. Still green flag, still racing. Kurt Martin out front, followed by Harkrow and the 121 or Garcia is your top 3.
Looks like there is the caution flag right there. Caution flag on the racetrack. As off the track goes Boone Evans as he parks it right up at the top of turn number 2. He does wheel it off. The lead will go over to the 69 of Kurt Martin, Joe, but the move of the race. Slide job, they go 3 wide down the back straightaway. Marcus Harkrow all the way from the 7th position goes to the bottom of the racetrack and slide jobs past 2 cars and puts himself into the 3rd spot at the time.
Marcus has been super aggressive this year. I've talked to him. He's got to drive. He's got to drive, and it's a win or no lose. I'm going to win, and that's just what he did right there. Drove down the inside, down the back straightaway, drove it in the bottom, slid up in front, but went from 7th to 2 in 1 lap. That's impressive right there by the 29 watt of Marcus Harkrow.
Up in the front of the pack, it is the 69 of Kurt Martin. That is your leader as we flash the lights on the gas. We are set to go. Here they come this time by 4 laps to go. Harkrow down to the bottom. Out of corner number 4, up on the top side. The 69 of Kurt Martin is right there, all over his back bumper. Marcus Harkrow right there. Tristan Carmen is your 3rd place car. They transfer in. Here is Harkrow. He stabs the brake, sets that car down, wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle out of turn number 4. Up on the top side, the 69 of Kurt Martin. Down on the bottom, Marcus Harkrow. Drag race down the back straightaway. Half a car length for Harkrow. Taking the field down into turn number 3. Martin working on the top side. 2 to go this time by new race leader, Marcus Harkrow.
I tell you what, there is one little patch through 1 and 2, and if you don't hit it right, you will mess up. Marcus Harkrow nailed that patch, and he got that lead right there from Kurt Martin. I tell you what, on a track like this, it is hard to pass the 69, but the 29 just did it right through the middle. You can see Marcus hanging that right rear in that moisture. It's going to be the 29, followed by 69, followed by Tristan Carmen from dead last in the 4 car. So impressive run there by the 29 car. Wow, what a run by the 29.
That right there by Marcus Harkrow. What a performance for the driver of car number 29. He does it in spectacular fashion, getting to 3rd, and then with that pass on the restart, Harkrow in victory lane.
A little bit later, we'll talk about the Harkrows. We'll talk about the Baby Blue Memorial. It's going to pay $5,000 to win. $5,000 to win for stock cars July 3rd and 4th here at Heart of Texas Speedway. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but that is through the Marcus Harcrow and the baby blue Harcrow memorial race. So now IMCA stock cars out here. Heat race number 1, 911. That's my buddy Josh Begahe on the pole. And outside the 11R, Ryan Veal. Inside the 44F, that is Fast Fred Rochek. Outside 19C, Colby Moore. Inside the 00M of Bobby McCall. Outside the 767S, Tro Schorber.
Heat race number 1, IMCA Modifieds into turn number 1. McKay in the 911. The 44 car right there, Fred Wojtek. Onto the back straightaway they go. What a field we have here tonight with your Modifieds out of turn number 4. Here they come making their way around. Your race leader flashing by. It is McGay. McGay holding on to that advantage. He now leads by 7 car lengths. Onto the back straightaway followed by Wojtek. Wojtek is your second place car. Second place car in the points is Wojtek. He rides in the second place right now, but at the front of the pack, it is McGay. He leads by 6 car lengths.
Fast Freddie Rochek in a 44 had a point last year. He almost won that, ran second in the tour last year, so he is trying to follow that up this year. But right now it's going to be the 911 and Josh McGay out front by the 44 of Wojtek. And now we got a car around in caution, caution, caution. So Rodney, as I was saying, last year the 44, Fred Wojtek, my buddy from Abilene, almost won that points championship, missed it by a few points. So now he is setting in second position. So last year in the points championship in the tour, Wojtek almost won it, missed it by a little bit up north. So he is on a vengeance tonight. He's on a vengeance for this tour. But right now it's going to be the 911 of Magahe. I've always called him Magaha all my life. Josh Magaha. They told me it's not right.
Joe Wojtek wins this heat race, and he will be tied for that heat race bonus. So
Okay.
more on the line right here for Wojtek as he trails in that second spot with McGay up on the point.
11R Ryan Veal now on the outside. So lights are out. We are going to go. And Josh says, let's go racing right now. Josh Magaha got a good start now. Coming through the middle of 3 and 4. Going to lead it, Josh Magaha, followed by the 44 of Wojtek and the 11 of Ryan Veal. But now the 127 gets on the bottom side there of trying to get past the 11R of Veal.
Out of corner number 4, now into the third spot, car number 77. Fantastic move right there as that car makes the pass. Now here they come side by side. Out of corner number 4, it is still your race leader, McGay. Side by side, look at Wojtek up on the top side. The 727 is right there, Robbie Daniels. Robbie Daniels trying to take a peek down on the bottom. Top 3 cars transfer into the A main event. Wojtek is your second place car. Here is Daniels in the 727. 2 laps to go that time by. Battle happening. Oh, off the fence right there. It looked like Tommy Davis Jr. may have made contact with the wall. Here they come, Joe. One more time around. It is McGay, your race leader. Here comes Daniels in the 727.
727 Daniels trying to make it underneath Wojtek, but just can't make it work happen. The track is starting to rough up a little bit. Wojtek kept it right rear in the rut, but just not enough to upset him. But heat race number 1 will be the 911 Josh McGay, followed by the 44 Wojtek Daniels and the 11. That is your heat race number 1. Woo!
How about that right there? I'll tell you what, Joe, they are mixing it up here in the Modifieds as we get set to settle the All-Star Shootout right here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Heat race number 2 for the Modifieds on the back straightaway.
Heat race number 2, that's our local hero, 94, Chris Morrison. Outside, the 5H of Lance Hansen. Inside row number 2, the 42 of Bo Collins. The outside, that's Willie G, that's William Gould. Inside row number 3, the 86 of Brian Ray Flowers. And the outside, the 1000 of Jimmy Reeves. Inside row number 4, Michael Powers. And the outside, David Gonzalez in the 39. And the 711, Larry Adams starting shotgun. Now, William Gould won here last time out He won at Boyd. William Gould likes a racetrack like what we have. It's got a little moisture, it's got a little character, it's got a little rough, it's got a little slick. Willie G likes this race car, likes this racetrack. So let's see what happens with the 60 of William Gould.
He starts on the outside there of row number 2, but on the point it is Chris Morris. He will bring them down. Of course, as Joe talked about, one of our local heroes here out of Taylor is Morris. On the outside, out of Palmer, it is Hanson. So we get set. We show him one this time by, showing him one this time by, as we get set to go heat race number 2 here near IMCA Modifieds at Heart of Texas Speedway. Glad you are here in the grandstands. Glad you are with us on IMCA.TV on a glorious Memorial Day weekend, a beautiful Sunday for racing right here at 55 years strong, Heart of Texas Speedway. This is season 55. Here's Morris. He's going to bring the field as we are in the start zone. Green flag, we're racing. Morris, pole shot down into turn number 1. Morris down at the bottom. Hanson trying to work. Crossover move. Here's William Gould right there in the 60. Gould at the quarter panel now. Gould working at the bottom of the racetrack. Gould trying to get the drive. He'll settle it in third as he gets in line. Chris Morris guiding the field down into turn number 1. Second place car continues to be Hanson. Here's William Gould dropping it down to the inside. Down into turn number 3. William Gould at the bottom of the racetrack. Out of turn number 4. Lap number 2 complete.
Chris Morris, our hero here, he runs here every night. He is right through the middle of the track, but you watch William Gould in his 60 car. He is trying everything he can. Now up on the top side of Lance Hanson. See if he can get by him, but just can't make it work. But right now, 2 laps down, 68 to go. It's going to be Chris Morris, followed by Hanson, followed by Gould. Gould right up underneath the backside of Hanson. Now Gould way up on the top side. Going to diamond it down, trying to drive underneath. He's going to make it work now. Here it is, William Gould. Halfway down, halfway to go. William Gould has made the pass to get up in that second position.
What a move by Willie G, trying to hold on. Hanson down on the bottom of the racetrack, out of turn number 2. They snake it on down the front straightaway. Now William Gould setting his sights on Chris Morris in car number 94. He trails Morris by 15 car lengths. This time by 2 laps to go for your race leader, the 94, Chris Morris. William Gould, now that final transfer spot on the line. Jimmy Reeves in the 1,000. The 5H of Lance Hanson. Back straight away they go. The 1,000 of Jimmy Reeves in the transfer spot. Quarter of a mile to go. One more time around. Here for your modifieds in heat race number 2. Chris Morris takes it to the bottom of the racetrack. Up to the top is William Gould. Up the track goes the 1,000. Oh my goodness. Now that final transfer spot on the line. Here's Chris Morris out of turn number 4. Morris will win by 4 car lengths over William Gould. Final transfer spot, Jimmy Reeves in the car number 1,000. Heat race number 2 for your IMCA Modifieds. Fantastic drive to the flag for Chris Morris.
You know, Chris Morris is known. We have a slick, consistent racetrack. He's really good. William Gould is known when we have a rough, rutted up racetrack. He's really good. It's good to see Chris Morris out there get that win. Heat race number 3. Here we go. The 7, Steve Askew on the outside. Talon Minton in the 14T. Inside, Neil Flowers in the 85. And the outside, that's Jeff Emerson in the 35. Inside row number 3, 7G, David Good. Outside, Trevor Egbert in the 78. Inside, 8J of John White. And the outside, the 87 of Ryan Williams. Starting shotgun, the 88, Wes Duloc. Duloc starting shotgun.
Tell you what, Joe, long toe award of this heat race right here. Car number 85, inside of row number 2, all the way from Hobbs, New Mexico, Neil Flowers, as he sits there on the inside of row number 2. Caution lights still on the racetrack. It'll be Askew and Minton bringing them down. Askew out of Prosper, Minton out of Seguin, as the field makes their way around heat race number 3. Here in the All-Star Shootout, fueled by Fast Shafts, here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway, the finale, the 4-day event of the All-Star Shootout. What a job has been done by everyone involved getting the All-Star Shootout put together. Don't know if you know or not, but this came about really, really fast. This All-Star Shootout happened really fast.
It was thrown together like a kitchen sink. Who knew what was going to happen, but Man, what a race tour it has turned out to be. Amazing right here and now. Final night at heart of Texas Speedway. Askew Minton leads them into 4 as we go. Green flag race.
Off they go into turn number 1. Minton up on the top side. He tries to get to the bottom of the racetrack. Back straightaway they go. Talon Minton is your race leader. Up on the top side, Jeff Emerson. Askew is there in car number 7. They're 4 wide back there behind him. Holding on right there, the driver out of New Mexico. Neil Flowers riding into 4 spot. 3 wide down into the corner. The HA of John White. Frequent competitor right here in heart of Texas Speedway. The 88 car, the Wes Duloc. Duloc, big time move right there. And now he's got the 8 up on the top side of John White. Here they come making their way out once again. Lap number 2 complete. Front of the pack, Talon Minton is your race leader.
What a race up front, but right now it's Minton from South Texas. He's down in I-37 Corpus Way. And Edna, now he's out front, but Emerson now closing in right now, trying to close that rim, and we got Neil Flower, Eskew now. Oh, we got a couple up in the top of 1 and 2. Let's see what happens there. We'll see if we get a caution. No, still green flag racing. So now we got Talon Minton in the 14, 35 Emerson. Emerson, the old veteran for this area, gonna try to slide her right there on Minton. Slides it up in front. We're gonna make it happen right there. Emerson, now your leader.
Jeff Emerson with the slider now to the bottom of the racetrack. Talon Minton onto the back straightaway they go. Emerson leads by 2.5 car lengths. Into the corner, Talon Minton trying to come back at him. We are halfway home this time by halfway home for your race leader, the 35 of Jeff Emerson. Third place car is car number 88, all the way up from the 9th spot. Wes Duloc is in the main event as they run right now in the final transfer spot. But here comes John White, white flag in the air. Into turn number 1, your race leader, car number 35, Jeff Emerson, Talon Minton. They run 1 and 2 back straightaway. It's a 10-car length advantage. Checkered flag in the air, this time by car number 35, your race winner, Jeff Emerson. Emerson out of Millsap, Texas is your winner, followed by Talon Minton in the 14T, and punching his ticket into the A main, car number 88, Wes Duloc, all the way from shotgun in the pack.
What a run by the 88 of Duloc from dead last up into the transfer position. But Emerson, old-time veteran here from Sport Mod and Modified Days way back in the day. But let's go. Heat race number 4, 6R Jacob Perkle. That's our point leader. Keep an eye on the 6R on the pole. Outside, Chad Melton in the 71. Inside, Michael Savaka in the 4S. Outside, Garrett Gregory in the 77. Inside, row number 3, 11X, Wesley Ville. Outside, Danny Patterson in the 48. Inside row number 4, the 23 of Dalton Pike. Outside, Dustin Powers in the 357. Starting shotgun, Hardy, Hard Time Henderson in the 163. Here we go. We are green flag racing. Heat race number 4.
Perkle and Melton take us to the start-finish line into turn number 1, dead heat. On the bottom it is Perkle. Up on the top side it is Melton. Back straight away they go, side by side into turn number 3. Perkle, your point leader in the All-Star Shootout here with the modifieds. He stumbles for a moment, but gathers it back in. The 71 up on the top side of Chad Melton. They continue now down on the bottom. Nice diamond of the corner. Too much momentum up on the top side, though, as the 71 of Melton, but the battle happening behind them. Wesley Ville in the 11X, battling up on the top side. Garrett Gregory, car number 77. Gregory in the 3rd spot. Melton, your leader. He leads by half a car length. Perkle, your 2nd place car, diving it down into turn number 3. They make their way around. This is lap number 3.
Melton, no, he has been in victory lane many times. Up on the top side, but Perkle working on the bottom side, followed by the 77 of Gregory now trying to get by him. But Melton up on the top side, right through the middle of the track. Your leader, we are halfway down, 5 to go. And that's going to be your leader, Chad Melton in the 40, in the 71K.
Here come the leaders out of turn number 4. Now single file racing all the way around the racetrack. The 11 car holding on to the 4th spot. That is Veal. Top 3 cars your top 3 transfer spots. 2 laps to go this time by out of corner number 4, car number 71, Chad Melton. Melton, followed by Jacob Perkle, followed by Garrett Gregory. Gregory down on the bottom. This one is not over yet, race fans. This one is not over. Up to the top of the racetrack. They'll slam it off the corner. White flag in the air. One more time around. Perkle down on the inside. Melton on the top side. Perkle trying to get the drive bottom of the racetrack. Side by side. Momentarily, Perkle has it. Here's Melton going back up to the top. Perkle down at the bottom of the racetrack. Drag race down the front stretch. Give it to Chad Melton. Jacob Perkle, Garrett Gregory in heat race number 4. What a race right there.
Rodney, I just got word of 50 of Matt Guillaume. He is not here tonight. He got the bonus for the most heat race wins. Didn't make it, but he still got the bonus. So
That's a hell of a deal right there. Don't even have to show up and get some money.
And he has green on his race car.
Yeah, he does.
I don't like green on my race car.
He's got a lot of green on that race car.
Matt has a lot of green, and he wins the bonus. So
now he's got some extra green.
yeah, there you go. All right, your factory stocks. Up next. Heat race number 1, 16L, Miss Lee Riley on the pole. On the outside, Mackenzie Van Diver on the outside. Chris Florio on the inside of 15M. On the outside, Jason Hood in the 429. Inside row number 3, 76N of JD Nino. Outside is 179 of Gary Fitch. Inside row number 4, that's our buddy Ryan Hopkins in the 4. Outside, 88, Rick Morosky. Starting shotgun, Caden Honeycutt in the 54K. Pick your winner right here, Rodney. I'm going to go with the 4, Rodney.
I'm going to give it to Mackenzie Van Diver. Nice starting spot for her. Here they come. Green flag. We are racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Into turn number 1, it is Van Diver. Nice second place run at 105 Speedway a couple of weeks back for Mackenzie. She leads. Lee Riley goes to the second spot, working up on the top side, the 429 of Jason Hood. They stack it up, 4 wide, 5 wide out of the corner. A little bit of contact back there. Ryan Hopkins. Ryan Hopkins has been unbeatable here at Heart of Texas Speedway as of late. Caution waves on the racetrack, yellow flag on the racetrack. Joe, I don't think we've seen Ryan Hopkins have anything that looked like that happen to him this year.
Yeah, it's been rough. It's been rough for Hopkins. Just giving the checker flag
Just
and a
win after win. We'll try it once again. A great start there for Mackenzie Van Diver in car number 20. We'll get them all back in line. We did get a lap complete right there, so we have 7 laps remaining here in your factory stock heat race number 1. Mackenzie Van Diver up on the point in car number 20, followed by the 429 right there, Jason Hood, and Nino on the outside in the 76N. Track safety crew working right here in front of us.
Once again, thank y'all for being here at Heart of Texas Speedway on a Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. So don't forget, intermission, we're going to have a modified drivers auction. We're going to sell those modified drivers and see if we can raise some money. Half goes to the whoever bids on them, and the other half goes to the drivers. So, hello, Doug Rollo. How you doing, buddy? Doug Rollo up here. Good to see you, man. All right, heat race number 1. Looks like lights still on, so we're not flashing yet. They're getting the lineup straight.
Factory stock heat race number 1. Just a packed field of factory stocks as well tonight, Joe. We're not lacking for cars. I forget the number that I heard down there. Was it 170 some odd, 180 some odd cars?
7,000.
7,000 cars in the pits here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. 7,000.
Just listen to Joe Spillman.
That's
He knows
right.
all. Kevin Fry, are we ready to go? Not yet.
Big thanks once again to Fast Shafts, as well as Bay Headers, Stephenville Starter and Electric, Dirt Defenders, Smiley's, CRS Suspension and Fabrication, Friesen, Sunoco, Goo Towing and Recovery, IRP Race Cars, IMCA.TV, Shaw Race Cars, Ware's Machine Shop, B&B Chassis, Express Race Cars, Razor Chassis by Roth, Nick Morris with ACM Services, IMCA, and Tire Demon, All-Star Shootout sponsors.
Yeah, without those guys, without that help, we couldn't have this here. So thank y'all for everybody. Got a lot of cars in the pits. Not quite 7,000. I exaggerate.
$69.99.
$69.99 here tonight on a Sunday night. Listen, we'll sell you the seat, but you'll only need the edge.
You only need the edge right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. That's how we roll. Hey, lights are flashing, everybody. We are set to go. We're about to turn them loose. Mackenzie Van Diver on the Texas two-stop, the Waco restart. Pardon me. Here we go down into the corner. Van Diver is set to go. She will stomp the gas right now. Green flag. Let's go racing at Heart of Texas Speedway. Down to the inside, Brandon Hood, they wheel it down into the corner, up to the top, Nino. Van Diver, middle of the racetrack, off they go, a little bit of contact there to the back of the 20. They race down into corner number 1, the 429 of Hood. Hood bottom feeding down at the bottom of the racetrack, Mackenzie Van Diver up on the top side. They go side by side down into turn number 1, Van Diver by inches.
Don't forget Hopkins back there. He's battling back there in his 6th position, but he's got a lot of laps around there at this racetrack. He knows he can get up front, but right now it's going to be the 429 right now of Hood out front, followed by the 197 and the 54 now on the bottom side of Caden Honeycutt.
Van Diver off the racetrack with a right rear flat, but now up at the front of the pack it is Hood in the 429. The 197 rides in second of Fitch. Now to the bottom of the racetrack, here's Caden Honeycutt. Honeycutt in the 54, Ryan Hopkins right there, side by side, up on the top side, Fitch. Down on the bottom, Honeycutt. Here they come, top 3 transfer into the A main. Continues to be the 429. The race leader, Jason Hood. Trophy dash right here. Here's Honeycutt. Ryan Hopkins to the top. Hopkins side by side. Hopkins up on the top side. The 54K down on the bottom. They're going to race it around, Joe. 2 to go this time by.
Jason Hood still out front, followed by the 197 there. But Hopkins now going to diamond it down, try to get underneath the 197, see what he can do there, and see if he can get into that second position. Don't forget, Hopkins has started dead last twice this year in a feature race and won it. And once again, he has shown why he can do that. He finds a fast way around this racetrack, and now the 429 of Hood cuts him off now. Oh, and Hopkins gets up and puts him up into the wall, but it's still going to be at the checker flag. The 429, Jason Hood, followed by Hopkins and Nino.
Boy, Joe, we saw a couple of contenders right there. We saw trouble for the Van Diver car. We saw trouble for the Honeycutt car in the 54K, so they eliminated themselves for whatever reason. Good racing right there in the factory stocks as heat race number 2 rolls out onto the back straightaway here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Heat race number 2, we got the 91, Joe Fuller, and a big booty Judy, and the outside of 17 of Chris Davis. Inside row number 2, the 0 of Brian Johnson. Outside 2X of Brandon Palmer. Inside, Gage Fuller in the X. And the outside, Shannon Duloc in the 47. Inside, row number 4, 76K of Troy Koch. Outside, Elliott Black in the 92. Shotgun. That's Mr. Dirt Defender to the 19. Billy Vest starting shotgun in the 19.
Heat race number 2. Here for the factory stocks, we have them spread out all from the state of Texas here in this race. Got a couple of guys out of Nolanville there with Fuller, or the Fullers. Out of Godley, you got Palmer. So we have them from all around the state of Texas here in heat race number 2 as we get set to go here for the factory stocks. 4 heat races this evening. Top 3 out of each heat race is going to transfer into the A main event. We'll have a B main event coming up a little bit later on in the program here tonight. Here for the finale, the All-Star Shootout fueled by Fast Shafts here tonight. Traveling across the southwest, or actually up into the north, now down into the south. And it looks like we are going to do a little bit of work over at turn number 1. as we've got Old Faithful. We've got the old white tractor out at turn number 1 to do some work there. Once again, just fantastic sponsors that have come aboard here with the All-Star Shootout. We've been talking about Fast Shafts throughout the night. They're out of Des Moines, Iowa. Our title sponsor, Bay Headers out of Genoa, New York. Stephenville Starter and Electric. Dirt Defender out of Red Oak. Smiley's right here out of Mesquite. CRS Suspension and Fabrication. Belton right down the road. Friesen out of Sutton, New England. Sunoco Race Fuels. Good Towing and Recovery out of Waco. IRP Race Cars out of Longview. IMCA TV. Hopefully you are checking in tonight on IMCA TV all around the world here as we race in Waco, Texas. Shaw Race Cars out of Batesville, Arkansas. Ware's Machine Shop out of Bangor, Wisconsin. B&B Chassis out of Belle Plaine, Minnesota. Express Race Cars out of Lafayette, Louisiana. Razor Chassis by Roth out of Platte City, New England. Nick Morris right down the road. ACM Services out of Texas. Of course, IMCA out of Vinton, Iowa. Thank you to IMCA. What a sanctioning body that is right there, setting the standard. The premier sanctioning body of dirt track racing, as well as Tire Demon out of Kelly, Iowa. Those are our 2021 All-Star Shootout sponsors, and what a shootout it has been. 4 nights of action, and it's culminating right here tonight at the world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway. 55 years racing just north of Waco. We are set to go. Joe Fuller up on the point, Chris Davis on the outside. That is your front row. Top 3 transfer in, 9 cars, 8 laps. Here they come out of turn 4. Green flag. We're racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Down into the corner, Davis will have the whole shot, move down into the corner. Fuller. Here comes Duloc. Duloc down on the bottom, side by side. Joe Fuller in car number 91. Shannon Duloc right down on the inside. Duloc parks it down at the bottom of the racetrack. He takes off after Chris Davis. Second place car is the 47, now a Duloc. Duloc right there, a Fuller. Here comes the 2 car, the 2X of Brandon Palmer. Palmer will go into the second spot. 19 car trying to make a move right there. The 19 car all the way from the back of the pack. That's Billy Vest. Billy Vest down on the bottom into turn number 1. 17 car, Chris Davis. Shannon Duloc right there. Duloc trying to cross it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Off they go down in the back straightaway. Side by side battle. The 19 of Billy Vest up on the top side. Brandon Palmer in the 2X. That is the battle that you are watching as you check in on IMCA TV. Down into the corner. Now they go single file. Now starting to shape it up at the front of the pack. 17 car holding on to Chris Davis. But here comes Shannon Duloc in the 47. We are halfway home this time by as Duloc set sail right there, trying to cut into that advantage as Chris Davis leads into 17. We'll call that about a 5-car length advantage down into the corner. Both of those drivers working up at the top of the racetrack. Track really starting to work in up on the top shelf, and all 4 of these top 4 drivers are working up at the top of the racetrack.
The track has kind of moved up right now, and they're racing on the top side. Got a little track work going on, trying to get everybody a good racing surface to go, but right now it's still right up through the middle and right up through the top. Duloc now showing up, trying to get up into that winning position, closing out on the back straightaway on the 117.
Duloc running out of time, quarter of a mile to go this time by for your race leader, Chris Davis in car number 17. He took off from the outside of the front row. Now onto the back straightaway they go. Duloc has cut that down to a 3-car length advantage. They work up at the top of the racetrack. You got a lapper down on the bottom, make it 2-car lengths. Checkered flag in the air. The 17 car of Chris Davis is your winner, followed by the 47 of Shannon Duloc, rounding out the top 3. Billy Vest, all the way from the 9th spot, will punch his ticket into the A main. What a drive for Billy Vest, the driver of car number 19. Heat race number 3 making its way out onto the racetrack as we get set to go. Here is your starting lineup. On the point in the 112, it's Cody Schilling in the 112. Row 1 on the outside, out of Taylor, it's Allison Morris. Row 2 on the inside, out of Italy, Texas. Car number 40, that's Michael Bowles on the outside. Out of Austin, he's been kicking some tail over at Cotton Bowl Speedway, just east of Austin. That 10D is the great veteran Don Painter out of Austin. Next row down on the inside, out of Grand Prairie, the 04 of Cameron Cook. Flanking him on the outside, out of Ennis, the 23W of Chris Watson. 7th position, next row down on the inside, out of Ravina, the 3F is Alex Lewis. On the outside, Papa George out of Salado, it's Papa George Egbert. Shotgun on the field, starting in position number 9. Car number 62 out of Belton, it is Jacob Pruitt. 9 cars, 8 laps, top 3 transfer into the A main, and once again, working out in that middle groove right there. Don't want anything rutting up right there. We've got so many different styles of cars here tonight, Joe. Track really is taking in well, but I really like what the great folks here at Heart of Texas Speedway are doing, getting out there, taking care of that race groove.
Try to get it under our belt early on and make it a raceable track right now. So we're going to till it up a little bit right there through 1 and 2. We'll let these heavy factory stocks with their big 10-inch tires roll that track in. That's what happens. You know, they have they're heavy cars. They're the heaviest cars here tonight. They have the biggest tires here tonight. We'll let them roll it in. We'll roll that track in and see if we can get a better racing service throughout the night. Had a lot of rain throughout Central Texas in the last week. Amazing, we got 5 races in throughout Central Texas. So we're gonna keep it going. Till it a little bit up there in 1 and 2. See if we can get a little smoother surface for them to race on. Real quick, Father Bonnie, happy birthday from St. Joseph's Church in Belmead. 50th birthday for Father Bonnie from St. Joseph's Church in Belmead. So he's here somewhere. I don't know where he's at. Y'all give him a hand. Round of applause, Father Barney. Happy birthday, Father Bonnie from St. Joseph Church, Belmead. All right.
Oh, man, I love that he came to spend it here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Yeah, of all places. Let's come here.
We need all the help we can get.
Yeah. Give me 5 Hail Marys.
All right, Joe, here we go. We're getting set to go with heat race number 3 on the gas. Let's go. Green flag. We're racing once again here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Schilling down on the inside. Allison Morris on the top side. Dead heat down into turn number 1. Watch that 40 car, Michael Bowles. Michael Bowles down to the inside. Allison Morris to the point, but here comes that grizzly old veteran, Don Painter out of Austin, working on the top side. Painter is there as they stack it 3 wide. Down into turn number 1. Morris is your race leader. Here comes Bowles, but watch out for old Don Painter.
Morris has had a good run the last few weeks in her stock car. It just had a couple little mishaps that has put her in the back. But now we have Egbert on the backside, turned sideways, and a caution flag. Not real sure what happened there, but to have the caution flag with a Egbert turned sideways, so.
Oh, you don't see that very often.
Must have had something happen to cause that. So we're gonna restack. Repack them up. Allison Morris out front, Michael Bowles. Don Painter, the veteran from asphalt days, moved over to the dirt, raced at Texas Thunder Speedway, races down at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Had a couple of wins this year, actually.
Yeah,
so,
he has had himself some kind of season there over at Cotton Bowl.
You know, last year at Cotton Bowl, Painter in a 10 car, always fast and always bad luck. That's what happened. He was fast, but stupid stuff happened. So good to see the 10 car Painter, Browning Auto Parts out front. So, but we got Miss Allison Morris out front. The 40 of Michael Bowles and Painter is your top 3 right now.
I'll tell you, we got to give it to Allison Morris. She is really liking that new car. She is getting that thing in line with where she wants it. Some really good competitive runs right now. But this is going to be a good test. Michael Bowles and Don Painter right behind her. That's a lot of experience right there as we get set. Oh, little contact there. Green flag. We're off and racing once again. Here is Bowles to the inside. Allison Morris up on the top side. Side by side. Painter is there. The 04 Cameron Cook. Great push. But Cameron Cook down to the bottom of the racetrack. That's that big, long wheelbase car down at the bottom. That one doesn't look like the rest of them, but it is hauling the mail right here as Michael Bowles is your race leader in car number 40. Side-by-side battle. The 04 is right there. Cameron Cook, back straightaway they go. Don Painter, here he comes down to the inside. Painter racing down on the bottom. Allison Morris stuck up on the outside. Painter going to make it work on the flat part of the racetrack.
Michael Bowles make it work up on the top side. Cameron Cook in that big body car making it work right through the middle, but Don Painter's putting all the pressure on him. But out front right now it's going to be Michael Bowles in the 40 car, followed by Cameron Cook and Don Painter trying to make it work on the bottom. It's still going to be Cameron Cook in your second position, followed by Don Painter, Allison Morris, George Egbert third is your top four right now, but it's still going to be up front 40, Michael Bowles, followed by Cook in that big body Malibu.
Meanwhile, behind them, Papa George Egbert right there in the car number 70, trying to get back into the battle, riding in position number 5. Remember, top 3 cars will transfer into the A main event. The action getting hot and heavy up at the front. Bowles is right there, but here comes a 04. Cameron Cook trying to take a stab. Half a mile to go. 2 laps remaining here in heat race number 3 for the factory stocks. 04 takes a look right there. Cameron Cook, nothing there. Don Painter goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Here's Painter side by side at the door. White flag in the air. This one far from unsettled. Michael Bowles in the car number 40. Side by side is a battle for second. The 04 of Cameron Cook on the top side. He stumbles it up the hill. Here comes Don Painter. Painter is there. Half a car length diving down into turn number 3. Michael Bowles will guide the field out of turn number 4. Checkered flag displayed over the 40. 04 car, Cameron Cook, Don Painter. Photo finish. Great run right behind them as well. Papa George Egbert all the way back up. The 94 of Allison Morris, but they will go to the B main. The 40, the 04, and the 10 transfer in out of the heat race. But it is the 40 of Michael Bowles that will head to Victory Circle. And we get set as heat race number 4 rolls out onto the racetrack here for your factory stocks here tonight. The finality of the All-Star Shootout fueled by Fast Shafts.
Heat race number 4 now rolling out. The 01 of John DeGrove on the pole, and outside the 21 of Clint Howard. Inside 580 of Derek Case, and the outside row number 2 46T of Stephen Thornton. Inside row number 3 Andrew Albritton, and the outside Kyle Wilkins in the 704. Fourth row inside 48 of Mike Land, and the outside the 88J of Jeff Blackwood. Blackwood starting shotgun last on the field. Here we go, lights are out. We will take in green this time by, we are going green flag race.
John DeGrove up on the point, Clint Howard on the outside. Green flag, we're racing once again here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Howard up on the top side, half a car length with that whole shot down into turn number 1. Grove working down at the bottom, row number 2. Derek Cates is right there. Here's Derek Cates right on the back bumper of Grove. Racing out of turn number 4, it is Howard. Howard up on the top part of the racetrack. Will bring the field down and lead lap number 2. Side-by-side battle happening right there behind him. Thornton in the 46T. The 7 there of Albritton. Onto the back straightaway they go. Now the top 5 cars run single file out of turn number 4. Clint Howard brings the field down for lap number 2.
Lap number 2, 2 down, 6 to go. It's going to be Clint Howard, followed by the Derek Cates and John DeGrove is your top 3 as they go down the back straightaway. Clint Howard up in the middle in the top of the track, followed by Derek Cates and John DeGrove. Caution. Caution, caution. All right. Don't forget, at intermission, we're going to do a driver's auction. We're going to sell off the modified drivers. If you buy that driver and that driver wins, you get a half the pot. So if it brings $2,000 and you buy that driver and that driver wins, you get $1,000, that driver gets $1,000. So get your cash, get with your buddies, get your money collected. I'll be in the flag stand doing it. Rodney and Big Mike's going to be down here in the stands helping. Get your cash, get your buddies. It's going to be a fun time auctioning off the drivers in the modified driver auction. So don't forget that.
Also, race fans, just a little caveat to this tonight. We haven't talked about this. We're going to talk about it a little bit later on, but all these modifieds and stock cars, they are racing for a chance in the all-star race at the Super Nationals coming up in September at Boone. So there's extra money on the line. There's extra money for you in the crowd here. But there's a lot happening here tonight with extra dollars, great payouts here tonight with this all-star shootout. And Joe, once again, like we said, we just can't stress it enough. For this thing to have come together literally in about 6 days.
Yeah, it was probably less than that. I was on the inside of everything. It happened probably in a couple hours. Here we go, green flag racing. And now Clint Howard out on the front step. He got a good jump right there, but up on the top side there, Kate's got a good start on the outside pole. Gets by John DeGrove. And now down the back straightaway is going to be the 21, Howard. But Kate's putting the pressure on. See if he diamonds it down. No, he's going to follow right and suit right below. Oh, we got around in 3 and 4, but we are going to keep it clean and keep it green as it's still going to be the 21 and Howard out front. Follow. Caution. Caution. Caution.
Yeah, a little bit of debris laying right there down at the bottom of the racetrack at turn number 4 as those cars came together, and that is probably off the 48 car of Mike Land, as Mike Land appears to be the car with the most damage as he'll bring that car around. Front nose piece is battered there along with the hood. So hopefully not anything that got into the radiator, anything into the fan or anything like that. He'll know right away. He's going to be watching that temperature gauge with that front end damage there. If that temperature starts to raise up on that 48, obviously something will have happened to the front cooling system, to the radiator and so forth on the 48, but he'll run back in line right there. But it's still Clint Howard up on the point as we get set for a Texas two-step Waco restart here in heat race number 4.
Still, every opportunity we have, every caution, we're trying to roll in the track a little bit with a track worker up there in the 1 and 2. We are trying to make this the best racing surface we can. We've had a lot of rain, Rodney, a lot of rain. If you're in a construction out in the world, you know we've had a lot of rain this week up through Central Texas, so making it the best we can. So I think Kevin Fry's going to give them maybe 1. Nope.
Yeah, still up at turn number 2.
Till in the top side.
And from what I've heard, I mean, not today, thank goodness, but there's more rain coming.
Yeah.
So it's been a very saturated May, and I think we're going to be starting June out. Thank goodness, though. The racing gods are with us here tonight because we were given a beautiful day and a great evening right here at Heart of Texas Speedway to finish out this all-star shootout.
Well, I'll be honest. When I saw the schedule for the tour, and then I saw the rain schedule, and I hate weather forecast. I hate those apps. I'm the first guy that says throw your phone away and quit looking. But I looked, and I was doubtful we would get all 5 nights in. Thankfully, when Grayson rained out, Southern Oklahoma Speedway, Nikki Webb and John Webb says, hey, bring that stuff here. We'll race here 2 nights in a row. Thank y'all for those guys at Southern Oklahoma. And here we go. We are back to heat race number 4 under Ray.
Here they come. Clint Howard brings the field down the front straightaway. Green flag in the air. Howard will punch the gas, and he'll take a 1.5 car length lead down into turn number 1. Here is Derek Cates. Derek Cates stands on the gas, but now into third. Car number 87, Andrew Albritton. Albritton into the show as they run right now. But here comes the 46, Tia Thornton back down at the bottom. Thornton, we got debris on the track at turn number 4. Looks like that came off of one of those cars. It is sitting right in the groove as the field makes their way down into the corner. Here's Howard taking the field, and they will go to the top part of the racetrack. Here's Thornton down to the bottom. Thornton, everybody missed that somehow. I'll tell you, look at the front of Thornton's car. I'll tell you what, these Monte Carlo nose pieces are taking some damage here tonight as we've had a lot of contact here.
By the end of the night, he might be Cruella de Vil. Half black and white.
Yeah,
white.
He might just be. He might just be.
But, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's, as a race director, as a race official, as a flag man, I've been all, you don't know. Is that heavy stuff that's going to damage cars? Is it going to hurt a driver? Or is it just plastic? You don't know what to do with that stuff out there. And so the directors, the flagmen have to make that decision. So they're going to go out, clean that stuff up, and we'll get back to green flag racing here in heat race number 4.
Once again, Fast Shafts, the title sponsor here of the All-Star Shootout. As we flash the lights on the back straightaway, we get set to go once again Clint Howard is your leader. Here's Derek Cates in tow. Green flag. We're doing it one more time with the factory stocks. Heat race number 4 into turn number 1, the 21 car. Trying to hold on. Clint Howard, another steady competitor right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Here comes Cates, but knocking on that door, Mike Land in the 48. Mike Land had some trouble earlier, but here he is. He's into the A main as they run right now. John DeGrove, the spinner over there on the backside, but it looks like we're going to stay clean and green. He is off and rolling. We race with 3 laps remaining, Joe. This time by 2 to go. Can he hold on? 1 car length advantage.
Well, the story is Mike Land was way back in the pack early on, out of a transfer spot. He has battled his way up. Look at the front of that race car. It is bruised, and it is blue. It is beat up, but he is now in a transfer spot. Is Mike Land in a 48? But coming to your white flag right now will be Clint Howard, Derek Cates, and Mike Land. 7 down, 1 to go right now in your heat race number 4.
Clint Howard on the back straightaway, 1 car length advantage up at the top of the racetrack, followed by Cates. Checkered flag in the air, hometown hero right here out of El Mott. The 21 car. Clint Howard wins heat race number 4, followed by Derek Cates out of Waco, rounding out the top 3. What a drive all the way back for Mike Land, and he will punch his ticket into the A main here for the factory stocks. Great run for the driver of the 48, and it's all hometown guys right there. 1, 2, 3 here in heat race number 4 with the All-Star Shootout.
All right, this is your junior limited race. Heat race number 1, the 29 JR Calden Reynolds, and outside Corbin Riojas. Inside row number 2 is 730 Jeff Bowser, and outside the 9, Liam Holland. Inside row number 3, the 3 of Corbin Willett, and the outside the 2, Miss Acrobat, Daphne Acrobat. Inside Mason Warren in the 75, and the outside the 601, that's Little Nasty Trevor Cogburn. Shotgun will be Justin Anderson in the 22. Remember, this is our beginners. This is our kiddos. These are the 13 up to 16-year-old kids learning to race. We ripped the spoiler off. Notice they don't have spoilers. We put a chip on them, make them run a hydraulic cam, and this is what we get. So this is the future of our racing. We're going to till the top side right there of 1 and 2 a little bit more, try to get a little better racetrack. Thank you for all the track workers. I believe the Webbs are out there, along with the Goods. Everybody trying to make a better racetrack. Give them a minute to pack that track in. Once again, we want to thank Fast Shafts, title sponsor of the All-Star Shootout, Bayo Header, Stephenville Starter, Dirt Defender, Smileys, CRS Suspension, Friesen Crates, Sunoco, Good Towing, IRP Race Cars, IMCA TV, Shaw Race Cars, Weir's Machine Shop, B&B Chassis, Express Race Cars, Razor Chassis by Roth, Nick Morris over at AMC Services, IMCA of Benton, Iowa, and Tire Demon. They make this tour possible, so thank you to all those sponsors. I believe this time by we'll be getting lights will be out, we'll be going green. Here we go. This is your junior limited green flag racing. '75 and Mason Warren out front, followed by the 3 and Mason Willett. Corbin Willett. Good run down the back stretch there by the 730 Mason Warren. Outside will be the 3. Bowser on the inside. 3 of Willett on the outside. Willett, 730 of Bowser. Little Nasty on the outside. Followed by 9 on the inside of Holland. Down the back straightaway, they are stretched out, but it's going to be on the top side. Halfway down, halfway to go. Willett up on the top side. You can hear him bang the chip at 730 of Bowser on the inside now. It's going to be Willett. Oh. Bowser gets up in the marble, skates up and gets out of control, but he gets it back under control now. Still out front, it's going to be the Little Nasty Cogburn on the bottom side, trying to make the pass work. Cogburn, Willett will be your top 2. Kevin Fry says 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. We're getting into lap traffic now. Now it's going to be Little Nasty, the 601 of Trevor Cogburn. Now working his way up on the top side. It's going to be your leader. Followed by the 3 of Corbin Willett. But Nasty now setting the pace of the track. It's going to be your leader. 601. Trevor Cogburn, heat race winner. Cogburn, your heat race winner. All right. Southern Sport Mod B main number 1 rolling out on the track to 10B Casey Brunson outside 4JR Boone Evans inside 601 Big Nasty Chris Cogburn outside the 23A Austin Nobauer inside row number 3 Bruce Hansen and the outside the 98H of Garrett Higgins inside row number 4 Jonathan Beard outside 11T of Tim Hamilton inside row number 5. 94 Clifford Shelton outside. Jason Hubert in 778. Inside row number 6, 153 and Robert Scribner in the outside. 717, that's GW Egbert. Inside a 17S is James Skinner in the outside. Row 7 is Casey Carnes. Inside row number 8. 2JT Justin Vaughn, and the outside Trey Votow in the 29. Out inside row number 9, OU2 Ricky Johnson. Outside the 8, Doug Ripple. Top 7 will transfer here. B feature number 1 for your Southern Sport Mods.
Man, oh man, comes down to this. You end up in the B main, and it is time to go right here, racing to keep on. Have to survive, have to finish in the top 7, Joe, to punch that ticket to the A main coming up here a little bit later tonight in this finale of the All-Star Shootout here at Heart of Texas Speedway, fueled by fast shafts.
Top 7 or go home. Actually, if you finish 8, you can watch it with us.
That's right. That's right. You can come on up here and
enjoy
add some commentary.
Yeah, and help us out. So
2 B mains here tonight for your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Remember, modified driver auction coming up here at intermission. Get your buddies together, pool that money. You could walk out of here with some hard, cold, unreportable cash.
All cash, no credit cards, no checks.
And we can't make change.
We'll get there. We'll make change if we have to.
Okay.
We'll make change if we have to.
All right.
But Brunson, Boone Evans going to lead them down the back straightaway as we have lights out. We are going to go green flag racing. This time by, Rodney.
Here we go. Green flag in the air. B-Main for your sport mod. Evans up on the top side. Working down on the bottom is Brunson. Onto the back straightaway they go. Cockburn, it's 3 wide down the back straightaway. 4 wide down the back straightaway, a little bit further back. Powering out of turn number 4, side by side. It is the car number 10 working at the bottom of the racetrack. But Evans, Boone Evans is your race leader. Working down at the bottom. Take a look at Garrett Higgins. Higgins way down at the bottom of the racetrack. Here they come making their way into turn number 3. Cockburn, big nasty move right there. He'll slide it up into the 3rd spot. Top 7 into the A-main. Caution flag. Caution flag on the racetrack right here at turn number 1. You get 1 turn sideways and we'll slow them all down.
I don't know who that is.
And look like the 175 or the 17S there is Skinner, I believe, down at the bottom. So he'll get that car righted and turn back around. Joe, they're going to be racing for that lead, but you got to know when we get to the end of this, when you get to 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, that's where the action's going to be.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they're going to be just kind of rolling along. They know they've locked it in. They're not going to be battling much, but 5, 6, 7, 8, that's where the action will happen. 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we'll see what happens here in B main number 1. Lights are on still on the back straightaway, so we're not going green yet.
As they run right now, 1 lap complete. It is Boone Evans, your leader in the 4JR. 2nd place car, the 10B of Casey Brunson. The 23A is 3rd. That's Austin Neubauer. 4th place car, the big nasty Chris Cockburn in the 601. Garrett Higgins, your 5th place car, followed by the 11T of Tim Hamilton and Jason Hubert on the cutoff line as they run right now. Joe, lights are flashing. We're about to turn them loose as we get set to go.
Don't look back at the 717, setting 1 spot out, looking in. That's GW Egbert. He never likes to miss an A-main, so let's see what happens right now. Green flag, here we go. Boone Evans leads him down. It is a single file as Boone Evans followed by 10 and Casey Brunson. Chris Cockburn now skates up in the top side. They are 4 wide down the back straightaway. There for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Bonnet and 2J2 set sideways the wrong way on the back straightaway, so we will restack and repack, but we had a good race up front right there. Boone Evans, Brunson, Cogburn. It's like they didn't realize they all get to go into the A main, so still going to be the 4JR of Boone Evans out front, followed by the 10B of Casey Brunson and the 601 Chris Cogburn, big nasty. All right, Kevin Fry looking up. Are we ready to go race control? Kevin Fry says. Kevin Fry says. Survey says. Not yet. Getting them lined up. I tell you what, it's been a good race up front right now between the 4JR of Boone Evans and the 10B of Casey Brunson and 601 of Chris Cogburn mixing it up there, top 3. They all qualify, but don't tell them that. They think it's 1,000 to win up front in the B main. So we will see what happens. Kevin Fry, are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? Ready, set, go. Not yet. Still thinking about it.
Still, we're going to get that lineup right. It looks
2
like,
to go, he says.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin Fry, our man, in the birdcage here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Looks like he's ready to flash the lights. That dude is fired up and ready to go.
Dude, he wants to go racing. Let's go,
He's
boys.
ready. Going to show them one this time by. Up at the front of the pack, it is Boone Evans in the 4. JR, your race leader, racing for their lives right here, Joe.
Well, and I make light that the top 7 transfer, but every spot you finish ahead is 2 spots ahead in
Absolutely,
A. So
yeah.
I make light of it, but every spot actually does matter because it's instead of row 12, it's row 10 or 9 or whatever. So it makes a big difference. But here we go. Lights will be out on the back straightaway.
We are set to go. Green and going once again here from Heart of Texas Speedway. Into turn number 1, Boone Evans is your leader, 1 car length. Second place car, Casey Brunson. Up on the top side, Chris Cockburn. Fourth place car is Hamilton. Up at the top of the racetrack, Cockburn trying to take the long way around. Out of corner number 4, they flash by once again. 12 laps to go that time by. Chris Cockburn, second place car. Brunson down to the bottom. Back straightaway they go. Brunson down on the bottom. Up at the front of the pack, Evans trying to hold on. Boone Evans slams the door on the 10 of Brunson. They flash side by side. That battle for second. Look at the battle for fourth. Down on the inside, the 98 of Garrett Higgins. G.W. Egbert is now into the main event. Hamilton running back into 5th position. And here comes that beautiful number 153 of Robert Scribner. They check off another lap.
Boone Evans making it work on the bottom side with Chris Cockburn and Casey Brunson up through the middle and the top side, trying to close in on that gap. But the race right now is back into 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Egbert is now dicing and slicing 3 wide down the front straightaway for 4th, 5th, and 6th place as now Egbert takes up 4th position. Moving on up, it's going to be Egbert in front of the Higgins and Scribner. But Scribner now up in that transfer position in that brand new 153 machine. But it's still going to be out front. It's going to be Boone Evans on the bottom side. But now Chris Cockburn looking to the top side. He's going to shoot that top side, see if he can get by him. But Cockburn working the top side. And it's still going to be Evans by a bumper. But Cockburn found that fast line. Oh, Evans slips up. Cockburn dives it down, drives underneath, takes that lead. Now through 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Oh, and they take the lead back now. And Cockburn now by a bumper. Cockburn up on the top side. Evans on the bottom side. It is a race up front there, slicing and dicing and duking it out as they're now getting up into the black traffic. But now up on the top side is Cockburn. On the bottom side, Evans. Still going to be Cockburn by a bumper on the top side.
What a battle up at the front of the pack. Boone Evans in that 4 car trying to hold on. But here comes up to the front of the pack, Cockburn, now your race leader, as they make their way down, top 7 cars into that A main event. G.W. Egbert is right there. He rides in the 4th position. Back straightaway they go. Battle heating up for second. The 4 car, Evans, trouble up in front of him. Bruce Henson involved there right in front of the leaders in turn number 3. Everybody takes evasive action, gets on the binders. They're able to miss that, Joe. This thing is built into some kind of finale right here in this first B main.
Whew, I'm out of breath, but I tell you what, up front, you got Cockburn, you got Evans there battling out back and forth, and you got Egbert, who's been on the move now up into position 4, and you got 2 spinners right in front of the field. And man, I need an adult beverage right now. Bring it up.
Man, take a look at the replay. Cockburn up on the top side as he's able to make it stick there. He gets around Evans as they go down into the corner. Evans working down at the bottom, but Cockburn just crosses it over. They go wheel to wheel down into turn number 3, and right about there, Cockburn stumbles, and back down to the bottom is Boone Evans, and there you see them making their way down the front stretch. Wheel to wheel right there as they dive it into turn number 1. That replay courtesy of IMCA.TV here in this first A main. We have seen some fantastic action. Or B main, pardon me, sorry.
It
Well
feels
ahead of
like
myself.
A main.
Feels like an A main.
It feels like a main. They're racing like it's an A main. And I tell you what, to see them slice and dice, they cross over, they check up. And honestly, Cockburn and Evans is giving each other a little room to race. You bobble, I'll give you room to bobble. I'm going to diamond under. I'm not going to dump you. That's impressive to see. That's nice to see, actually.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we're starting to see, Joe, the track is rutting up a little bit right there. We saw in that sequence right there, and that's that respect that you're talking about, because they know that those cars are going to bounce around. It's not going to be a steady move to be
Yeah,
made.
It's
So
not slick top to bottom. There's
absolutely,
a little bit of character.
absolutely.
There's a little bit of render work. But Kevin Fry says, all right, kids, 1 to go. Lights will be out on the back straightaway. Remember, here at Heart of Texas Speedway, modified Texas restart. Once the light goes out, the leader can take off at any point. Once that take off, we will start racing at that point. No cone, no tire. Right now, we're going to go racing.
Here
Cogburn
we go. Chris Cogburn up at the front of the pack. We are racing green and going. Off we go. Boone Evans down to the bottom. They race it down into turn number 1. Casey Brunson is right there. Here comes G.W. Egbert back straightaway, working up on the top side. Cogburn in the 601 side by side. Boone Evans down on the bottom. Way up at the top, Casey Brunson. Here comes G.W. Egbert down the front straightaway. They'll dive it down into turn number 1. This is lap number 10. Lap number 12. Onto the back straightaway they go, Joe. 2 laps to go this time by. 1 car length advantage for the big nasty Chris Cogburn.
Chris Cogburn still. Now Brunson right there, Boone and Egbert now. Casey Brunson on the bottom side trying to make it work. See if he slide it up. No, not quite enough momentum. White flag, 1 lap to go right now. The big nasty last week's winner right here. Chris Cogburn up on the top side, trying to make it right through as we have Brunson, followed by Boone and Egbert as your top 4. We're going to see how it goes right now. It's going to be Chris Cogburn, Brunson, Evans, Egbert, Higgins, Hamilton, Scribner making the top 7. Scribner making it in there. Top 7.
Scribner, that final car that's able to make his way in. And how about that drive for G.W. Egbert? Looked a little bleak for G.W. there at one point, but Egbert comes back nicely, and he advances all the way up to 4th. So like you talked about, yeah, just get in, but hey, get in, add 3 spots. You start that much better in the A main.
3 spots equals 6 in the A. So, all right. B main number 2 for your Southern Sport Mods. Wyatt Wilkerson on the inside pole. The outside 7MK, Kyle Wilkins. Outside the 5R, Ryan Bryan. On the outside 12, Brandon Guerin. Inside the 777, that's my buddy James Hunnish. Outside Caleb Emerson in the 35. Inside row number 4, 7K of Kevin Parker. And outside the 110 of Ronnie Johnson. Inside row number 5, that's Kane Buckmeyer, the 69X. Outside of 15C of Chris Adams. Inside row number 6, 21R of Matt Rust. Outside the 54 of Dan Day. Inside row number 7, the 4G, that's Garrett Rawls, Crazy Legs himself. Outside row number 7, the 104, Juan Gravella. And inside row number 8, Anthony Spencer in the 35S. Outside 10R of John Rodriguez. Shotgun on the field, the 25 of Riley Poole. Once again, top 7 will transfer here in B main number 2 at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Wyatt Wilkerson on the point, car number 78, all the way out of Bell City, Louisiana, making the tow. And he is here tonight sitting in the catbird seat to punch that ticket for the A main. Like Joe said, we are taking 7. We take 7 out of this. We took 7 out of the first one. And this will finish out our lineup for the 20-lap main event coming up here tonight in this all-star shootout finale fueled by Fast Shafts. It all concludes here tonight after a fantastic 4 days of racing. What a great tour we are watching, and there's not a better place to finish this thing off than historic Heart of Texas Speedway right here in Waco tonight. Great crowd on hand, and these folks are jazzed up. They are pumped. They're ready to go. It is a great Sunday night of racing. Memorial Day weekend. Hope you are spending your Memorial Day weekend with those you love. And please, 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 if you have the opportunity, thank a veteran, thank a service person, thank those folks for making this country so great. That's what Memorial Day is all about.
All right, here we go. 55 years here, 55 years strong at Heart of Texas. Brandon Garrett, I believe that is our points leader in the Southern Sport Mods. Second row outside. Let's see if he can get up to the front, maintain that top 7, and transfer into the A main tonight. We are going to get 1 to go, I believe, next time by. We had some track workers out there. You can see 1 and 2 had that slick spot, and it was rough above, rough below. They've worked that out of the racetrack. The track workers have done a phenomenal job here of maintaining a smooth, raceable racetrack all night long here at Heart of Texas Speedway. So here we go. We got the 78 on the inside and the 7 MK. Let's see what happens.
Top 7 make the show right here. It is Wilkerson, Wilkins, Brown, Guerin, Honish, Emerson, Parker, Johnson, and the rest. We are set. Lights are off, and we are ready to go. B main number 2, 12 laps here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. On the gas, let's go. Green flag, we're racing here at Hot. Into turn number 1, off they go. It is Wilkerson down at the bottom of the racetrack. Into the corner they go. They slam it onto the back straightaway. They stay side by side up at the front of the pack. 4-car melee at the back of the pack, but the action's up at the front. Here come your leaders out of corner number 4. Wilkins will be your race leader in the 7K, followed by Wilkerson and Brandon Garrett onto the back.
Yeah, you don't want to be the point leader and not make the A main, so here we go. All right, we're going to restack and repack them right here. But as we talked about, Brandon Guerin in the 12 making moves, trying to get up to the front. Top 7 will transfer here. All right, B main number 2. 7MK of Kyle Wilkins. 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson. Brandon Guerin in the 12. As we get ready to go, Kevin Fry. Not yet. Trying to get him straightened out right there, coming down the front stretch. Once again, fast shafts. Thank you all for providing air. Oh, lights will be going out right now. So Kyle Wilkins, let's go racing. Kyle Wilkins get a good run down the front straightaway and on the bottom side to 78 of Wyatt Wilkinson. But now Brandon Guerin up on the top side, trying to make something work up on the very, very, very top side. Gets a good run with the momentum. Woo! Brandon Guerin from the third to first in 1 lap up on the top side. Brandon Guerin in 12 car down the back straightaway now up on the top side. Followed by Kyle Wilkins and Wyatt Wilkinson, and 777 of Honish is your top 4. Honish now down to the bottom side, trying to make something work. Can't quite make it work on the bottom side. Guerin found something up on the top side. Now everybody's moving up a little bit, trying to make that work up on the top side, but it's going to be Brandon Guerin, Wyatt Wilkinson, Kyle Wilkins, James Honish, Dan Day, Caleb Anderson, Ronnie Johnson in the 110. That is going to be your top 7. That's your transfer cars. But here we go. Lap 5 of 15. It's going to be Brandon Guerin, followed by Wyatt Wilkinson, Kyle Wilkins, James Honish, Dan Day, Caleb Emerson, and Payne Buckmeyer in the 69X, now in the 7th position. As we're coming now to 7 down, 7 laps down. It's going to be Brandon Guerin, Wyatt Wilkinson, Kyle Wilkins, James Honish, Dan Day, Caleb Emerson, and Payne Buckmeyer. Brandon Guerin making it work up on the top side. Wyatt Wilkins trying to chase him down the back straightaway. Just can't find enough to close that gap as we go into 3 and 4. Now it's Brandon Guerin down the front straightaway. Brandon Guerin, Kyle Wilkinson. Kyle Wilkins right there in the 7 MK. Kyle Wilkins trying to make something happen. He just can't make it. We're racing down the front straightaway now. 9 laps down. 6 to go. It's going to be Brandon Guerin leading your B-main number 2 here in your IMCA Southern Sport Bonds. Brandon Guerin down through 3 and 4, down the front straightaway. Brandon Guerin, Wyatt Wilkins, Kyle Wilkins, Dan Day, James Honnish, Caleb Emerson, Garrett Rawls is now in your top 7. Down the back straightaway is a 78 there. Wyatt Wilkins through 3 and 4. Up on the top side there. A couple of slow cars riding the bottom side there. 7K now gets filed. Brandon Guerin, Wyatt Wilson, Dan Day, Kyle Wilkins, James Honnish, Caleb Williamson, Garrett Warrells is your top 7. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow flag on the racetrack now. 12 down, 3 to go. Got a car up in the top of 1 and 2. Dead in the water. Still going to be Brandon Guerin at 12 out front, followed by the 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson. 54 of Dan Day on the outside, the inside. 77 MK of Kyle Wilkins. 777 of Honnish, followed by the 35 of Caleb Emerson. And the 4G Crazy Legs, Garrett Rawls. Garrett Rawls running 7th. Couple of laps to restack and repack them right now. Little technical difficulties. I'm sure you're surprised by that with Joe Spillman in tune. Ditch digger by day and announcer by night, but here we go. Garrett Rawls out front, followed by Wyatt Wilkerson, Dan Day, Kyle Wilkins, James Honnish, and Caleb Emerson. Garrett Rawls now in your transfer position. Rodney, are you back?
I'm here, buddy. Let's do this.
Goodness, we're back.
All right, we are set to go. Here they come. We are ready to roll.
Lights are out, almost. Kevin Fry says, not this time.
So Brandon Guerin up at the front of the pack. Guerin, man, what a drive for him as he's got it up at the front, man. And Guerin is so good here at Heart of Texas Speedway. As you said, Joe, point leader here, and
don't forget, his kid won the bicycle races last week. Don't forget that. That's impressive.
Absolutely. We are set to go. 3 laps remaining here in the second B main for the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. It is Guerin up on the point. He will drag the field down into turn number 3, ready to go. Dan Day right there on the inside. We are set. Here they come. Green flag. We're racing once again here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Contact. Big melee out of turn number 4. You've got cars turned every which direction over there. 3-car melee. Onto the back straightaway we go. Oh man, here come the leaders. Caution. Caution flag comes out. Boy, Joe, exactly what we've been talking about. That happening right there around that 5th, 6th, 7th place. You got guys, you want to get into the A main, you got to do everything you can right now, and that's what happens.
Win it out, wreck them out. If they can't finish, they can't beat you.
That's exactly right. I mean, that has to be the mindset at the moment, and that's what you saw right there. And we've got some battered cars, and now it is go time. That may not be the last time we see that.
Oh, no. No, we still have modifieds and stock cars to go. That will not be the last time we see that. Promise. Guerin. Day. Wilkerson.
Getting them all back in line once again, showing them on this time by showing them on here in B main number 2 for your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Win, or well, not win, advance or go home right now. Brandon Guerin with a Waco restart out by himself. Dan Day right behind him, followed by Wilkerson. Here we go. Still 3 laps to go here in this race. Guerin on the gas. Green flag, we're racing once again. Off they come out of corner number 4, and it'll be Guerin up at the top of the racetrack. Dan Day goes to the bottom. The 7K of Kyle Wilkins is right there, back straightaway side by side behind him. Garrett rolls down there up to the top of the track. Here they come around. This time by 2 to go. 2 to go that time by. A little bit of a cushion right there for Guerin. Here's Dan Day down at the bottom of the racetrack. This time by Joe. White flag one more time around.
Brandon Guerin has showed them the way around this racetrack all night long, but Dan Day now has got up into that top 2 position. And so we get white flags. It's going to be Brandon Guerin, Dan Day, Wilkins, Rawls, Emerson, Buckmeyer now up in the top 7 in Johnson, and that's going to be their qualifying positions. It's going to be Brandon Guerin followed by Dan Day, Wilkins, Rawls, Emerson, Buckmeyer makes it in, and Adams. I tell you what, Buckmeyer, a lot of people don't know the 69 of Buckmeyer, pretty new to the sport, and to make the A main tonight from deep in the pack and get back up there, pretty good by Kane Buckmeyer in the 69X in the 6th position.
And I'll tell you, how about that move there for Chris Adams as he grabs the final spot. Ronnie Johnson in turn number 3 was sitting in the 7th spot. Ronnie Johnson finishes in the 9th spot and will not transfer. Chris Adams with a fantastic move punches his way into the A main here tonight. Stock cars onto the racetrack for B main action. Here are your IMCA stock cars.
Stock car B feature number 1, top 6 will transfer. We're going to do a little track work down in 1 and 2. Again, track is a little rough in 1 and 2. I love to see the track out there working, trying to make it more racy, you know, a little more racy for everybody out there. 29J of Jack Branson on the pole on the outside. That's my buddy Stephen Bill Starter, Dennis Bissonette in 07D. Inside row number 2, Jeremy Bradley. And the outside, the 27 of Michael Wolford. Inside row number 3, Kerry White in the 64. Outside 69Z of Zach Terry. Inside Colton Monroe in the 7-1-2. Outside row number 4 is his 3X, Travis Storman Norman. Inside row number 5, 48R of Raymond McSpadden. Outside Larry Bradley in the 52. Inside row number 6, that's Allison Morris in the 94A. And outside Chris Birmingham in the C3. Again, top 6 transfer. So we're going to roll this in a little bit. try to get us a track we can work on, try to get it good from top to bottom. Good job out there at the Heart of Texas Speedway.
And this is B&B Chassis B main number 1 here for your IMCA stock cars. B&B Chassis, one of the proud sponsors of the All-Star Shootout. They're based out of Belle Plaine, Minnesota, and they are sponsoring a series running all the way here in Oklahoma and Texas. That's good folks right there. B&B Chassis presenting here B main number 1. Joe, so the night rolls on, and again, very impressive here what the track staff is doing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. You can go to racetracks around the country, and when the track starts running up, you start losing the track a little bit, they're going to say, hey, fine. I mean, the racing program goes on. I mean, you just keep going. We haven't seen that here tonight. They have been out here rolling this thing every chance they get.
You got what you got. Everybody races on the same track. That's kind of the general, kind of how they race. That's just, hey, we all race on the same track. Not here at Heart of Texas. We're going to work it in between, and we're going to see if we can get something a little bit better to work on. So we got Branson out front. Dennis Bissonette, we'll see what the 07. The 07 in the heat race kind of got stuck behind a few cars, got kind of in a bad position. But, he saved his car. He didn't wreck it. He didn't tear it up. It is still raceable for the B main. So let's see what Dennis Bissonette out there on the outside pole can do here in the 07D.
B&B Chassis B main number 1 here for your IMCA stock cars. B main number 2 coming up after this. Still have modified B mains as well, so we'll work you up to intermission. We'll have our modified IMCA modified driver auction at that point, and then we roll you right into main event action here with the finale of the All-Star Shootout, fueled by Fast Shafts, and it all culminates right here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Joe Spillman and Rodney Rodriguez, hope you are enjoying the action here tonight on a gorgeous night. Chamber of Commerce evening for racing.
Yeah, and thank you again for IMCA TV, putting this on. If you can't be here, you're across the country, you can't see it, thanks to IMCA TV, you can watch it right here at Heart of Texas Speedway, the 29 Jack Branson, 07D and Dennis Bissonette on the outside. Stock cars, my favorite class. Here we go. We are stock car racing B main number 1.
Here they come onto the front straightaway. Bissonette up on the top side. They flash by. Branson is there way up at the top of the racetrack. Bissonette back straightaway they go. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Travis Norman, a little bit of contact there. 69 up on the top side. Here they come. They'll wrestle them out of turn number 4. Past the start-finish line. Your leader is Bissonette, followed by Branson, Bradley, Walford, and White. That is your top 5. Side by side going to the inside. Jeremy Bradley, car number 25. Trying to dip to the inside of Branson out of the corner. Watch them side by side. It is the 29J able to hold on to the spot. Branson will be in the runner-up spot. Now working at the bottom of the racetrack, but up to the top of the racetrack. Michael Walford in car number 27. Walford pulls to the outside of the 25. This is lap number 3.
And Dennis Bissonette in the 07D out front, just kind of running whatever line he wants to run. They are trying to top, they're trying to bottom, they're trying through the middle to catch him. But the 07D, Dennis Bissonette out front, followed by the 29J of Jack Branson, the 25 of Jeremy Bradley, Wolford, Norman, White behind him, trying to catch up and gather up as they're trying to get to him. But Dennis Bissonette out front, and they're right now running right through the middle of the racetrack. He has found the fast way around the racetrack. But for second, third, and fourth right now, it's going to be Branson. Wolford, Bradley, 3 wide down the back straightaway. It's going to be Bradley on the bottom side with the 25. They are dicing right through 3 and 4. Bradley is going to be your third place leader coming to the line.
That battle right there just ahead of the cut line. The 25 leading the charge. That is the 25 car of Jeremy Bradley. Bradley is right there in the second spot. Look at this mess right near behind him going down to the inside. Branson in the 29J. They lock it up. Still working up on the top side. It's Walford. Up there with him is Travis Norman, followed by the 64 car of Kerry White. And just outside the cut line, contact right there. Oh my goodness, slinging across. Raymond McSpadden making some contact. 27 car of Michael Walford down at the bottom of the racetrack. Now Raymond McSpadden into the A main. Wolford is rolling onto the back straightaway. Way up by his lonesome is 07D Bissonette. Bissonette leading another lap. But look at this happening behind him. The 29J car, Branson, Bradley, White, Norman, McSpadden. They are in the A main. Right behind him, here comes the 52 car. Now Larry Bradley on the outside looking in. This time by 2 laps to go. This time by as Bissonette leads by a comfortable straightaway advantage. But look at this mess happening right there behind him.
Branson made an impressive showing right now, running right through the middle of the track. But on the bottom side, you got Bradley trying to get underneath Branson. But up on the top side there, you got Norman trying to get on the top side. But don't forget, Dennis Bissonette, Stephen Wilsarter himself, out in front by a straightaway over everybody else. White flag is out, and here he comes. Checkered flag, B main #1 winner, Dennis Bissonette in the 070, followed by the 29, Jack Branson, Bradley, White, Norman, Raymond McSpadden working his way from deep in the pack up into the qualifying position will be Raymond McSpadden. 2 nights on that race car and 2 nights in a stock car for the 48 of Raymond McSpadden.
And I'll tell you that racing luck sometimes is so important right there as McSpadden. There you see the tailpiece dragging off from the backside of that 48 Chevrolet. However, he is able to avoid that incident between turns 3 and 4. Did get into the contact right there, but McSpadden, I'm not sure how that happened, Joe. Sometimes that luck is on your side, sometimes it's not. Tonight it definitely was for the 48R of Raymond McSpadden.
I've always said it's better to be lucky than good. So that was McSpadden in the 48R making it up there. All right, here we go. The 165, my buddy Eric Miles on the pole. Outside J.D. Davis in 62. B main #2, inside row #2, the 09C Demetrius Carter, and the outside Roman Garcia. Inside row #3, Charlie Brown, and the outside the 4JR of Boone Evans. Inside row #4, the 77 of Dylan Sabone, and outside the 20T of Thomas Hall. Inside row #5, y'all keep an eye on that 512 AJ Dancer, and the outside the 13G of David Good, starting dead last. Shotgun on the field. That is Mr. Daryl Campbell. That is Destroyer Chassis himself, starting shotgun. So let's keep an eye on Daryl Campbell, AJ Dancer, and see how they move up through the field.
B&B Chassis B main #2 coming up here for your stock cars. Remember, a lot on the line right here. I mean, the caveat to this, modifieds in the stock cars, there's an opportunity right here to get into that all-star race at Boone with all this to shake out. So you got to get in that main event right here. That is the #1 thing. Your objective if you are in this race. Top 6 are going to transfer in, and we saw some kind of action happening right there. And Joe, this is going to get even more dramatic right here. This is a smaller field. So now, man, you're going to get to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. That's when it's going to be go time right there. This really is time to go to the pay window in this race.
Yeah, if you don't pass through here, you don't get to the next one. So pretty straightforward. There's 10, only 7 transferred. So that last 3 spots is a place to watch right now and see what happens. We got the track workers out there in 1 and 2 coming out of 2. Kevin Fry says, hey, we're going green. Get that orange trucker off the race. Here we go.
Get that off my track, says Kevin Fry. Here we go. Eric Miles up on the point, followed by J.D. Davis on the outside. 12 laps to go. B&B Chassis B main #2. On the gas, 1 car length advantage into turn #1. Miles down, now moving up to the top side. Coming down to the bottom, here comes Demetrius Carter. Talked about Carter, he had some trouble last night. Went to victory lane, had some trouble in the tech shed, but here is Carter trying to race out of B&B Chassis B main #2. Front straightaway they go up on the top side. Miles trying to work in the middle of the racetrack, 3-wheeling off of corner #2. Down to the back straightaway they go. Top 6 will transfer into the A main. It's Demetrius Carter, your leader, at lap #2.
Demetrius Carter makes no time making up into the front row right there after the little mishap at Kennedale last night with the shock mounts. We're like, we'll weld those up and we will go racing tonight. And Demetrius Carter out front with the 09C, no problem getting up to the front. Now everybody's diving to the bottom. We saw earlier in the race, everybody's up on the top side in the earlier B-main, but now they're on the bottom side. Demetrius Carter followed by Boone Evans, Eric Miles, Roman Garcia, J.D. Davis, and A.J. Dancer. Don't look back, but the Dancer now is up in the top 7 to transfer.
Side-by-side battle, and you've got action happening a little bit further back right there behind them. The 77 car down on the inside as they race in that cutoff spot. 92 car right ahead of them. Oh my goodness, you watching it on imca.tv. Back straightaway they go, now they go 3 wide. Down into the corner. Front of the pack is all settled, but everything behind them. Contact out of turn number 4. Third place car making contact. The 121 of Eric Miles, or the 165 Eric Miles. As Garcia there in the 121 making contact with him, but they're able to stay on the racetrack. But here comes A.J. Dancer out of Red Rock, Texas. A.J. Dancer down on the bottom, and he is now into the A-main. Single file racing up into the top 6, working up on the top side. The 83 of Darrell Campbell. Back straightaway they go, racing this one out. We are past the halfway point. Leaders flashing by once again, but look at the battle for third. Here's Dancer down on the inside. The 165 of Miles up on the top side. A.J. Dancer is right there to the inside, up at the lead. You've got them side by side for the lead. Campbell up on the top, or Carter up on the top side. Here comes Boone Evans. Drag race down the front straightaway. Evans down at the bottom. Carter on the top side. Carter's going to cross it over and try to come back at him at the quarter panel. They'll race down the back straightaway. Carter backs out of it, slamming the door. Here's Boone Evans. Here they come out of turn number 4. 2 laps to go this time by.
2 laps to go as we're watching back in the pack. The lead up front has really been where it's at right now. And out front, Boone Evans followed by Demetrius Carter is like really battling up front. And here we go. We're going to get the white flag right now for the 4 car of Boone Evans, followed by Demetrius Carter. Don't look back, but A.J. Dancer in the 512 is running a solid 3rd place. Eric Miles in 3rd place, 121 to Romer Garcia, and Darrell Campbell now worked his way up into the top 7, 6. And now for our win, we're going to get Boone Evans, Carter, Dancer, Miles, Garcia, Campbell. I tell you what, we got stuck looking way back in the pack when the battle was up front. Sometimes we get stuck up front and the battle's in the back. Tonight it was opposite, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Boone Evans right there in the Forge AR, the driver out of Bullard, Texas. Fantastic race right there with the driver out of Alvarado. Demetrius Carter, talked about Carter earlier, had some trouble last night, but he will go into the A-main event. That will be a contender as we get set for more B-main action coming up. Rolling out onto the track, it is your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds.
Modifieds, IMCA Modifieds rolling out right now. B-main number 1, the 11R of Ryan Bill, and the outside the 78 of Trevor Egbert. Inside, row number 2, Tommy Davis in the 17, and the outside, David Good in the 7G. Inside, Troy Scherenberg on the 7S, and the outside, Steve Askew in the 7. Inside, Mark Patterson in the 1, and the outside, Neil Flowers in the 85. Outside, row number 5, the 000M, Buddy McCool, and the outside, the 87 of Ryan Williams. Inside, Colby Moore, and the outside, Jeff Emerson. Emerson starting place 12. So this will be top 6 transfer, 12 laps.
Here we go. Trevor Egbert up on the outside of row number 1. Already a feature race win here in the Modifieds at Heart of Texas Speedway this season. Sitting over on the outside, as Joe Spillman said, top 6 are going to punch their ticket into that A-main here in this first B-main for your Modifieds. Fantastic field of cars here on this final night of action with the All-Star Shootout. And these Modifieds will run 2 B-mains. And that intermission time, we remind you, Coming up, we will have that modified driver auction. We'll do it right here live. Joe will be up in the flag stand. Get that money together. A great opportunity right there for you to take home some cash. As we talked about, half of it goes to that winning driver, half of it goes to that winning fan. If it's $2,000, $1,000 goes to the driver, $1,000 goes to that lucky winner right here in the grandstands. That's coming up at intermission. Once again, the track crew working out as they're rolling in now. Looks like up right around the third groove over in turns number 1 and 2. Continuing to make this racetrack as good as possible. Want to give these drivers the best track as possible here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Lots of money on the line here tonight here in this final event of the All-Star Shootout. And once again, Fast Shafts, presenting sponsor out of Des Moines, Iowa. Bay Headers out of Genoa, New York. Stephenville Starter and Electric, Dirt Defender, Smiley, CRS Suspension and Fabrication, Friesen, Sunoco Race Fuels, Good Towing and Recovery, IRP Race Cars, IMCA.TV. Hope you're checking us out here tonight from Waco, Texas. Shaw Race Cars, Where's Machine Shop, B&B Chassis, Express Race Cars, Razor Chassis by Roth, Nick Morris with ACM Services, IMCA, and Tire Demon out of Iowa. We're set to go. B-Main number 1. Drop that brag. Green flag. We're racing. Into turn number 1 they go. The drag race. Egbert up on the top side. Back straightaway they go. Big push up on the top side. It'll be Trevor Egbert 3 wide going into the corner. The 17 of Tommy Davis Jr. down on the bottom. He'll slide job that thing into second. Spinner between turns 3 and 4. Working up at the top, David Good Jr. Good is there. 69 car sitting stalled between turns 1 and 2. The field bearing down on him, and the caution flag will come out. Caution flag on the racetrack. Tommy Davis Jr. Huge move there on the start, and TDJ will sit in that second spot. As we get them all back in line, the 7's battling right there. Shayberg there in the 7S, David Good Jr. in the 7G. But all of that will slow them down as we'll re-rack them and restack them once again. Trevor Egbert, fantastic move on the jump with that whole shot jump, and then he works on the top shelf and powers himself out to what was a 5-car length advantage. However, that caution will eliminate all of that, and we'll try it once again. Field back in line. Top 6 cars will transfer into the A main. First B main here for your modifieds. Egbert in the 78. Tommy Davis Jr. in the 17. David Good Jr. Troy Shayberg in the 7S. Ryan Veal, Mark Patterson. That is your top 6. Field gathering them around. Going to show them one this time by showing them one as they roll under the flag stand right here at historic Heart of Texas Speedway. And a flash those yellow lights. That's how we do it here at Heart of Texas. You see those lights flashing over on the back straightaway. That light will now go off, and at that point, your leader Egbert can go whenever he is ready to go. He'll go right now. Green flag. We're racing once again. Tommy Davis immediately down to the bottom of the racetrack as they make their way onto the front straightaway. Great momentum up on the top. Egbert is there. Tommy Davis down on the bottom, side by side. David Good Jr. on the top side, racing down the back straightaway. Shayberg down on the bottom. 4 cars, they're double stacked out of corner number 4. Top side, Egbert, fantastic move. Will take the field down into turn number 1. 17 of Tommy Davis trying to get the run down on the bottom. Shayberg is there in the 7S. Shayberg now settles in side by side behind him. There they come out of corner number 4. Egbert leads that loud.
Trevor out front right now. We're up on the top side, working to rip the lip on the top side. But on the bottom side, Tommy Davis Jr. and Troy Sherber, David Good Jr. and Neil Flowers trying to make it work on the bottom or through the middle. But it's still going to be Egbert up on the top side. And on the bottom side, it's going to be the 17 of Tommy Davis Jr., followed by the 7S and Troy. And then we're going to work it through here as we get 5 laps down, 7 to go in our B main number 1 for the IMCA modifieds.
Trevor Egbert, car number 78. He is rim riding around the top of the racetrack. Shea Bird down at the bottom as they motor out of turn number 4. Side-by-side battle. Tommy Davis up on the top side. Davis trying to take the long way around Heart of Texas Speedway. Let's see if he tries to cross it down to the bottom. He'll get back in line once again, but we continue to watch Egbert way up at the top of the racetrack. Trouble. Turn number 4, you got a spinner getting back in line, cutting across, able to avoid all the problems. But now here is Tommy Davis Jr. all the way back to 3rd. Shea Bird sitting in that 2nd spot, continuing to be up at the front of the pack, running way up at the top of the racetrack. Trevor Egbert has found something. Egbert working at the top. Shea Bird goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Very distinctive, different lines right here from your top 2 racers. It's trouble in turn number 4. Trouble turn number 4 down on the apron. Caution flag waves. As you got a spinner down at the bottom, it looks like it is the 19C of Colby Moore that loses a grip and spins out at turn number 4.
We'll have a caution. We'll bring it out and we will restart. We will repack the field, but right now it's going to be Egbert out front, followed by Troy Schulberg and Tommy Davis Jr., Neil Flowers, Emerson, and Mark Patterson in the 1 car. That'll be your transfer position. So watch that run between Patterson, David Good Jr., Ryan Veal there, the 7, 8, and 9 cars, as we'll see how that shakes out. So.
And Joe, we're watching up at the front of the pack just how good the racetrack is tonight, because Egbert has been rim riding this entire time up at the top of the track. He made that move on lap number 1 and surged out to the advantage. Shea Bird, the 2nd place car, he's rim riding down around the bottom, but you watch throughout the field, everybody spread out throughout the track. Fantastic racetrack here tonight once again.
Yes, it's not dominant. It's not dominant top. It's not dominant bottom. Where you feel comfortable is where it's dominant. So it's a good racetrack tonight, provided by Heart of Texas Speedway. So thank them, and here we go. The lights will be out. Whenever Egbert wants to go is when we will go racing right now.
4 laps to go this time by. Here we go, off and rolling. It is Egbert, followed by Shea Bird. There is the 85 car, Neil Flowers. Flowers down on the bottom. He's got one of the long tow awards, as he has come from a long way to race here in the All-Star Shootout, presented by Fast Shafts. Out of corner number 4, 3 to go this time by. Egbert up on the top side, followed by Shea Bird. Emerson is now right there. Emerson down at the bottom, along with Patterson in the 1, but way up to the top of the racetrack. Car number 35, Emerson now going into the path with Egbert. 2 to go this time by.
2 to go this time by, and Egbert way up on the top side of 7F. Troy Schulberg on the bottom side, trying to make everything he can do to make it happen. But we're going to get 1 to go right now. As here's 7S on the bottom side. Egbert up on the top side. Egbert pushes up. That's going to give the Troy Schulberg, the 7S, the advantage as we get by, and 1 lap to go here in the B main.
Egbert with that stumble, he'll just now try to hold on. Here comes the 35 of Emerson. Checkered flag in the air. It will be Troy Shea Bird, Trevor Egbert, Jeff Emerson, Neil Flowers, Mark Patterson, Tommy Davis Jr. able to transfer in as Davis slips all the way back to 6. Just missing the cut is the 7G of David Good Jr. And here's the thing about it, Joe. This is how close it was. Good missing the cut. He was 1.14 seconds off of the leader.
And that's not a lot when you're rolling around this racetrack. 1.17, not a lot. So, all right, here we go. B feature number 2. 5H Lance Hansen on the inside pole. Outside 11X Wesleyville. Inside Brian Ray Flowers in the 86. Outside row number 2. That's Hard Time Hardy Henderson in the 163. Inside row number 3, Bo Collins. Outside Danny Patterson in 48. Inside the 48, inside row 4, the 23 of Michael Powers. Outside the 357, Dusty Powers. Inside row number 5, the 711, Larry Adams. And the outside, the 23D of Dalton Pike. Inside row number 5 of David Gonzalez. Outside row number 5, the 4S of Michael Savalik. Savalik?
Yes.
Megan L. Terry.
Come on up here, Megan.
Megan L. Terry.
Megan, where you at, girl? Come on up here.
Here. We got something for you. You might want it.
We got to have a little talk. Megan L. Terry.
Otherwise, dinner on us.
Dinner and drinks. No, dinner on her. Be dinner on her.
Either way.
For us.
We'll figure it out. Dinner for us on you.
Hey, B-Main number 2 here for the Modifieds, and once again out on the track. A little bit of track prep happening right there. So top 6 are going to make their way into the A-Main on a jam-packed night here at Heart of Texas Speedway tonight. All of these classes have been action-packed throughout the All-Star Shootout. And it all culminates here tonight. It's one thing, you want to win the series, but there is some fantastic money on the line tonight for these drivers here in the All-Star Shootout, presented by Fast Shafts, of course, our title sponsor out of Des Moines, Iowa. Fast Shafts putting this on for us, and remember, these Modifieds, there is an opportunity racing for a chance for that All-Star race at the Super Nationals coming up in September over in Boone. So lots of caveats, lots of different opportunities here to be had for the Modifieds and the stock cars here tonight in Waco.
Rodney, you want to go to Boone with me? Let's go to Boone.
Let's go, September. That's a great time.
I've been there a lot. It's fun.
I haven't. I'll go.
Oh.
Let's go.
There's a lot of races. Jim Sanders just reminded me I don't remember Boone. Hey, I do. I won a heat race there.
Hey, I'll check out Heart of Texas Speedway on Facebook if you get the opportunity at Hot Speedway. That is the official website right there of Heart of Texas Speedway. Great racing action. We race each and every Friday night right here. Friday Night Lights. Been doing it for 55 years. We continue to do it. We want to thank our 2021 Heart of Texas Speedway sponsors, Lone Star Super Gas, Honey Roofing, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Southwest International Parts, WE Electric, BYOT Auto Parts, RockAuto.com, Fat Daddy Signs, True Form Racing Products, 517 Designs, ProStar Rental, Wrench Apart, Pinnacle Fence, Good Towing and Recovery, Spillman Excavating, Madden Manufacturing, AA Mechanical, Bell Clearing, Smiley's Race Products, Dirt Defender Race Products, Wade White Trucking, and Brazos Roofing, sponsors of our weekly Friday night action right here. Friday Night Lights at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Don't forget, you can follow all the action on My Race Pass. That's where Rodney and I find our lineups. We find our live timing. You can go to My Race Pass. It is free. If you want live timing, it's a little bit of money, but Rodney, I would be terrible without it.
Yeah, I don't know how we did this before. And actually, a big thanks as well to My Race Pass with IMCA.TV. They are the sponsors of our instant replays that we are watching here tonight. All of that action that we're watching after some of those incidents right there, that is presented by My Race Pass. Download that app in your app store or Google Play and follow along with us as we bring you all the action right here from Heart of Texas Speedway.
All right, lights will be flashing on the backstretch for our IMCA Modified Feature B2. Here we go.
We are set to go. They make their way onto the front stretch. Green flag. We're racing once again. Here they come. Drag race down into the corner. Wesley Veal up on the top side. Onto the back straightaway they go. Veal trying to get the drive off. And it will be Veal up on the top side. Wesley Veal, however, down at the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes the 5X. They cross the finish line that time. The 5.8 of Lance Hansen Jr. Wesley Veal. Flowers is the third place car. Here they come making their way around back straightaway, side by side battle happening right there behind them. The 23 car of Michael Powers, Danny Patterson, and it is a 163 car of Hard Time Hardy Henderson. Hardy Henderson riding in the 4th spot. Henderson up to the top of the racetrack. He will hold on. Great surge off of the corner. Hard Time Hardy Henderson is your 4th place car as they make their way around. Your race leader in the 5X. 5H, that is Lance Hansen Jr. as we have 3 laps complete here in B-Main number 2.
As we get kind of stretched out here in the B-Main number 2, they're kind of stretched out and it's going to be Hanson, Beal, Flowers, Henderson, Powers, and Collins. And we got 5 down and 7 to go here in B-Name number 2 in your IMCA modified feature. Now, as we come down, it's going to be Lance Hanson Jr. in the 5H on the bottom side of the track, but right up on the top side is going to be the 11X and Wesley Bill trying to make something work up on the top side. Can't quite make it, closing that gap, just a little slip. We got somebody down on the bottom of 1 and 2, but they are off the track, so we are still clean and we are still green, but still out front. It's going to be the 5H of Lance Hannon on the bottom side, but that gives the 11X of Wesley Bill a little bit of room to close up on the top side there, but still on the bottom side is going to be Hanson Jr. followed by Beal up on the top side there and going down the back straight. Beal can make some good run on the top side, but he has to lift a little bit, let it baby through the top of 3 and 4, and that lets Beal Hanson dig the bottom side in the moisture and just regain that lead coming out of 3 and 4.
This is one great battle shaping up right here behind your leaders. Have you got Brian Ray Flowers in the 86, Larry Adams, Hardy Henderson, Michael Powers. They are battling for that final transfer spot. However, shaping up at the front of the pack, Lance Hanson in the 5H holding on to the spot. Up on the top side, Wesley Beal, 2 to go that time by. Beal's going to go to the top side. Working down at the bottom, it's Hanson. Back straightaway they go. Big drive off of turn number 2. Here's Wesley Beal, half a car length into the corner. Coming back at him down at the bottom, it's Hanson. White flag in the air one more time around. At the start-finish line, half a car length advantage for your race leader, Lance Hanson. Back straightaway they go. Wesley Beal trying to stack it up. They will race it down into turn number 3. Working down at the bottom, it will be Hanson. Checkered flag in the air. B-main number 2. Hanson, Beal. Rest of the pack makes their way through. Brian Ray Flowers, Larry Adams, Michael Powers, hard time Hardy Henderson will transfer into the A-main. Great action here in this B-main. Joe, these B-mains that we're watching here tonight, tracks around the country would be fortunate to have these B-mains as an A-main. This right here is some kind of racing happening here in this event here tonight in the All-Star Shootout.
Yeah, I made a little light early on because they had such a lead out front on the bottom side, but he just kept gaining and gaining and gaining through the middle. So, all right, here we go. We're going to have an intermission. We're going to get the modified drivers out front. It'll take a few minutes. They're just rolling off the track right now. So give them a few minutes to get to the pits, get out of their car. We're going to get up there. We're going to start the driver auction in about 10 minutes probably, and then we'll get rolling on. So let's take a pause for the cause. Go to the restroom, get you a chicken fried steak sandwich, no tomatoes, extra mayo. I'm just telling you, no tomatoes, extra mayo for Joe Spillman. That's how you eat that chicken fried steak sandwich, and a Michelob Ultra.
There you go. That is the menu of the day for my man Joe Spillman. The All-Star Shootout, the finale right here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway again. Have to talk about all of the great sponsors that have helped put this together. And again, it has been something that came together really, really quick. Couple of roadblocks on some stuff, but a lot of great folks, all the track operators, including Selby Holder right here at Heart of Texas Speedway, that have made this happen. Thank you to Fast Shafts out of Des Moines, Iowa, title sponsor here of the All-Star Shootout. Those great folks have taken this. They've been the title sponsor, and they have made this happen. Bay Headers out of Genoa, New York. Stephenville Starter and Electric out of Stephenville, Texas. Dirt Defender out of Red Oak, Texas. Smiley's Race Products from Mesquite right here up the road a little bit further north. CRS Suspension and Fabrication just a little south of us in Belton, Texas. Friesen out of Sutton, New England. Sunoco Race Fuels. Goo Towing and Recovery from right here in Waco. IRP Race Cars out of Longview. IMCA TV. Hopefully, if you had loved ones that couldn't get to the racetrack tonight, you let them know that IMCA.TV was the place to check it out, and we welcome all of you checking it out on IMCA.TV to Waco, Texas, to historic Heart of Texas Speedway for our action here tonight in the finale of the All-Star Shootout. Shaw Race Cars out of Batesville, Arkansas. Where's Machine Shop out of Bangor, Wisconsin. B&B Chassis out of Belle Plains, Minnesota. Of course, they are the presenting sponsor for our races in the IMCA stock cars. Express Race Cars out of Lafayette, Louisiana. Razor Chassis by Roth out of Platte Center, New England. Nick Morris with ACM Services out of Taylor, Texas. IMCA, the greatest dirt sanctioning body of them all, out of Vinton, Iowa. Thank you, IMCA, not only for being a sponsor of the All-Star Shootout, but just for being IMCA. Such a level sanctioning body right there that makes track operations so much easier. This is a tough job to operate a racetrack, but when you have somebody like IMCA that's going to come in and sanction all across the country, it keeps that level playing field and makes it all a lot smoother. And, of course, Tire Demon out of Kelly, Iowa. Great sponsors of the 2021 All-Star Shootout, and it all comes to a head right here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway.
I'm up here with Andy Adamczyk, son of legendary promoter, track owner Gene Adamczyk, who was inducted today into the Wall of Fame here at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Andy, give us you and your family's thoughts into that great event.
Well, obviously it's a great honor for Dad, and this place is a huge part of his life, our life. He was here 32 years, which if you look at racetrack promoters across the country, it's about a 3 or 5 year lifespan, and to do it 32 years is pretty remarkable. Dad loved this place. He loved everybody that was here. The biggest thing about it is he really loved the people. From the employees to the drivers, car owners, crew members, lifelong fans, the fans for the first time ever out. He really, truly enjoyed being around those folks. It's an amazing place. We were, obviously coming down. I live in Knoxville, Iowa now. My sister lives in California. So we both came in, and, my dad's lifelong best friend and original partner, Richard Rogers, was introduced as well, along with Walter Stovall. It was a partner for many years. My uncle, Bill Adamczyk, who was involved for 26 years. And then Charlie Derrick, who was the voice of the Heart of Texas Speedway for many, many years. And I think he worked here for close to 50 years, or right around over 50 years. So a great group of gentlemen that really shaped the history of this racetrack. And I've had the opportunity to go to a lot of racetracks across the country, and I always compare them to this place. Obviously, this is home, and this is where we grew up. But it's great to be back, and it was just a really cool experience, and I'm glad we were able to do it.
Well, your dad's history with IMCA goes back to 1995 when he made the switch from NASCAR to IMCA. And then in 2005, Gene was the very, very first track in the country to sanction the Southern Sport Mods. And you look tonight, we got 45 of them here, and Gene's the reason why.
Yeah, obviously, he was, it's pretty cool. Dad was pretty unassuming and never took a lot of credit for stuff. But, I know it's the IMCA, but, being the first NASCAR short track in Texas was a big deal. And then, obviously, getting on with board with IMCA and then, obviously with the Sport Mod thing and now the Texas All-Star Modified Series, old timers here remember that was some of the best racing ever, and he ran that series for a long time and traveled throughout the state doing those races. So it's just been a lot of fun, and I know he's well respected, and it was great today to listen to everybody talking stories about Dad. So it's great to be back and great for him to be honored.
Andy, thank you and your family very much, and once again, what we see here today is, I think, Gene's dream. Thank you.
Joe Spillman. Joe Spillman, are you ready down there?
Got it.
All right.
Where
So
Miss Nikki Webb.
Miss Nikki Webb, she's one of she's the better half of the
I'm
duo
sorry, Miss
of,
Webb.
of Southern Oklahoma Speedway. So with this All-Star Shootout Tour, fueled by Fast Shafts, there's $1,500 worth of perfect attendance money, $500 per class, pulled and given to 2 drivers in each class. So there'll be 6 drivers total that will receive $250 as a bonus for making all 5 events. The 2 at Southern Oklahoma Speedway, and then Boyd, then Kennedale Speedway Park, and then here at Hardtech Speedway tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Joe.
All right, thank you, Selby. First and foremost, thank everybody for being here at Heart of Texas Speedway on a Sunday night. We've got Southern Sport Mods, the most heat race wins. Number 24, Jake Upchurch, gets your most Sport Mod heat race wins. So, where are you here, Jake? All right, so that's that one. Next one, stock car. Shelby Williams in the 82, most heat race wins. Number 50, Matt Guillaume's not here, but he won the most heat race in the modifieds. Matt Guillaume in the 50s. So thank you for all your support, except for tonight. We'll get there. All right, McGahey, come up here. This is your Sport Mod, perfect attendance.
We're drawing 2, and they get $250 each.
You need to draw two numbers, and these drivers get $250 apiece.
I hadn't been the good on the draw.
Shut up and draw.
39 and 9.
Number 39. Hello. She's yelling at me.
Make somebody else draw.
All right, go down.
Hey, Fred, you draw this next one.
Go down. 39 and 9 are your 2 winners for your Southern Sport Mods.
Austin Neubauer and Boone Evans.
How much?
Yes, $250.
Austin Neubauer and Boone Evans gets $250 apiece.
Where's Austin?
Just hang tight. You're already pretty. Because you're 44, bitch.
And he can come find me.
Oh, wait. I should say that over the live.
Yeah, that's all right.
Huh?
Where?
And that's Austin Neubauer. Well, y'all saw it passed off.
Yeah, I could have said that.
All right. Stock cars. 2? All right. Mr. Fred Rochek, the 44 is going to draw 2? 2 places. One is 43. And 20.
Well, there's a number on the top, too.
Wait.
There's 2 numbers.
That says S for stock car, 20 and 43.
Yeah, 20 and 43 for stock cars. Yeah, you're good.
I don't have a 43. This is the stock car. There's a 26, a 51, a 20. Jeffrey Abbey.
Jeffrey Abbey. Hey.
Where's he at?
Right here.
$250 perfect attendance.
$250 for perfect attendance, Mr. Jeffrey Abbey.
Number 43 is.
We're looking at 43. We're looking that up. Get your cash ready. We're about to spend some money. I might run everybody up. Big Mike, get up here for the modifieds. I need somebody not affiliated with modifieds. You, pretty lady. Come on. There's a modified, right? What's your name?
Reese.
Reese? Where are you from, Reese?
Lorena.
Lorena? That's close. Thank you for being here, Reese. Thomas Hall Jr. gets the other 250 from the stock cars. Where's Thomas Hall? Not here yet. All right, we'll hold that. I know Thomas Hall. Is it junior or senior? Junior. All right, it's junior. All right. Modifieds. Reese is going to draw. Reese, don't look. Draw one pill or one stick. All right, Reese. Now draw one more. Thank you. Oh, pull it back out. I see it right there. Yep, that's it. All right. Reese, thank you. We have a 19 and a 14.
19.
Does that say Gould?
It does.
Son of a... William Gould in the 19. Who's a 14?
Let me look. Here you go, William.
Willie G.
Perfect attendance.
Perfect attendance award. 19 and 14. Bo Collins gets a modified.
Where's Bo? Here. You want to give it to Bo? Okay. Now you might tell them that those numbers that we drew was the numbers that they drew in to race.
All right, those numbers were generated by how you drew into the race tonight. So, tonight?
Yes.
All right, that's how you drew in tonight. So,
Yes. 250 each.
250 each. So, no, just give him either or, Willie G. Come on, son.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's something different.
Yeah, that's different.
Where's he at? No, he wasn't here.
No, you don't get it, Upchurch. And you're slightly balding on the top of the head, only because I can see you.
Okay, I'm going to give you this and then I'm out of here. You want me to stay up here and help you with the auction?
Can I borrow your, at least,
The
clipboard?
I can stay up here with you. That's
Okay,
fine.
that'd be awesome.
And I'll help write it down.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
I'd love you a long time.
Oh, you let me a long time?
I love you a long time. How about
I'm
your
even
beers?
prepared.
I have a pen.
But mine's
All right, here we go with the auction.
mine's
Oh.
cool.
All right, we're going to go quick. Here's what happens. If you buy your driver and they win, you get half the money, they get half the money. At the end, right? I will personally start every bid at $10. So if nobody bids, I got that driver for $10. If they win, shame on you. I make money. Big Mike, who do you have to help you?
It's me. I'm over here.
Where's Rodney at?
I'm right here. I'm right here. Right below you. Look down.
Oh, Rodney's
Right here.
going to help Big Mike.
I'll take the
If
money.
you win, pay Big Mike and Rodney and see them and pay them. And then we're going to get back to racing.
That's right.
We got to go. Everybody
All right.
understand?
Time for Storage Wars. Let's go.
All right. Hardy Henderson in a 163. Where you at, Hard Time? If you're not here, you don't get to be bid on. Anybody see Hardy? Mike? Hardy Henderson going once. Going twice. Scratch him out. David Good Jr. He's right here.
He's right here.
David, how many feature wins you have at this racetrack?
None this year, but
No, not
Quite a
this
few.
year, son. How many do you have overall?
too many to count.
A lot here at this racetrack. David Good Jr., a lot of racetrack wins here. I got him for $10. Who has him for 15? 15, 20. 20, 25. 25, 30. 30 going once. 30 going twice.
He's got Bo's money.
I got him for 30 going twice. Sold him to William Gould Jr. or Jr. David Good Jr. sold it to William Gould for 30 bucks.
All right, 30 bucks right there. All right, here we
William
go.
Gould. All right. Michael Powers, sorry. The 23. Are you here?
Yep, he's here.
I got him for 10. 15. 15. I got him for 10. 15.
15.
20. I got him 15 right here for 20. 20. 20. Going once, going twice. Sold him right there, 20 bucks.
All right, we got it.
His name?
Give me a mic. Give me a name.
Need a name.
Give me a name.
Okay.
Mike's got
What's your name, buddy?
Doug.
Doug.
Doug's got him for 20. All right, Tommy Davis Jr. in the 17. Where you at? Raise your hand.
Tommy Davis Jr., where you at, my man? May not be here.
All right. Tommy Davis Jr. going once. Going twice.
Tommy Davis Jr., nope.
Scratch him out. Larry Adams in 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven, Larry Adams.
Larry Adams, you here, buddy? Larry Adams.
Going once. Going twice. Scratch him out. Neil Flowers, Hobbs, New Mexico. I know
Yep,
this guy.
right here.
Multiple feature winners at Abilene. All across the country. Flowers. I got him for 10. Where's 15? 20. 20, looking for 30. 20, looking for 30. 20, going once. Going twice. Sell it your way, Big Mike. Give me a name.
You guys in the stands, like further, if you guys want to do this
If
too,
you
come
wanna
on down
bid,
here.
come on in,
Or
let's
I can go to you. I can go to you. I just need to know where you're at.
All right, Brian Ray Flowers out of Hobbs, New Mexico in the 86. Starting, where's he starting? Ninth row outside in 86. I got him for 10. Is he here?
I don't know. Flowers.
All right, I got him for 10. Going for 15. 15. Going once. Going twice. Put it on Joe Spillman. Jeff Emerson. This guy wrecked Keith White in 1982. Where's he at? Emerson, are you here? 35, Emerson. 35, Emerson. Going once.
Nope.
Emerson. Going twice. He's not here. We can't bid
He's not
if
here.
he's not here.
He's letting you down. He's not here.
Scratch him out. 11X, Wesley Ville. Huh. Where's Wesley at?
Oh, he's right
Raise
here.
your hand, son. I got 10. 15. Automatic. 15. Look for 20. 20 over here. 25. 20.
He's only got 20.
20 over here.
Come on, Larry. Shit.
20 over here. Look for 25. 25. Going once. Going twice. Sold it over here, Mike. Egbert. Has an Egbert ever won at Heart of Texas Speedway ever? Any Egbert ever? 78. Trevor Egbert. Where you at, Chief?
He's right here under the flag stand.
All right.
There he is right there.
There he is right here. Trevor Egbert. I got him for 20. I'm going to start it out 20. Who's 25? 25? 25 right here. 30. Looking for 30. 30? I hear 30, 35. 35, 40. 40, 45. 45, looking for 40. She only has 40. Get your friends together, young lady. 45 for 50. 50, 55. 55. 55 for 60. 60, 65. Come on, Mom, I'm worth it, she says. Go help, Mom. You can help, Mom. 65 for 70. 100. $100.
Hundy right there.
125, and she's going to scold you if you go more. 125.
It's 125.
All right. All right. Somebody go collect that money.
Oh, we got it. We're getting it. Mike's getting it.
5H, Lance Hanson Jr. in a 5H. Is he here, first off? Junior, Hanson Jr. Going once, going twice, scratch him out.
Nope.
Troy Shaber?
That sounds good.
Schoberg. Shaberg.
7S.
7S. Trey, are you here? Going
Driver of
once?
the 7S, you here, my man?
Going once, going twice.
Nope.
Scratch him out. Willie G. Which one?
Nobody.
No.
5H no and 7S no.
Yeah, 5H and 7S no. William Gould. I'm going to start at $100 myself. And I can do this because I'm a gambler.
$100.
I got 100. 110. 200. Look for 220. 200. Look for 220. 220. Look for 250. All right. Just announce. If he wins, the winner gets all of his money too. So you're bidding. Is that 300? William Gould is starting sixth row
12.
outside.
12 starting spot.
I got 300. Looking for 350. 300. Looking for 350. 300 going once. 300 going twice.
You got 320.
320 right here. 325 back there. I got 400. I got 400. 400 going once. 400 going twice. Anybody else? Willie G. 400 sold it.
Sold right there. $400.
Big Mike.
Okay, he's getting the name. Chris Morris, 94.
All right, Chris Morris, where you at, buddy? That's my buddy. I'll start Chris Morris at $100. You have what? I'll start Chris Morris at 65, looking for 70. 70 right here. Look for 75.
Chris Morris, everybody. 75 is a bid.
70, looking for 75.
Or 70.
75, looking for 80. We're recalibrating. 80, look for 85. I got 80 right over here. Look for 85. Come on. Come on, Mom. Dig deep in. I got 80 right here. 80 going once. 80 going twice.
85.
85, look for 90.
85.
90, look for 95. 90 over here to my right, look for 95. Hey, collaborate your money. No more beers tonight.
What is it, 95? Not that 95?
I got 90 to the right. 90 to your right. 95
95.
on your side. 95, look for 100. 100 over here. 100 to my right. Come on. 100 to my right. 105 going once.
105.
110. 110. 120. 120.
They're checking the bank balance right now.
Come on,
They're like,
look online.
How much
right
we
now.
got
What
in
do
the
you have at Wells
Venmo?
Fargo?
She's asking him to PayPal or Venmo her money.
120, 130, 130, 140. Get your other friends. There's other people over there. 140. 140.
Time to check PayPal.
140. Going 140, 150. 200.
200.
He says 200. Right here on Chris Morris, 200. 200 going for 210. Going once, going twice. Big Mike, 200 right there, sir. Thank you. Oh, that's Chad Melton in a 71. I'll take him for $100. Where's he at? Are you here, Chad? I got him for $100. I know that guy. He's raced to the front a lot of times. Chad Melton in a 71. I got him for 100. 110. Going once. Anybody want him for 110? Chad Melton. 110. Put him for Joe Spillman. $100. God, I hope we win, son. McGahey, the 911. Are you still here? Have you ever won a race before in your life? I got $40. I got 100 American. I don't know what you're doing in pesos, but I got 100 American on McGahey. 100 of me. Where's 120?
What? 120 right here. Right here. 50-yard line. 120 right there.
120. Looking for 150. 150. 180. 180. I got 150.
Got 180 right
180.
there.
200. 200. 225. I got 200. Look for 225. This might be the buy of the night, boys. 200. Look for 225. 200 going once.
220.
225.
225 right there.
225. 250. 250. 270. 270. Going once. 270 going twice. I got 250. 270 going twice.
We got 250 right here.
Sold it.
250 right there. Sold right there.
Sold it.
Okay.
250. Wow. Wes Duloc, local hometown hero in the 88. I got him for $50. Where's the 88? Are you here, 88? Wes. 60. Looking for 70. 70. 60 going once. 60 going twice. Sell it, Miss Amber. What?
I'll get it. I'll get it.
All right, we're going to take a little pause for the cause to let them catch up. All right. Robbie Daniels. 727. Are you here, buddy? Daniels going once. Robbie Daniels going twice. Scratch him out, non-participant. Perkle, that's our point leader. Where are you at, buddy? Right there. On the man, how do you get your hair that pretty? Wow. Oh, we got 100. Looking for 150. 150.
Hey, hang on, Joe. Who?
Perkle.
Perkle. Okay. Okay.
Nobody. He's scratched. Perkle. 100. Looking for 120. 120.
Point leader right there.
140. 40. 160. 200. Shit, I'm out.
I'm out.
We can't say that out loud. My bad. I apologize.
Yeah, sorry about
Y'all want to
that.
fire me? That's fine. I'm all right.
Sorry about that.
200. We're looking for anybody want help? Collaborator money.
Anybody got 210?
200. Looking for 210.
250.
250. 250.
Oh, he just got that in perfect attendance.
300. What do we got after 300? 301. 320. 350. 7,000. I don't care. 300 going once. Going twice. Sell it right there, Mr. Mike. Thank you. Oh, Talon Minton from South Texas. Are you here, buddy? Talon.
There he is.
Been
Seguin,
fast all
Texas.
week. Had some bad luck, but anytime down at I-37 at Texana, fast car right here to 14T. I got him for $50. Anybody else? 50. Go looking for 60. 50. Looking for 60. Put it on Joe Spillman. $50. Garrett Gregory out of Tomball, Texas, 77. Are you here? Right here. All right, Gregory. Gregory. What do you want? No. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? How much? All right, I got him for $50. Anybody else? I got 50. Look for 60. 60. Look for 70.
Up there.
70?
You got 70 over there.
Look for 80.
100.
100.
100
I'm
up
sorry.
there on
I
top.
apologize.
100.
100. 100. Look for 120. 120. Going once. Going twice. Sell it. 4 rows up, Mike. 100
Yep,
bucks.
right there.
John White, feature winner here earlier this year in the 8J. I got 100 right here. John's right here. I got 100, looking for 120. 120, looking for 140. 140, 150, 150, 160, 170, 170, 170. I got 160 going once, 160. 160 going once, going twice. What I hear over there? 170 behind me. 200 right here. 200 in front. You can bid on yourself. Don't be scared. I got 250 behind me. 300. Come on, Ronnie Bell. Clear some more trees. 300. Sell some more dumpsters. Let's go, son. Sell that boat. 300. 300 right here. 300 going once, going twice. Sell it, Ronnie Bell.
Done.
300 bucks. Woo!
Wasn't that her earlier?
All right. Now, here's a little story. I'm going to take a second. The very first time we did this at 281 Speedway, a driver bought Fred Wojcik for 25 bucks. And he won that night, and it was 2,500 bucks, roughly. Here we are, front row outside. Front. He said $26. Front row outside, Fred Wojcik.
That's one more tree right there.
I got him for 200. We're going to start at 200 on Joe Spillman. 300 right
300.
here. Who else? 300. Looking for 325. 350 behind me.
Oh, behind you. Okay.
350 behind me. Look for 400. 400 in front. I got 350 behind me. 350 behind me. Going once. That might be the pie of the night. Huh? 360 now.
360.
Look for 370. 400 behind me. 400 behind me. 400 going once. Get your money together, Ronnie Bell, son. Come on. 400 behind me. Going once. Going twice.
444.
444 right here in front of me. That's a good number. That is a good number. 444. 445. That doesn't work. We got to have something more than that. 450 behind me. 450 behind me. 450 behind me. Going once.
500.
500 in front of me. Come on. He won at Kennedale. If you win at Kennedale, you can win anywhere. 500 in front of me. Come on. Get it together. Oh, is that Stephenville starter? Dennis Bissonette? Come on, son. Sell an alternator. Let's go. 500 in front. 500. 525 behind me. 525. Going once.
She's out.
525 going twice. Sell it. Dennis Bissonette, 525. On the pole tonight, your last night, your last option, Jimmy Reeves in the 1,000, starting on the pole. I got him for $50. Let's go. Jimmy Reeves. How much?
How much?
Oh.
Oh,
How much you want to? You can bid on yourself.
yeah. You do that, and we like
Well,
0
we're like-
in. It's like,
14,000.
sold.
Right here, Jimmy Reeves, pole position. I got $50. 100. Look for 110. 110 going once.
Pole sitter, y'all.
A pole sitter tonight. Going twice. Sold it 110. No, behind it. Right here behind me. $110. Was it 110 or 100? Oh no, it's 100, Mike. It's 100. All right, Megan Barnes. Megan Barnes, are you here? I'm about to run your credit card up like nobody's business if you're not. Isn't this fun? Is that you already? Okay. Looks like 2,400 by Big Mike, so 1,200. 1,200 will go to the driver, 1,200 to the winner racer. So 2,400 tonight raised in the modified driver auction. And it's going to be all Emmerts. That's half of his. All right, thank y'all for being here tonight. We're about to get into the A main racing.
Give me some money.
What do I owe you?
A main action coming up here for the finale.
What was it, 1,000? Mike, is it 1,000? Huh? Is it 1,000 women? Yeah. All right. So after the driver auction, thank you for everybody who participated. It'll be 2,200 to win for your IMCA modifieds. So thank y'all for that. We're going to let the track team work the top of 1 and 2 and get some of that roughness out. We're going to get right into A main racing. So thank y'all for being here at Heart of Texas Speedway. We're about to go back to A main racing.
Factory stock B main number 1 out on the racetrack. Here is your starting lineup. On the point in the 76 in, that is J.D. Nino on the outside, the 94A, Allison Morris. Row 2 on the inside. The 15M of Chris Florio on the outside, Papa George. George Egbert in the 70. Row 3 on the inside, the 88 of Rick Morosky on the outside, Chris Watson, 23W. Row 4 on the inside, car 16L of Lee Riley on the outside, the 112 of Cody Schilling. Row 5 on the inside, position number 9, it's Caden Honeycutt in the 54K. On the outside, Alex Lewis in the 3F. Rounding out the pack, final row on the racetrack, the 20. Mackenzie Van Diver on the outside, the 62 of Jacob Pruitt. 12 laps here for your first B main here in the factory stocks as we roll on here this evening at Heart of Texas Speedway. The All-Star Shootout, powered by Fast Shafts. Here they are pacing around. It is Nino up on the point with Morris on the outside. First of 2 B mains here this evening at Heart of Texas Speedway for your factory stocks. Showing them one this time by, showing them one as they make their way. 12 laps of action here for your factory stocks. First B main, it is Nino and Morris up on the front row. Lights are flashing along as we resume the finale of the All-Star Shootout right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Lights are out around the racetrack. Nino sets the pace, and we are ready to go. Field in the start zone. We are set. Kevin Fry drops the green flag. We're racing once again here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Nino from the inside will go to the point. Allison Morris right there working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Here they go, making their way down the back straightaway. Fine action happening right here. Side by side the battle. Nino down on the bottom. Morris going up the hill. Making their way down. Nino side by side. 23W of Chris Watson. Watson momentarily holding on to the second spot. Papa George Egbert right there. Here comes Caden Honeycutt down on the bottom. 3 wide down into turn number 1. Honeycutt on the bottom. Papa George slams the door. Here they come around. Egbert will hold on to the second spot for now. Caden Honeycutt is right there behind him. Head up on the top side. It is Watson in the 23W. Back straight away they go. Here comes Chris Florio in the 515M. Florio up on the top side. Mackenzie Van Diver is right there as well. Side-by-side battle happening right there behind them. They flash their way and make their way down into the corner. 3 wide once again. Watson up on the top. Honeycutt is there. Egbert 3 wide into turn number 3. That is a hot spot on the racetrack. Trailing them is Florio in the 15M. Making their way down the front straightaway. Second place car is now Caden Honeycutt in the 54K. Honeycutt, great drive off of turn number 2. He will go to the second spot. Egbert now racing side by side with Watson. Watson on the top side. Egbert there. Here comes the battle out of corner number 4. Now starting to shape up behind them as you got Van Diver in the 20. Hot on the heels of Florio in the 15M. Now they go single file down the back straightaway. Behind Van Diver, it's Morosky in the 88. Into the corner they go. Little bit of contact right there. Morosky into the back there of the 20 car. Side by side. Oh, trouble. The 54M up the hill. Maybe a flat tire possibly right there for Caden Honeycutt. Honeycutt stops at the top of the racetrack. Here's Egbert going down to the bottom. Honeycutt in the 54M. I think he may have had a flat. I think a tire may have gone away there on the 54 as he just comes to a slow pace coming down the front straightaway, and he sits there between turns 1 and 2 here in this first B main here for the factory stocks. But up on the point, it is Nino. Nino leading this race, but now we're going to re-rack and restack, and that will put Watson, Egbert, Florio, and Van Diver right on the back bumper of that lead car, the 76N. Honeycutt off the racetrack. Top 6 will transfer into the A main. Your top 6 will transfer. And a Waco restart coming up with Nino out on the point. Everybody falling in line, double file behind him. Hopefully this time Kevin Fry will roll up that green flag and he will show them one as they make their way around. Looks like we will go at least one more caution lap right here, as Nino in the 76N, followed by Egbert, Watson, Florio, Van Diver. That is your top 5. Gathering everyone back in line. Let's keep an eye on the flag stand. There you see the flashing lights on the back straightaway. So that means the light is about to go out. When that happens, Nino can go whenever he is ready. He'll take the field down into turn number 3. Egbert and Watson riding right behind him, 2 by 2. Into corner number 3. Nino on the gas. Green flag. We're racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Out of corner number 4. Half a car length down into the corner. Papa George Egbert in the 70. Sitting in the second spot. Watson up on the top side. Here's Florio and Van Diver. Back straightaway they go. Up to the top. It's Cody Schilling in the 112. Schilling into a transfer spot. Van Diver working to the top side around Florio, making their way down the front stretch. Little bit of contact right there. Van Diver with Florio in the 15M car. They make their way to the back straightaway now, side by side, the 112 of Cody Schilling to the bottom. But here is a battle out of corner number 4. It continues to be J.D. Nino leading Papa George Egbert and Chris Watson into 23W. Side by side right behind him. We got some great action happening right there. Schilling and Van Diver as they work it down into the corner.
Papa George Egbert trying to make that bottom side work in that big booty Judy, but just can't make it happen on the bottom side. But up on the top side is going to be Nino, and he's going to get the lead down the back straightaway. It's going to be Nino on the top side, Papa George Egbert on the bottom side, followed by Chris Watson and Chris Florio. Is going to be your top 4 coming down the front straightaway. We are going to get 2 laps to go in this B main feature, but it's going to be Papa George Egbert on the top side. Nino, Egbert, here we go. White flag from Kevin Fry, Papa George Egbert, J.D. Nino, Chris Watson, Chris Florio, Van Diver, Schilling is going to be your top 6 here in your B main for your factory stocks. Winner here in factory stock B main number 1, Papa George Egbert, followed by Nino, Watson, Florio, and Van Diver. Good job there by everybody running the top and the bottom. You can see the racetrack has really came in since they worked it through intermission. They worked it, and now they are being able to race up and down, the top and the bottom of all of the racetrack surface here. So good job by everybody. All right. B main feature number 2 rolling out on the track. 2X. Brandon Palmer on the inside pole, and the outside the 87, Andrew Albertson. Inside the 91, the Joe Fuller. That's going to be in the Big Booty Judy. And the outside, the 46T of Stephen Thornton. The inside, row 3, the 76K of Troy Coach. And the outside, John Grove in the 01. Inside, row number 4, the 92, Elliott Black. And the outside, 88J of Jeff Blackwood. Inside, row number 5, X, Gage Fuller. And the outside, the 704, Kyle Wilkins. He starts shotgun. Brian Johnson in the zero. The zero. Top six will be moving on to the A main here in your B feature factory stocks at Heart of Texas Speedway on a Sunday night here, Memorial Day weekend. Lights are out. We will be going green this time by Kevin Fry says green flag racing. Here we go.
Off we go down into the corner. It'll be Palmer from that pole. Palmer takes the field down into the corner, but here comes Thornton down on the bottom, side by side. The battle for the second place. Up on the top side, it is Albritton. Albritton hanging on in the 87. Here comes Thornton. John Grove right on his tail in the 0-1. Flashing past the start-finish line once again. Lap number 1 in the books here in this B main. It is Brandon Palmer, your race leader in the 2X. John Grove darts down to the inside. Side by side, Grove up on the outside. It's Albritton out of corner number 4. That is your battle for second. Little bit of contact out of the corner. 87 car of Albritton will hang on to the second spot. John Grove right there. They're 3 wide behind him. As you've got the 0-1 of Thornton will make the pass. But look at that action happening there behind him as you've got the 76K working back there. Here's Blackwood in the 88 making their way down. Thornton up on the outside, Blackwood down on the bottom, racing right in front of them. It's Kyle Wilkins in the 704. Wilkins in that podium spot for the moment, but up to the top side, it's Albritton on the top side. Wilkins working down on the bottom. 10 car length advantage for your race leader. The 2X of Brandon Palmer working up on the top side. Albritton right into the back there of Wilkins. Here's Blackwood down on the bottom. Great battle right there. Blackwood on the bottom, trying to hang on to the spot. Albritton up on the top side. This is lap number 5.
Lap number 5 down, and 7 to go. And I tell you what, John DeGrove made a good move right there through the middle of 1 and 2 through a couple of laps ago. Diamonded it down, drove underneath the 704 Kyle Wilkins and made a good pass there for a solid second place. But now we are kind of stringing it out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the top 6 will transfer. But Stephen Thornton right there in a solid 6th place. But right on his tail is 76K of Troy Koch trying to make that pass now to get into that transfer position.
Watching a great battle on IMCA.TV. Here is Wilkins going down to the bottom. This is for the second spot. John Grove will continue to work the momentum up on the top side. He will hold that runner-up spot. They're in hot pursuit of Brandon Palmer. Top 6 cars will transfer into the A main here tonight in this second B main for the factory stocks. Here's Wilkins going down to the bottom of the racetrack. Grove hanging behind him. They're side by side out of the corner. Down the front straightaway they come. Palmer is right there. Now they go 3 wide down into the corner. Wilkins on the bottom. They're able to make their way by Blackwood coming as well. Wilkins on the bottom. John Grove running on the top side. This time by 2 laps to go. Here's Wilkins in the 704. He will pace the field down into corner number 1. John Grove working at the top of the racetrack, Joe. They're going to battle this one out. Wilkins trying to hold on. Here comes Grove and Blackwood.
Grove trying to middle of the top of the line there, trying to get it by, but here we go to the white flag. 1 lap to go. 704. Wilkins on the bottom side. Wilkins up on the top side. Grove, come on, let's go. Up on the top side. Can't get it done though. And on the bottom side, 704, Kyle Wilkins. John Grove, Jeff Blackwood, your top 3. Blackwood on the top, bottom side. Still going to be Grove for second, followed by Blackwood, Albritton, Thornton, and Koch will be your top 6. They will all transfer. Whew. Tell you what, Rodney, they were racing hard there around 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Nobody putting a lot of pressure on Wilkins there, but between Grove, Blackwood, Albritton, and Thornton, there's a lot of hard racing right there to get in that top 4, 5, and 6 as they all transfer into the A main tonight in the feature race at Heart of Texas Speedway.
And I'll tell you, heartbreak right there for Brandon Palmer in the 2X as he was pacing the field for a good part of that race. Runs into a little bit of trouble there with about 3 to go, and that's when Wilkins and Grove make the move. Fantastic ride there for the 88 car, 88J of Jeff Blackwood as he started deep in the field, but he's able to make the passes. Now we go to main event action. Outlaw Street Stocks rolling out onto the track as we getting ready to go main event racing in the finale of the All-Star Shootout right here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Outlaw Street Stocks here at Heart of Texas Speedway. As I've always said, bring all you got and hope you brought enough. 68, Wade White. That's a brand new Hellion chassis on the inside pole position. Those evil red headlights. 68, Wade White starting on a pole. Drew Garcia on the outside in the 9G. And the inside, David Corey in the 73. Outside, Shane Pretty in the 766. Inside, row number 3, 716, Michael Votal. Inside, outside the 25 of Jeff Williams. Inside, row number 4, the 13 of David Good. Outside, the 18K of Tommy Honey. Last week's winner, Tommy Honey. Inside, row number 5, that's the 18/714. That's Brandon Hood. That's a Hood rat. He's won a lot here. He's won in everything you can imagine winning in here. That's Brandon Hood in a 714. Outside the 777 in that truck, that will be James Honish. Inside, row number 6, Barry Gaston in the 8. And the outside, the 6C4, Cody Parrish. Inside, row number 7, a 715, Jason Dowdy. And the outside, the 9, a Justin Weber. Inside, row 8, that's Greg Andrews in that grocery getter station wagon in the 8A. Outside, Erica Bates in the 37X. Shotgun on the field. 1, Dale Caswell. Caswell starting shotgun. So, Rodney, this a little different track, a little different race car. They are up on the wheel and they are letting it eat. A little better tire. It will grip no matter where or what. So we're going to see what happens here. Outlaw Street Stocks. Big spoilers, big tires, big tires.
You know what?
Big tires.
Bigger tires.
Bigger Huevos.
Yeah, there it is.
There we
I
go.
tell you, what's so nice about the Outlaw Street Stocks, Joe, you take a look at this field, you see so many different styles of car right here. For crying out loud, there's a truck in here with James Honish. Lots of beautiful different styles right here.
Yep.
Just beautiful cars. I love these street stocks.
There's some stock cars in there. There's some outlaw. There's some old modifieds. There's a little bit of everything. And here we go. Wade White's going to take the green flag. Wade White got a good jump right there on the top side now. He's going to lead him down into 1 and 2 to Wade White, Drew Garcia, Corey. Now Shane Pretty on the bottom side. Going to let that car eat on the bottom side. Shane Pretty jumping it up in their top 3 right there. But it's still going to be a Wade White on the top side. Wade White followed by Drew Garcia, followed by Corey, and Shane Pretty is going to be your top 3 going into lap 1 here in your Street Stock Outlaw feature race.
Side-by-side racing happening right there. David Corey up on the outside. Shane Pretty, the 714 and the 716 up on the outside. That's Hood and Votaw, 3 wide down the front stretch. Here's Corey working up on the top side. Shane Pretty will three-wheel that car out of turn number 2. Drew Garcia hanging on in the 2nd spot. Here's Pretty going to the bottom. Way up the track goes Garcia. The 766 of Shane Pretty trying to take that 2nd spot. Knocks it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Cranking on that wheel down to the bottom. Shane Pretty in the 766 momentarily in that 2nd spot. Drew Garcia on the top side of the racetrack. Wade White pacing him out of corner number 4. This is your first main event here tonight. All-Star Shootout finale presented by Fast Shafts here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Side-by-side battle, the 714 of Brandon Hood. Hood is there 3 wide, bouncing off the wall. Looks like the 716 of Votaw right off of the wall.
Yeah, but don't look far past Shane Pretty now. He's on the bottom side. He's closed that gap to Wade White. Caution, 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 as we got one up in the top side. Honish in the top side, right up on the wall. Wade White had a good car. He had a solid 4, 5, 6 car length lead, but Pretty was closing that up. He was pulling up even with him, working that yellow car right on the bottom, that yellow machine right on the bottom, making a turn right around the tires, letting it eat out that moisture. And Pretty was coming. So let's see if Wade White changes his line in that brand new Hellion chassis. Honish, that truck coming off right there. Looks like damage on the right front. I tell you what, Mike Honish, James's dad, was injured in the pits a few weeks ago after the races. Saw him in the pits tonight. Great to see Mr. Honish back out here supporting his son, back supporting the races. So prayers. I mean, it's going to be a long road of recovery for the Honishes, but good to see the Mr. Honish back out here, and hate to see the 777 pulling off there. But while we got to pause for the cause, keep the Honish family in your prayers. I mean, Mike Honish, support of the races, and good to see him back out here. So, all right, Wade White out front.
Joe, 716 car Vota off the racetrack right there, and that melee really started. It ended there at turn number 4 with Honish getting the short end of that one right there, but Vota on the 716, contact along the wall there along the backstretch, right about where it says Speedway, and that really set the whole trajectory of all that to make its way into turn number 3 and then the chaos out of corner number 4. So that happens with Honish out of the race and now Vota out of the race, and that's a couple of strong contenders right there. However, Drew Garcia, can the driver of that 9G, we have watched him all season long racing right here at Heart of Texas Speedway, Joe. He's been so close so many different times, but we were talking about luck a little bit earlier. Drew Garcia has been so strong, but he hasn't been able to seal the deal as the bad luck has gotten to him. But now he's got to get by Wade White, and he's got Shane Pretty down on the inside. So that's going to be a tough task to ask right here as we have 5 laps out of 15 complete in your Outlaw Street Stocks.
Yeah, a third of the way, 2/3 to go. But we've also, you know, as a driver, I've seen Garcia put his car in places that maybe it shouldn't be, but that's how you win. You know, oh, Honish back out with the truck. Let's go, James, catch up. But drivers like me, they don't win a lot because they save their cars. Drivers like Garcia, they do. Here we go, Wade White, green flag, here we go. Through the middle, driving it up the backside, but it's still gonna be Wade White. Votal, Shane Pretty, Garcia. Now the 18 is out there as well. Tommy Honey, winner of last week in that stock car, right through the middle, has now made his way up to the top 5. But it's still gonna be Wade White right through the middle. Shane Pretty on the bottom side. Votal on the bottom side. And we got T Honey right now through the middle trying to make his way up, but it's still going to be Wade White. Now, Votal made his way underneath Shane Pretty, pushing Pretty up a little bit. Now, Votal's going to take a solid second right there in place of Shane Pretty.
Brandon Hood on the gas down at the bottom of the racetrack. Shane Pretty is right there. Here comes Tommy Honey as they make their way. 6.5 laps remaining up at the front of the pack. Here comes Wade White dragging the field out of the corner. Here's Brandon Hood down on the bottom of the racetrack. Shane Pretty goes to the top in the 766. They wage that battle for the second spot. Lifting that left front wheel up off the ground, down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here's Brandon Hood trying to work to the inside. Shane Pretty now goes to the bottom as Hood sails up the racetrack. Wade White goes up to the middle groove, and now Tommy Honey knocking on the back door. Three-wheeling out of corner number 4. Brandon Hood, the second place car. Shane Pretty in the 766 this time. Lap number 11. 11 laps complete here in this 15-lap main event. Here comes Brandon Hood working down to the bottom. Wade White trying to hang on.
Wade White still up on the top side, but Brandon Hood on the bottom side now as we get into lap cars. Wade White up on the top side. Brandon Hood letting that right rear dig, pulling that left front up. Now Wade White's going to dive down to the bottom side, try to take that line, but Brandon Hood is now going to drive underneath Wade White in that 714 Votal owned machine, but it's going to be Brandon Hood driving, and we're going to give to Brandon Hood this time by. So now we're going to get into lap cars. Brandon Hood leading, going down the back straight. It was going to take that for Wade White, slide up in front of him, get under the lap cars, and now it's going to be Brandon Hood on the top side as we get 1 to go.
White flag in the air one more time around. Brandon Hood onto the back straightaway. Fantastic pass right there of Wade White. Pretty and Tommy Honey racing behind him. Bottom of the racetrack, lifting that wheel off. Here they come. Brandon Hood, your winner. Wade White comes home second. Shane Pretty, Tommy Honey, and David Gooch Sr. rounds out the top 5 as the checkered and Texas flags fly over them. Here at Heart of Texas Speedway, it is Brandon Hood. A late race surge right there, able to make the pass, and he sails to the inside of Wade White, and he will head to Heart of Texas Speedway victory lane here tonight. Fantastic action right there as we kick off the main event portion of the All-Star Shootout. Right here tonight, the 714. Here he comes making that turnaround. He will head to victory lane. That was some great racing right there to kick off our main event action. The 714 car of Brandon Hood parking it down at victory lane. Wade White comes home second. Shane Pretty, Tommy Honey, David Good Sr. rounding out your top 5 in the Outlaw Street Stocks as we get set to head to Heart of Texas Speedway victory lane with my partner Joe Spillman.
That's the Hood Rat, Brandon Hood. Come on up here, son. We had a quick discussion. We cannot disqualify you for being overweight. What else can we get it?
Hell, I don't know. Maybe for talking mess. First off, thanks to Charles Mulvaney for letting me wheel this race car. I wasn't. It's the first time I ever sat in this car. It'll go. And I can't let Wade White win in that slow-ass new car, you know. So thanks to everybody that helps me. Scott Trouble that bought my pit pass, Aaron Bird, Danny Sikora, Steven Hernandez, Charles Mulvaney. Everybody that helps with this hot rod.
Fantastic run for Brandon Hood.
I love Brandon Hood for one reason. He talks a lot of crap on the internet. So there's your feature winner, the 1B 714 Brandon Hood, the Hood Rat, in your street stock feature race.
20-lap main event on the back straightaway as we get set to go with your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds, your starting lineup. On the pole, car number 21T out of Copper's Cove, it is Taylor Florio. On the outside, out of Farmersville, in the 54T, it'll be Matthew Day. Row 2 on the inside, out of Fort Worth, the 188 of Kalen Moeller. On the outside, out of Waco, Jeff Shepard in car 9W. Row 3 on the inside, out of Clinton, Oklahoma, it's Robert Elliott behind the wheel of the 09. Another Oklahoman on the outside in car number 10. Second place in points, out of Ardmore, Oklahoma, it is Tommy Dove. Next row on the inside, position number 7, out of Clinton, Oklahoma as well in the 09R. It is Race Elliott. On the outside, out of Red Oak, Texas, the 24 of Jake Upchurch. Next row on the inside, out of Burleson, car number 28. It's Jarrett Bransom on the outside. Out of Aggieland from Bryan, it is Joel Garcia. Next row on the inside, car number 11, 601, the Big Nasty out of Robinson. It's Chris Cogburn. Flanking him on the outside, point leader here in the Sport Mods. Also out of Robinson in car number 12, it's Brandon Guerin. Next row down on the inside, car number 10B, out of Lott. It is Casey Brunson. On the outside, out of Princeton, Texas, Dan Day, car number 54. Following row on the inside, out of Bullard, the 4JR of Boone Evans. On the outside, out of Italy, Texas, the 7MK of Kyle Wilkins. Next row down on the inside, the 17, position 17, car 717, out of Salado, it's GW Egbert. On the outside, out of Waco, the 4G of Garrett Rawls. Next row on the inside, car number 19, out of New Waverly. Car number 98, that is Garrett Higgins. On the outside, out of Millsap, car 35, it's Caleb Emerson. Car number 21, out of Lindsay, Oklahoma in the 11T, it's Tim Hamilton. Car position 22 on the outside, 69X. Out of Forney, it is Kane Buckmeyer. Final row, out of Waco, car 153, it is Robert Scrivener. And position 24, final car into the action out of Plantersville. In the 15C, it is Chris Adams. 24 cars, 20 laps, IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds as we settle the All-Star Showdown Championship here tonight. Joe, these points are so tight. These points are so tight going into this. This is going to be some fantastic stuff right here. Can Matthew Day hold on and win this?
Yeah, it's a great race up there in the front. Less than 20 points from 1 to 4. So we'll see what happens here. And when you start 24 in the feature, anything could happen. So see what happens here in your IMCA Southern Sport Mod, your All-Star Tour points.
Taylor Florio up on the point, the driver out of Copper's Cove. She wins her heat race. She's a regular right here on Friday nights at Heart of Texas Speedway. Can she win this main event here tonight? It is the All-Star Shootout. We are set to go. Green flag. Let's go racing with the Sport Modified. Down the front stretch they go. Florio will drag the field down into the corner. Up on the top side, it is Matthew Day. Back straight away they go. They bunch it up behind him. A little bit of contact back there. Bumper tag happening behind the pack. Everybody keeps it in line. Florio will lead lap number 1. Matthew Day side by side behind him. Caleb over there in the 188. Jeff Shepard to the outside. Back straight away they go. The 89, the 09. We got 2 of them crossed up right here. Chris Adams and the 69X. Front straightaway. They sit there. Caution flag will come out. That was further back in the pack. That was at the back of the pack. Joe, I don't know how they avoided disaster on the backstretch.
Yeah, it was tight racing. It just everybody bunched up there. But I'd like to talk a minute about Taylor Florio and the 21T. In the years past, she's always been up front. This year, she seems to be a little apprehensive, a little reserved. But tonight, like a different driver out there in the 21T. So I'd like, not that I'm picking favorites, I'd like to see that 21T have a good night tonight and finish out well up front. Miss Taylor Florio, always been a competitor. This year seems to be a little reserved, a little holding back, but tonight she seems to be a little bit different up there in the front, Miss Taylor Florio. So little melee on the front stretch. We're gonna restack and repack them there. I don't know if we're gonna get I think we'll get a complete restart. We'll see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they got a lap in there with the way that all worked out right there. They're already stacked, double stacked for a complete restart, but you're exactly right about Taylor Florio. We are watching her tonight in her heat race. She comes out and she dominates that race, and the driver out of Copper's Cove sitting right there on the point tonight. And the thing about it for Taylor Florio tonight, all she has to do, well, not all she has to do, but the number 1 task that she needs to take care of tonight, get that hole shot like she did on that start right there. Put yourself out front and play defense from that point. So Florio, looking at that, is in the best spot as we get ready to roll again.
Yeah, we see the 54T of Matthew Day now going to the top side, so I think we're going to have a complete restart there. Taylor Florio, Matthew Day. But track is a little more hammered down. It's a little more, it's not as slick as what we've seen. We've had a lot of rain last week. So Miss Florio will be out front. Shepard in a 9W on the inside, followed by Day on the outside. So Day picks the outside on the modified Waco restart, and we will see what happens here. Kevin Fry looking up race control says, "Are we ready to go, boys and girls?" He is thinking. No.
Oh, he wants to put that one to go out there, doesn't he?
He wants to go one to go, but
trigger happy right there is Kevin Fry up in the
settle
birdcage.
down, Kevin. Settle down, son.
So we do have 1 lap complete. Officially 1 lap in the books as that Waco restart will get ready to commence right here with Florio up on the point, but still with 19 laps to go. And this is a star-studded, locked and loaded field of IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds tonight as they race here in the All-Star Shootout powered by Fast Shafts. It has been a fantastic series, a fantastic tour. 4 incredible nights of action culminating right here, Memorial Day weekend Sunday right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Not a better place to finish this thing out.
Not at all. And don't forget now, July 3rd and 4th, we have a $5,000 to win stock car race here at Heart of Texas Speedway. $5,000 to win the Baby Blue Memorial. So stock cars, get your, get ready to drive south. Let's come on and let's race here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Here we go. We are set. 19 laps to go. Green flag waves in the air, and we are off and racing. Taylor Florio down the end of the corner. Matthew Day up to the top side. Here is the 9W of Jeff Shepard. Jeff Shepard is right there. Now he's got company up on the top side. Here comes the field out of corner number 4. Brandy, your leader. Matthew Day, your race leader. Taylor Florio, followed by Elliott, Shepard, and Moeller. That is your top 5. Shepard settles back into that 4th spot. Major moves coming up on the top side. Jake Upchurch, right below Upchurch. Car number 28 of Jared Branson. Out of corner number 4. They sling them 3, 4 wide here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Florio hanging on to 2nd, but that 09 car of Robert Elliott. Elliott goes up to the top side. He will take that runner-up spot. Florio trying to hang on to 3rd. Here's Jeff Shepard and Moeller right behind him. Upchurch working on the top side. Upchurch will go to the top. Down at the bottom of the racetrack, it is Moeller. Back straightaway they go. Great push. Here comes the 28 down to the bottom of Branson. Branson getting into the battle as well as he comes up to the back bumper there of the 188 of Moeller. They'll dive it down into the corner. Up at the front of the field. Change for the lead. Robert Elliott is right there going to the inside. Elliott side by side. Up on the top side. Matthew Day for the lead out of turn number 4. Day able to hold on. But now they cross it over. Up to the top goes Elliott. Here comes Jeff Shepard, Florio, and Upchurch. That is your top 5. Big crash here on the front stretch. You got 2 cars tied up. Caution flag. Caution flag waves. 2 cars on the wall right here on the front straightaways. They mix it up just as that battle was getting hot and heavy up at the front. Robert Elliott all over the back bumper right there of Matthew Day. Day able to hold him off. Jeff Shepard lurking right there, but 2 cars come together right here on the front straightaway. You've got the 98 car, and that looks like, I believe, the 4. I believe that's going to be the 4G of Garrett Rawls. Looks like Garrett Rawls sitting right up here again, right here up against the wall. You're going to have some suspension damage on the right front right there. You see smoke coming out of there, but I think if anything, he's probably broken that right front suspension on that car, Joe.
Yeah, that wall is very unforgiving, so it doesn't matter what happens. If you get up into it, it's not going to be good for you or your race car. So, but out front, Matthew Day, Elliott, Shepard, Florio, be your top 3, 4. See the crew down there putting a little oil dry down, gonna soak up some of that moisture. Oh yeah, a lot of wetness there, right where you don't want a lot of wetness. So we'll try to soak that up. We're probably gonna run the cars through there a few times, see if we can dry that up. What happens is with that moisture right there, those cars will pick up that moisture, and then getting in as they try to set the car into 1 and 2, there'll be not good as far as traction and turn the car sideways. So we'll let them run through there a few times, let them spin the cars. Selby, are you all right?
Yeah, indeed, a lot of fluid sitting right there just beyond the start-finish line, just beyond the flag stand. Here on the front stretch, once again, all of the great folks putting this all-star shootout together. Our sponsors here on the tour, just 4 tremendous nights of action. Fast Shafts out of Des Moines, Iowa. That's our title sponsor. We've been talking about the all-star shootout powered by Fast Shafts all night long. Thank you, Fast Shafts. Bay Headers, Stephenville Starter and Electric, Dirt Defender, Smiley's Race Products, CRS Suspension and Fabrication, Friesen out of Sutton, New England, Sunoco Race Fuels, Good Towing and Recovery, IRP Race Cars, IMCA.TV. You're checking us out worldwide on IMCA.TV here tonight. Shaw Race Cars, Ware's Machine Shop, B&B Chassis, Express Race Cars, Razor Chassis by Roth out of New England as well. Nick Morris with ACM Services. IMCA, the greatest sanctioned body of dirt track racing out of Vinton, Iowa, and Tire Demon out of Kelly, Iowa, proud sponsors of the All-Star Shootout Tour that culminates right here tonight on Memorial Day weekend Sunday at the Heart of Texas Speedway. So they are indeed running those cars right there through that fluid, trying to get that all soaked in. Once again, those point standings coming into this race. Matthew Day is your point leader as he sits atop with 141 points. Tommy Dove with 137 is behind him. Matthew Day up on the point right now. He's sitting in a very good spot. Tommy Dove mired back in 12th right now. So Tommy Dove has got a lot of work to do. But for Matthew Day, he's sitting in the great spot right now. All he's got to do, take care of business, and he'll win the All-Star Shootout Championship as he comes in with that very slim advantage. But the second contender is sitting a pretty good ways back.
Yeah, and I've been in that point, you know, where you want to win the race, but you want to win the points. You got to be defensive, but you got to be aggressive. And it is very tough for Matthew Day right now to be where he's at. Just run your race, son. Maintain your line. Don't mess up. You'll be all right. But one bobble, one hit of the slick spot, one bust loose of the tires, and all of a sudden you go from hero to zero. So I've been there. It's tough. So let's go, Matthew Day. Let's keep it out front, son.
Let's see if he can wrap it up. 5 laps out of 20 are complete. We're showing him one this time by that rolled up green flag. Waco restart coming up. Matthew Day up on the point. Taylor Florio, Robert Elliott, Jeff Shepard, Jake Upchurch, Kalen Moeller, Jared Bransom, Dan Day, Race Elliott, and G.W. Egbert. That is your top 10 as we get set to go. Still 15 laps to go here with your Sport Mods All-Star Shootout, powered by Fast Shafts. Let's go racing once again here from Waco. We're set. Green flag, off we go. Matthew Day, whole shot move to the front of the pack, or stays at the front of the pack. Up to the top goes Elliott. Out of corner number 2. Down at the bottom of the racetrack, Jeff Shepard in the 9W. But here comes Upchurch. Upchurch in the 24. 3 wide out of turn number 4. Moeller down at the bottom of the racetrack. Taylor Florio, the 28 car. Jared Bransom up at the top of the racetrack. And now they stack them. Throw a blanket over them back there. They are all piled up into the corner. That is from 5th on back. Moeller, they're 3 wide. Egbert down at the bottom of the racetrack. Day in the 54. Florio shuffled up to the top. She backs out of the gas. They motor down. Trouble. Big time crash. Big time crash. Turn number 2. They get tied up. Upchurch gets sideways. Piles in the 09 of Elliott along with the 12 of Guerin. It looks like the 11 car was also involved of Tim Hamilton. And oh my goodness, Joe, that when you're running that tight, you get one out of shape, and that's the result right there.
It just piles them. It takes a split second to go from front to the back. So looks like not a lot of damage. Just 24 is going to be off right now.
Let's take a look at the replay presented by My Race Pass. There you see the field going into the corner, and the 76 car there of Upchurch up at the top of the track is just a very slow spin, Joe, as that happens. And those guys are just trying to figure out where he's going to go as they go down into the corner. There you see right there. You got cars all over the track, and the 76 begins to go around. As Upchurch does that, you have to stand on the brakes as much as you can, and it's like driving out on the freeway. It is a chain reaction crash.
Well, stand on the brakes or stand on the gas, depending on where you're at. So we saw the 9W Shepard diamond down and get underneath that and get through it, but very difficult place right there. But so the 09 of Elliott and the Shepard getting through that. Florio now stopping on a front stretch. Going to figure out where she is supposed to be.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see because as they went by, and that was a situation where Taylor was sitting in a pack of cars right there. She got out of the gas. She was actually, I think she had an idea what was going to happen right there. She jumped out of the throttle and all that began to happen, but she did that up at the top of the racetrack, and that was right there. It's just so hard being behind the wheel when you get in that situation there with Upchurch. When you go into a spin like that, that is just slow and lazy, and you just don't know where the end result is going to be. They tell you if there's a wreck happening, you point towards a wreck. By the time you get there, it's going to be gone.
You hope it moves.
Right. but when you're spinning that slow, it's hard to point at it because you don't know where it is.
That works at asphalt at 200 miles an hour. It doesn't always work on dirt at 40.
Absolutely.
I'm just
Absolutely.
saying.
Yeah.
I've been there. It doesn't always work on dirt track. So, all right. Let's see. Brandon, and don't look back. Brandon Guerin is kind of tagging the back of the field right there. Tonight is not a points night here at Heart of Texas Speedway. But you always want to finish well. You always want to finish up in the front. So Brandon Guerin in 112 finishing, starting or running in the way in the back. Let's see what he's doing back there.
Lights are off around the racetrack. We are set to go. Here's Day on the gas. Green flag. We're racing once again. 6 laps complete here out of 20 in your sport mod. Up to the front. It is Day. Back straightaway they go. The action happening right there behind him. Elliott in the 09. The 9W is right there as well as Jeff Shepard. Here they come out of the corner. Down the front straightaway. Stacked 4 deep. 4 deep throughout the pack. Here comes G.W. Egbert. Egbert in the 5th spot. He spins once again. Another chain reaction. Another chain reaction crash right there. As Egbert working up to the top side. And that one will collect about 3 cars. The move on the restart by Egbert. Egbert stands on the gas. Joe, he was in the middle of the racetrack. That's a part of the track that we've been working on throughout the night. And I think that G-Dub put it in a spot and he just couldn't get the grip and the car just broke loose.
I'm gonna wait for the replay on IMCA TV because I have no idea what happened there. I was watching up front and the next thing I know there's 6 of them piled up in the back. So
I tell you what, Egbert nailed that restart. Egbert really found something right there and he was moving at a really good pace right there. He does have some damage to the right rear quarter panel. That looks like we've got the one car that turned around, and that was Taylor Florio. So not the ending that that driver out of Coppers Cove was looking for here tonight, as she momentarily led at the beginning of the race, coming up after or coming off of a heat race win, starting on the pole position tonight. But it's kind of gone in the crapper right there for her here at the end of this one.
she's struggled all year long, and I was looking for a really good night out of Taylor. But sometimes you get caught up in something you don't have any control over, and it is what it is. So, but out front, Matthew Day, Elliott, Shepard still setting the pace. Egbert now back out. I don't think G-Dub's going to get a spot. I'm just going to go out on a limb. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I like the guy, but we're going to see.
Yeah, absolutely right there. That the 717 right there with that caution flag coming out. Egbert sitting on the outside of row number 3 there. That's the second row that's double stacked. We'll have to wait on the call right here. You've got a battered machine right there at the back of the pack. That 7X car or 7MK of Kyle Wilkins, that car has some sort of damage there to the right side as he pulls to the inside of the tractor tire here on the front straightaway. I don't know if he's going to need some assistance getting that thing. He's got a right front tire flat on that machine. So hopefully he's going to be able to get that out of harm's way so we can resume action right here.
Right side's all wadded up. It looks like a wrinkled beer can right now. But it looks like we're going to get one to go. So it's going to be the 54, 9, 09, 89, 717. Going to be our restarting lineup right now, so let's see how it goes.
Here we are. We are set to go. Your point leader up on the point. Matthew Day in the 54T will guide the field as the lights are out. He'll take them down into turn number 3. He can mash that accelerator when he's ready. Green flag. Here we go. We're racing once again at Heart of Texas Speedway. Matthew Day 1 car length into turn number 1. Robert Elliott rides in second. They work on the top shelf. Back straightaway they go 3 wide down the backstretch. Way up at the top of the racetrack is Jeff Shepard. Down at the bottom it's Moeller. Little bit of a slip right there for Egbert. The field out of corner number 4. They make their way down into turn number 1. Moeller bottom feeding. Here's Shepard. That is the battle for third. G.W. Egbert is right there. Dan Day, car number 54. Here comes a big nasty Chris Cockburn. Little bit of contact there out of the corner. Everybody keeping it nice and clean. Diving down into the corner. Moeller down at the bottom. Day in the 54. 717. All they are in pursuit of Jeff Shepard in the 9W.
Matthew Day just rolling around the top side lane now, right rear eat up in the top side cushion, and he is making it work up there. Elliott giving chase, followed by Jeff Shepard, but nobody has anything for Matthew Day. He's also our point leader in the tour up on the top side right now in the 54T. He is just letting it eat up on the top side. Everybody's trying something. Elliott's on the bottom side. We got one around and up on the top side and off the track, so we're gonna stay clean and green as we go down the back straightaway, but it's still gonna be Matthew Day on the top side, followed by Jeff Shepard. Robert Elder and Jeff Shepard is gonna be your top 3, but everybody's kind of running 1, 2, 3 up on the top side. Not a lot of contention as Matthew Day, our point leader, way up on the top side and way leading the race.
You have 2 big battles happening on the racetrack right now. Trouble up at turn number 2. 601 of Cockburn. 601 of Cockburn. He has a flat on the left rear. And there's one other car in the mix-up right there. Car sitting sideways up at the top of turn number 2. Couple of really, really good races happening right there. As you've got in the 4 spot, Egbert in the 717 with Moeller in the 188 and Day in the 54, and then the action happening right there behind him. Cockburn was right there battling with Garrett Higgins and Tommy Dove. A yellow caution flag comes out right there with 13 laps complete out of 20 here in your Sport Mod main event. But it has been Matthew Day continuing to pace the field. But you gotta like what you're seeing out of Robert Elliott. Robert Elliott is sitting in that runner-up spot. He's held off anybody that's gotten close. Jeff Shepard has tried everything. He has thrown everything but the kitchen sink at that 09. But Elliott's been able to hold him off. Is Elliott gonna set this up for a charge to try to knock off Matthew Day here before the end of this race? Still 7 laps remaining here in this Sport Mod main event. And our field, we started 24 in this race, Joe Spillman, and now we are down to pretty close to single digits. I haven't counted them
We
right
got 12.
now. We got 12.
We have half.
We got a 12 pack.
50%.
Yeah.
Oh, 12 pack?
12 pack.
Did you call me?
12 pack. This race, attrition starting to set in, and Joe, we can honestly tell you, you can see it here in the stands, or if you're on imca.tv, of the 12 that are on the track, there's a bunch of them that are beat up pretty good.
Yeah, they're beat up, but you know, you have to weigh the, do you want to win the race? Do you want to win the points? You got to make that decision, you know, and where you at. But it's all up to Matthew Day. He can win the night and he can win the points just by finishing out right here tonight. Lights will be going out. They are flashing right now. Kevin Fry says, lights are out. We are going to go green flag racing this next time by here at Heart of Texas Speedway. 13 down, 7 to go in your IMCA Sport Mod picture. Matthew Day way up on the top side. Robert Elliott way down on the bottom side, trying to make something work, just not enough. Now Elliott will jump up to the top side and follow along the line of Matthew Day. Matthew Day up on the top side, leading the field into 1 and 2. 7 to go. Here we go, down the back straightaway.
Leaders way up to the top of the racetrack. Matthew Day and Robert Elliott along with Shepard. Down at the bottom, it is Egbert as they make their way out of corner number 4. That time by 5 laps remaining here in the Sport Mod. Can Robert Elliott make a charge? Here he is, half a car length back. Yellow flag on the racetrack, caution flag on the racetrack. The 188, that is the car of Moeller. Moeller got knocked around a little bit on that restart, and he sits down in the infield, and there may be a little bit of frustration there with Moeller as he jumps out of the car, throws the steering wheel out. Here comes a Goot Towing and Recovery Services to get him. Moeller's sitting on the door. The push truck comes over to give him a shove. They say, we're just getting you out of the way, buddy.
Well, in doubt, throw your steering wheel. Don't throw your helmet. Steering wheels are cheaper than helmets. Just throw the wheel.
And here's Moeller. You can actually take a look at him right there. He is looking for somebody.
Who's
he is looking for somebody.
Let us know, son. Let us know.
He just told somebody they were number 1 right there.
You're number 1. You're number 1.
I'll tell you, that is one unhappy race car driver sitting right there in the infield. It's a fantastic run for that driver right there. Been in the top 4 all night. Maybe slipped back to 5th at one point, but that'll be the end of the night for Kalen Moeller as he sits down in the infield, and now we are down to 11. We are down to 11, and we have 5 laps remaining here in the Sport Mod, showing them on as they make their way by. One thing that has not changed in this race tonight, though, Joe, has been the man on the point. He comes in as the point leader, Matthew Day. He sits in the catbird seat right now. He is 5 laps away from winning tonight. He is 5 laps away from winning the point championship, but this isn't over yet.
Yeah, don't look past G.W. Egbert on the inside. He can't win the points, but he can win a feature and get more money. So that's where he is at right now. But Matthew Day up on the top side now. Got a good run right there. G.W. Egbert throws it down through the bottom side. Let's see what he can do. Slides it up now. G.W. in the second position down the back straightaway. Just can't get there, but he is on the bottom side now. White flag out.
White flag in the air, 1 more lap to go as they impose a time limit onto the back straightaway. They go. Here is Matthew Day. Matthew Day leads by 3 car lengths. G.W. Egbert down to the bottom. Up on the top side, Robert Elliott out of turn number 4. Checker flag, Texas flag, waves over Matthew Day. Matthew Day is your winner here tonight. G.W. Egbert, Robert Elliott, Jeff Shepard, and Dan Day round out the top 5. Matthew Day comes in with a very slight advantage over Tommy Dove, 141 to 137 in the shootout point standings, and Matthew Day does what he needed to do. He comes in and he wins the main event, takes care of all of that. He is going to be your all-star shootout, powered by Fast Shafts champion, as Day will get ready to head across the scales, outrunning G.W. Egbert and Robert Elliott. What a drive for G.W. Egbert as he works down at the bottom of the racetrack. Your leaders, they were rim riding up at the top of the track, and Egbert took the bumpiest way around that he could find, and he's able to come home as the runner-up, but it is Matthew Day that will park it in Heart of Texas Speedway victory lane. He wins the race, he wins the hardware, he takes care of business tonight. Matthew Day going across the scales as he gets set, the driver out of Farmersville, Texas, taking the race and the championship as he gets set in a very rough Sport Mod main event. We start with 24, and when it's all said and done, we end up with 11. Over half of them eliminated in this race tonight. It was 10. It's actually 10 that we wound up with here tonight. So well over half of them eliminated in a very rough race. But the competition so strong right there. But it was Matthew Day up at the front. Nobody anything for him tonight. As there you see on the backstretch, set to go. Coming up next, it'll be 20 laps for your IMCA stock cars. The stock cars are set They will be next. And there is Day going across the scales. Kerry White comes in as your point leader in the stock cars, 139 points. Tommy Fain second with 135. Jeremy Bradley with 133. Oh, so tight right there. Here's Matthew Day heading to victory lane. Let's go down to Joe.
Hey, come on, get on top of that race car. Y'all give it up. Your Sport Mod winner and your point winner for the All-Star Tour, Matthew Day. I'm not gonna lie, I hate interviewing people who are taller than me and younger than me, but nice job, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
So, Tour point winner and tonight feature winner, that's a pretty good feat.
Yes, sir, it is. Got the car handling right, and it came my way, thankfully.
Anybody want to thank?
Mom, Dad, Swinson, H&B Oil, Smiley Chassis, KS Engineering. I can't remember the rest.
Can't remember the rest. We'll get there on Facebook tomorrow. So, Matthew Day, that's your feature winner tonight, and also your all-star point winner for the IMCA Sport Mods. Nice job, buddy. Proud of you. Good job. Y'all give it up.
Wins the race, wins the championship. All-star shootout powered by Fast Shafts. And there he is, taking home the hardware and all of the hardware here tonight in a very rough Sport Mod main event. On the backstretch, there are your stock cars, your starting lineup. On the point, in car number 114, out of Taylor, it is J.O.B. Joe O'Brien. On the outside, in the 90.5, second place point man out of Abilene, it is Tommy Fain. Row 2 on the inside. Out of Waco, it's Tristan Carmen, car number 4. On the outside, out of Bonham, car 82, Shelby Williams. Row 3 on the inside, the 114 out of Waco, Thomas Hall Jr. On the outside, in the M5 out of Forney, it is Dustin Mooney. Next row down on the inside, out of Weatherford, car number 69, it's Kirk Martin. On the outside, fantastic drive in the heat race. Out of Killeen, car number 29, it is Marcus Harcrow. Next row on the inside, out of Killeen, car number 97, it's Doug Lorenz. On the outside, out of Coppers Cove, the 21E of Alan Essenberg. Next row down on the inside, keep your eye on this one. Out of Comanche, car number 37, it is Jeffrey Abbey. On the outside, out of Harker Heights, it is Jason the Acrobat. Position number 13, out of Stephenville in the 07D, it's Dennis Bissonette. On the outside, in the 4JR out of Bullard, it is Boone Evans. Next row on the inside, out of Burleson in the 29J, it's Jack Branson. On the outside, out of Alvarado in the 09C, it's Demetrius Carter. Following row on the inside, out of Gardendale, Texas, car 25, it's Jeremy Bradley. On the outside, the 512 out of the booming metropolis of Red Rock, Texas, it is A.J. Dancer. Position 19, inside of the next row, out of La Mesa, car 64, it is Kerry White. Kerry White is your point leader coming into this. On the outside, out of Fort Worth, the 165 of Eric Miles. Position 21, the 3X of Norman Travis Norman. On the outside, out of Joshua, the 121 of Roman Garcia. Position 23, final row, out of Buda. In the 48R, it is Raymond McSpadden. Out of Everman, final entry into the race, car number 83, it is Daryl Campbell. 24 cars, 20 laps, Joe. Stock cars, this is going to dazzle right here.
Well, you know, it's my favorite class.
That's what I've heard.
I've heard.
That is what I've heard.
And on top of that, you've got the 114, my buddy Joe O'Brien on the pole, the 95, 90.5, Tommy Fain on the outside. Those two are only 9 points out of the lead. Kerry White, who starts deep in the pole, deep in the dash, way back there, is on the lead. So let's see what happens as we go green flag racing, IMCA stock cars here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Here we go. Tommy Fain from the outside, whole shot move, and Joe O'Brien working down on the bottom. They go 3 wide out of the corner. Now they make their way onto the back straightaway into turn number 3. Immediately to the top of the racetrack they go. Here's O'Brien dragging the field around. Out of corner number 4. O'Brien will lead lap number 1. They're stacked about 3 deep back there. Marcus Hargrove, car number 29, trying to work to the outside. He follows Dustin Mooney in the M5. Mooney stamps a brake. Now goes to the outside. Carmen right there. 3 wide out of the turn they come. It is Carmen holding on to that 4th spot. Here's Mooney down to the bottom of the racetrack. The 82 is Shelby Williams side by side. Joe O'Brien up at the top. The 90.5 of Tommy Fain down on the bottom. Williams trying to get the drive off the corner. Oh, a little bit of contact, but they keep it straight. They dive it down into the corner. O'Brien trying to work on the top side. Tommy Fain down onto the bottom. These are your IMCA stock cars here at the shootout, powered by Fast Shaft.
Track is starting to slick off, and there's a middle line and a top line and a bottom line. But right now, O'Brien is making it work right through the middle. But you got O'Brien up in the middle. You got you got Fain a little bit below him, and you got Shelby Williams way on the bottom side. But we got the car stuck up in an entry of 3, and that killed everything. So we'll see what happened. A lot of close racing, hard racing right there, as O'Brien is making it work through the middle and top, keeping that momentum running. Tommy Fain making it work right through the middle. Shelby Williams right down on the tires, making it dig right around the tires. Oklahoma Shelby Williams. We will see what happens here. A lot of good racers. And I tell you what, y'all take a drink, because I like stock cars. So every time I say that, you have to take a drink.
I'll tell you what, the story of the race here early on, only 3 laps in, and I can tell you, you've got guys slicing and dicing through the field, but the man on the move right now is Jason Batt, as he's advanced 6 spots. 6 spots all the way up just outside the top 5 for car number 9, as he's hooked himself up right there with Dustin Mooney in the M5 and Marcus Harcrow in the 29, and those guys are making some major moves as they're trying to get through the pack, so keep your eye on that car number 9. If you haven't watched Jason Batt before, watch those rear brake rotors. Watch those, count the laps, and see how long before those things start glowing orange. That man will trail brake that car and work at the bottom of the racetrack and find a way to get to the front. That's car number 9, already up 6 spots. It is Jason Batt.
Yeah, but Jason's good. I mean, he's my buddy. He will trail brake. He will do that. But you got AJ Dancer. You got Marcus Harcrow. You've got Jeffrey Abbey. You've got a lot of really good cars coming up there, you know, trying to get by him and past him. Jason Mooney. Mooney's won a lot of feature races recently. So, you know, when I was racing, it was easy to get from 12th to 5th, but it was not easy to get from 5th to 1st. Because you catch those fast cars, and we're all the same speed. So it'll be O'Brien out front, Tommy Fain. I think that's Tristan Carmen up there.
Yeah, it is.
Dead in the water.
Absolutely, sure is. Right
so
up at the top of turn 3.
That'll be Tommy Fain, Shelby Williams, Thomas Hall Jr., Mooney, Kurt Martin, Harcrow. That's going to be our lineup there. So we'll see what happens. Look at the 37 of Abbey as he comes by. It's like that right front is laid into the track, and we're not even racing yet. The technology between the shocks and the springs and the suspension has progressed so much in the last years with the spring smashers and all the stuff they do. It is amazing. And CRS Suspension, one of our sponsors here, so be sure to get with them. But watch those cars as they roll by us. Look at the 37 as he rolls by. Front right, dug into the track. We're under pace lap right now.
And remember, these stock cars are racing for a chance to be in that all-star race in the Super Nationals coming up in September at Boone. That opportunity is right there for these guys as well. We have 3 laps complete, still 17 laps remaining as the caution flag has come out. Joe O'Brien out on the point. And this one, we talked about it. Kerry White coming in as the shootout points leader, but he is way back in the pack. As we take a look at the official standings right now, Kerry White is sitting in position number 20. Joe O'Brien up at the front right there. And Tommy Fain with an opportunity right here. This championship is going to be settled right here.
Tommy Fain only 4 points back from Kerry White. O'Brien only 9 points back from Fain. So a lot could happen. One right front flat. Could be a lot of stuff happen right here in the next 20 laps, 19 laps that will decide the fate for the Stock Car Tour here. All-Star Stock Car. Lights are going out. My buddy Joe O'Brien out front. Tommy Fain. Shelby Williams, never a slouch. Anywhere you go. Here we go. Lights are out. Joe O'Brien says, let's go racing right now.
Here we go on the gas. 17 laps to go. O'Brien takes the field down into turn number 1. Shelby Williams up on the top side. He will follow in the tracks of O'Brien. Williams going to the middle of the racetrack. Tommy Fain, a little bit of a slip right there. Here comes Marcus Harcrow. Marcus Harcrow on the move, top of the racetrack. Oh my goodness. Great save right there by Williams. O'Brien top of the racetrack. Tommy Fain bottom feeding down at the bottom. 3 wide. Williams up to the top of the racetrack. Dustin Moody down on the bottom. They're double stacked right behind your leader O'Brien. Here's Tommy Fain coming down to the bottom of the racetrack. Cruella DeVille right there will lead that lap down into turn number 1. Up at the top it is O'Brien. Oh my goodness, look at the 82. Shelby Williams trying to find some room right there. Marcus Harcrow, Dustin Moody, Jason Batt. Here comes the 09 car, Demetrius Carter, out of turn number 4. They lean on each other, out of the corner, down the front straightaway they go. O'Brien trying to hang on, caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag on the racetrack, turn number 3. 1 car down at the bottom of the racetrack. I believe that may be the car of A.J. Dancer up against that tractor tire down at the entry of turn 3.
This caution brought to you by the infield tractor tire, Billy Mezel. Huh. I believe the 90.5 of Tommy Fain will be out front.
Joe, this action up at the front with Tommy Fain there, Joe O'Brien and Williams. There was one time there coming out of turn number 4 where Williams lost the grip, and I cannot tell you how he saved that. And he had him stacked up behind him, but here comes Marcus Harcrow. Got to be so impressed with Marcus Harcrow here tonight once again.
Well, I'm going to be impressed with the top 5 there because, like you said, Williams comes out of the turn, bobbles, bounces up, saves it, and everybody behind him saves it as well. Right there, we get Tommy Fain on the bottom side, O'Brien on the top side. Here he comes Shelby Williams in the middle. But when Shelby bounces up, probably right about here. Oh, right there, his right rear digs in. Right rear, watch it, wait for it. Right rear digs in, and that's going to let him bounce up. O'Brien and Harcrow pushes up a little bit, give them a little bit of room right there. Pretty good racing right there on top 4 to not wreck the entire field. They could have held their line. William drives into the right rear or left rear with his right front and just wrecks the field. So that's a great view right there by MCA TV to show us what could have happened. But the top 3 right there gives them a little bit of room to race. Track has a little bit of character. It's not super slick smooth, but it's not a rutted up piece of crap either. I mean, it's something to race on. But everybody gives a little bit of something to race with. Thank you for IMCA right there for showing. I've been behind the wheel of that most people haven't. That shows what we race with and what we have to work with right there. Shelby gets in there, car digs a little bit, pushes up a little bit, other racers give a little bit. We're all still racing in the top 4 right now. We could have all been in a hook if nobody gave any way.
And that's the importance right there. We talk about the respect of all of these drivers, but also you got to drive sometimes beyond the hood. You got to be looking ahead, and that's what those guys are doing right there. And that could have been really, really bad.
Got to look past the air cleaner, past the hood pins, and see what could have, would have, should have been happening. Here we go. I believe the lights are out right now. Tommy Fain out front. Joe O'Brien on the bottom side. Shelby Williams on the top side. Here we go. Green flag racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Off we go. Tommy Fain will take the field down into turn number 1. Williams up on the top side. Joe O'Brien down on the bottom. Williams trying to get the drive out of corner number 2. It is Shelby Williams, half a car length down into the corner. Tommy Fain, Joe O'Brien, Jason Batt, Marcus Hartrow up on the top side. Out of turn number 4. The battle really starting to heat up right now. Marcus Hartrow working up way up on the top shelf. Back straightaway they go. Hartrow, tremendous move right there. O'Brien down to the bottom of the racetrack. We got 2 of them locked up at turn number 2. Looks like the 29J, the 29J car, and the 3X. So Travis Norman involved right there, along with Jack Bransom in the 29J. Caution flag out once again. Still 6 laps complete here out of 20 in your stock cars. And we're watching once again Hartrow with just a very aggressive move up on the top side as he's working in that third groove, and actually looks like we have some debris there at turn number 3. It looks like there's some sitting right in that third line. But Tommy Fain with a good start once again. But the move right there on the restart was Shelby Williams. Williams takes that car up to the top of the racetrack, lets the others work down at the bottom, and just stabs the gas coming out of turn number 2 and is able to make the pass. And now this is where Williams will get up there and have to play the defense now. But this field is so stacked with stock cars, Joe, and we got a long way to go. A very long way to go.
Long way to go, but I tell you what, Shelby Williams, Gary Williams, that Williams family, they make the best out of what they got, and they always have. Early in the year, they came down and raced with us at I-37. Shelby won. And they always make the best out of what they got. And I don't doubt that tonight on a track with little character, there's some rough spots, smooth spots, hammer down spots, smooth spots. They're going to make the best they got with what they got. Shelby will find that way around the racetrack. So, you know, I don't want to say I'm a fan of the Williams. I'm not a fan of the Williams. I like to see people make the best of what they got, and that's what the Williams do. Every time, anywhere they go, a little bit like the Goulds, they're going to make the best of the racetrack. They're going to take it to their advantage, and that's what Shelby does. He takes a home-built car and puts it to the front every dang night that he races out on that racetrack.
So taking a look at those all-star shootout standings as we'll walk you through this as this race continues to go on. Kerry White coming in with that advantage. Kerry White actually has made up some grounds, made up about 7 spots. White sits in position number 13 at the moment, coming in, nursing that lead. However, the guys that are right on his tail, Tommy Fain still sitting in second, Joe O'Brien sitting in third. So keep your eye on car number 64. Lots of work to do for White to be able to hold on to this all-star shootout point championship. It's going to have to advance a lot more than that. However, when attrition starts setting in, when you knock 3 or 4 cars out per caution, that's really going to help Kerry White in the big picture looking at those standings.
Yeah, when you got, I mean, unfortunately, like Joe Bryan's my buddy, but when you're running second to Tommy Fain, who's second, you know, I mean, you got to get a couple of points there. So it's going to be tough. Tough. So we'll see what Kerry White can do here from deep in the field. See if he can hold that lead there of 4 points. So Kerry White has to only finish three spots behind Tommy Fain to win the points championship, right? I'm not great at math, but I'm a ditch digger. Come on, Rodney, help me out. So,
And I tell you what, that is some kind of melee over there as we're finally getting the 29K on the hook right there. I think the biggest part right there was having to pry those two cars apart, and it looks like hopefully the Goo Towing and Recovery tow truck has made that happen there with Bransom in the 29J. Looks like you see the tail end of that car up in the air, so hopefully they'll have that car off of the racetrack. 6 laps out of 20 complete. All right, here they come around. It is the 82 car, Shelby Williams up on the point. Tommy Fain rides in second in the 90.5. The 140 of Joe O'Brien, Marcus Harcrow, Jason Batt. As they roll around there, you see the 3X of Travis Norman. Once again, started with 24 cars here in your stock cars here tonight. Title sponsor tonight, Fast Shafts, not only tonight, but throughout the tour, based out of Des Moines, Iowa. And how about Fast Shafts as they have presented this all-star shootout, cutting from Oklahoma back to Texas. And we went rounded out here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. All right, it looks like we have everybody in place. All right, lights are flashing on the back straightaway. We are set to go. On the gas, we are racing once again. Shelby Williams brings the field around. IMCA stock cars. Williams out of corner number 4. Side by side, Tommy Fain, Joe O'Brien up to the top side. Marcus Harcrow, Jason Batt. Here comes the 69 of Kirk Martin. Back straightaway they go. They're stacked 2 by 2 behind him. Down into the corner they go. Watch the 114 goes around contact. 97 nowhere to go. As you had the 114 of Thomas Hall making contact there. Thomas Hall still sitting up at the corner. As the caution flag displayed once again, Doug Lorenz makes contact. Lorenz will roll on. Again, another one of those real slow spins right there for the 114 of Thomas Hall Jr. And the caution flag waves. Here we are, everybody getting back in line once again. It is still Shelby Williams up on the point in car number 82. Fantastic restart for that driver. Tommy Fain, Joe O'Brien, but we're not making any progress here, Joe. It's like we get the restart happening, the caution flag waves once again, and the unfortunate thing for this is what's really happening right here. We saw it in that last race is time is starting to click off.
Attrition.
That's right.
Attrition. So, and the beer stand closed. Ha! But here we go. Shelby out front. Like I said, I don't care where he goes, always a contender. So clicking off the laps, 7 down, 13 to go.
Thank you all for coming out to Heart of Texas Speedway tonight and checking in at imca.tv, part of your Memorial Day weekend here at Heart of Texas Speedway. We are 55 years strong racing. This is one of, if not the finest racing facility in the state of Texas. Heart of Texas Speedway is kind of that one spot, Joe, where you look at the state of Texas, you've got a lot of action happening up north. You got all the DFW stuff, you got Kennedale, you got all of those great racetracks. You got all the stuff happening down south, your track with 37, South Texas Speedway. Right here in the middle, you got Heart of Texas.
Well, and the competition is always tough here. I've always said, If you can win at Waco, you can win anywhere. Some tracks you go to, it's like cherry picking. Not at Waco. If you win at Waco, you can win in any racetrack you go to. So Kevin Fry says, "Hey, line them up 2 by 2. Let's go racing this time by." But yeah, you're right. I don't care. Cotton Bowl Speedway, we go there on Saturday nights. I-37, I race there. But this is the place. If you can win here, you can go anywhere in the state, anywhere in the nation, and you have a chance to win. Because Heart of Texas Speedway, very difficult place to win on any Friday night. Here we go, Shelby Williams. Let's go, green flag racing.
On the gas, here they come. Williams brings the field down into turn number 1. 1 car length advantage. Look at the action happening. Oh, a little bit of a hit, a rut right there. Joe O'Brien, here comes Jason Batt. Jason Batt to the top of the racetrack. Tommy Fain in the second spot. Jason Batt working at the top. You've got a pack of hungry hounds right there. Into turn number 1 they go. That track is really running up at turn number 1. Shelby Williams on the gas. Tommy Fain. Jason Batt is right there as well. Side-by-side battle happening behind him. Bissonette down on the inside. The 69 car of Kurt Martin. They race side by side as you check in on imca.tv. The battle now for second. Jason Batt, big push off the corner. Here comes Joe O'Brien down to the inside. O'Brien, they stack them 3 wide. Tommy Fain in the middle. Batt up on the top side. Halfway home this time by. Halfway home. Second place car, Jason Batt.
Shelby Williams out front, but we're going to have Joe O'Brien on the bottom side. Jason Batt on the top side now. Fain shuffled back to 4th position, but it's still going to be Shelby Williams on the bottom. Now everybody's following suit right down on the bottom side. Watch Jason Batt now. See if those brakes start glowing as he starts trailing braking, trying to make something happen. Joe O'Brien on the bottom side. Jason Batt up on the top side, diming it down and driving down the hill, but it's still going to be Shelby Williams right through the middle, and followed by Jason Batt, Joe O'Brien, Tommy Fain. Marcus Hartgrove now trying something a little bit different. See if he can make it work through the middle of the racetrack. Jason Batt skated up the middle of the track, and it's Shelby Williams still as we go. Shelby Williams on the bottom, Jason Batt, Joe O'Brien, and Tommy Fain. And caution.
Thomas Hall Jr. in the 114 up at the top of the racetrack. I'll tell you, the top cars, you got Williams taking off right there with Batt. However, back there behind them, as you're watching, Tommy Fain there in the 90.5. Marcus Hartgrove in the 29, the 69 car, Kurt Martin. Fantastic action happening right there, but from 7th on back, Demetrius Carter in the 09C with Bissonette and Bradley. That battle right there as they wage it along right here. And Joe, I'm just still so impressed because we are watching the track really run up, especially at turn number 1 in the racing groove where they are racing. But still, these guys, there's a little bit of contact happening right now, but they are relatively staying off of each other in very close quarters.
Well, I'm over here trying to do the math. I'm like, well, Shelby Williams out front. Kerry White is 4 points ahead, but where's he at now? So it's...
And Joe, actually, it looks like Kerry White has gone off the racetrack.
Yeah.
Looks like Kerry White is off the racetrack, so now it's a free-for-all here for the All-Star Shootout Championship.
Well, so now it's... I mean, that makes it pretty simple. Tommy Fain, leader, in the points by 4 points over Jeremy Bradley and by 9 points over O'Brien. So, looks like if Tommy Fain can finish where he's at, he'll still be okay in points as long as Jeremy Bradley doesn't finish 4 spots ahead, right? Simple math. Come on.
That sounds about right. I'll tell you what is surprising in this race,
Carry the
Joe.
one.
A car that has not been a factor has been the car of Jeffrey Abbey.
Yeah.
That's a guy that you know when he shows up, he's going to be one. Not a
out
factor tonight at all.
Not out there, actually.
We saw all that action happening with Williams in the 82 and Abbey. That's kind of been the talk of the week as those two have been going toe-to-toe. You had the incident the other night. However, tonight it has been Williams up at the front, and now he sits in that spot as we get ready for a Waco restart. Joe, we're going to show him one this time by Jason Batt down on the inside, Joe O'Brien on the outside, Marcus Harcrow, and the 90.5 of Tommy Fain. Does anybody have anything for Shelby Williams?
I don't feel they do. I'll be honest. Shelby Williams is, you give him clean air, you give him up front, he's going to be tough to beat. So let's see what happens. Lights are out. 13 down, 7 to go. Shelby Williams, let's go racing.
Here we go on the gas. Williams brings the field out of corner number 4, side by side behind him. Batt down on the inside. Joe O'Brien on the top side. Tommy Fain, but here comes car number 09. That is Demetrius Carter. Carter side by side in his left pocket. He has a 29 of Harcrow. All sorts of contact. 4 wide as they make their way down. Car number 25 into the fray as well. That's Bradley. Bradley is right there. 69 car on the bottom. Here's Carter. Carter will make his way to the 5th spot. Tommy Fain side by side. That is for the shootout championship right there. Tommy Fain, Joe O'Brien, that time by. They make their way into turn number 1. 5 to go that time by Joe. 5 laps to go.
Very hard race right there for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. As Demetrius Carter now gets underneath O'Brien and Tommy Fain and takes a lead right there in the 709 is Demetrius Carter. But we'll see what happens right now. But Shelby Williams out front. Oh. Looks like O'Brien and Carter tangled up. Man, a lot of hard racing right there, Rodney, and I don't know what happened between Carter and O'Brien, if they got their right front and left rear tangled up. We'll see when we get the good towing over there and see how that works out.
Yeah, looks like those two cars come together right there as they make their way out of turn number 2, and it's just the close quarters that we've been talking about. Those cars, obviously something hooked there between them. I'm sure they're both going to continue, but I'll tell you the heartbreaker right there is going to be for Joe O'Brien, because O'Brien sitting in a spot where he could win the shootout championship here in the iStocks. However, Joe Spillman, this right here could be Katie bar the door for Joe O'Brien, as when we restart, he's going to start at the back of the pack.
Yeah, and I don't know. We'll see what happens right there. It's not a good sign for either or. That's my friends. My friends.
So we get them all back in line, and once again, Shelby Williams has the good towing and recovery services work over on the backside with Carter and the 114 of Joe O'Brien. And once again, as we talked about, attrition is the story of this race as well. Started 24, and here we are once again. Still have your modifieds, your factory stocks, and your junior limiteds to go here tonight on your Memorial Day Sunday. We will actually race into Memorial Day. Actually, we are racing into Memorial Day.
Hey, it's Memorial Day now.
It is Memorial Day.
Once again, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you know somebody that paid that ultimate price, a family member, a friend, spouse, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, it doesn't matter. Thank you, because that price let us do what we want to do out here today. Rodney, you and I are just idiots. Let's be honest. We're idiots.
Yeah.
But
There's
we get to do
no doubt about that.
No. But we get to do what we want to do. We get to call races. So without what they've done, we could not do it. So
that is absolutely right, and especially after the last 15 months that we've been through, It's really good to be able to get out here to the racetrack once again, whether you're here, whether you're checking in at imca.tv. It's just great that we are having this all-star shootout powered by Fast Shafts and all of the great sponsors that have come aboard for this. And once again, got to give a attaboy to all the attaboy and ladies, to all the track operators that really did a job to put this together.
Oh, absolutely. And back to racing, don't look past the 5th place car. He finished barely transferring out of his B main, Raymond McSpadden in a 48R, up into the 5th place in the A main. That's pretty good right there. So, good job by Raymond in a 48R.
Yeah, indeed. McSpadden, one of those long-time modified racers. Wanted to race his modified here tonight, but I saw he had all sorts of frame damage to that car, so not able to make the call. So the driver from Buda brings his stock car, and here he is on the cusp of a top 5. We're set to go. Shelby Williams on the gas. Green flag, we're off and racing. 4 laps to go with your IMCA stock cars. Williams side by side. Behind him, Jason Batt down on the bottom. Tommy Fain onto the back straightaway they go. Tommy Fain with the drive. Side by side, McSpadden. Marcus Harcrow up on the top side. The action behind them. Bissonette right there. This time by. White flag in the air. One more time around. Shelby Williams takes the field into corner number 1. Working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Battle will be for second. Here is Tommy Fain. Closes the door there on Jason Batt. Tommy Fain trying to hold on. Jason Batt coming back at him. Shelby Williams wins the race. Tommy Fain, Jason Batt, Marcus Harcrow, Raymond McSpadden rounding out your top 5. Shelby Williams, fantastic drive up at the front of the pack. Tommy Fain comes home second. Fain will be your champion in the All-Star Shootout as he, the runner-up in the race, but he takes home the big prize as your IMCA stock car champion here in the shootout. What a race right there. Attrition once again. Fantastic drive for so many of these drivers. Jason Batt, a great move there in the early part of the race to put himself in a position to win. But it is the driver of car number 82. That driver goes to the front of the pack and is able to pull off the win. Shelby Williams turns it around and gets ready to head down to victory lane. And Williams will get ready to jump out of that race car. And we will get set to head down to Joe.
All right, here we are, the IMCA stock car winner, Shelby Williams. Not my first time to interview. Good job, buddy.
I appreciate it. We've been fast all week. You know, everybody knows by now. Me and Jeffrey got into it together. We race hard, we race clean every night after that. I've got nothing but respect for him. It's just 2 kids going for the win.
Good job, buddy. Anybody you want to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank Stanford Trucking. My brother, he's been with me the whole tour. Cliff, he's been racing, and we ain't got to do much work on my car. We've been working on his. But I'd just like to thank everybody that helps me get here and get it done.
Good job, buddy. Thank you for being here tonight. That's your IMCA stock car winner, Shelby Williams.
Great drive there for the driver of car number 82, and as we said, it'll be Tommy Fain. That will be your champion of the shootout as Tommy Fain comes home second. Came in second spot. However, Kerry White not able to finish the race. So Tommy Fain will be the champion. Of course, that all unofficial. We will get that official for you. But it does appear that Tommy Fain will be the champion of the All-Star Shootout powered by Fast Shafts. And Tommy Fain is actually sitting right there in the infield as well. So I don't know if we're going to maybe try to get him over to talk to Joe here for a second. Not exactly sure if that's the plan here at the moment. But it is Williams in the 82 that wins the race here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. As you see your IMCA modifieds out on the racetrack, as they will get set to go 25 laps, we will crown the champion and the winner of the race. Jacob Perkle comes into the race leading the points with 151. So we'll see if he's going to be able to hold on, as we've got a close race happening there for that as well. Wojtek second with 140. William Gould 134. Garrett Gregory fourth with 129. And Chad Melton with 128 points. That is your top five for your IMCA modifieds here in the Shootout Series. And here is Tommy Fain in the 90.5 as he will make his way to Heart of Texas Speedway Victory Lane. He will be your champion here in the IMCA Stock Cars. Out of the car, big round of applause for Tommy Fain in car 90.5. Heading back down to Joe.
All right, Tommy Fain.
Somebody keep an eye on that trophy.
Known you a long time, buddy.
We're young.
We're young. You and I are both young. Did we think this was going to happen?
No, wasn't planning on any of that. We just come out to race 4 or 5 nights and have some fun.
Good job, buddy. Impressive. Consistent, just every night in and out, and, finishing the top 3 or 4. Anybody want to thank?
Yeah, I just want to thank all the fans for coming out, the tracks that put this deal together at last minute. Really appreciate all the promoters and everything, and the sponsors that come together and put all the money towards everything. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that, so they deserve all the praise.
Good job, buddy. Hey, thank you for being here. That is your All-Star Tour winner for your stock cars, Tommy Fain in a 90.5. 90.5.
Tommy Fain, the champion of the Shootout Series. And we get set, your modified sitting right here on the front straightaway. 25 laps of action coming up right here. Here is your starting lineup. On the pole, car number 1000 out of Albert, Kansas, it's Jimmy Reeves. On the outside, out of Blackwell, Texas, car 44F, it's Fred Wojtek. Row 2 on the inside, out of Red Oak, 8J of John White. On the outside, out of Tom Ball, car number 77, it's Garrett Gregory. Row 3 on the inside, Seguin, Texas driver of the 14T, Talon Minton. On the outside, your point leader in the 6R out of Midlothian, it is Jacob Perkle. Next row on the inside, out of Bonham, 727 of Robbie Daniels. On the outside, out of West, it's Wes Dulock. Next row on the inside, out of Abilene in the 911, it is Josh McGay. On the outside, Chad Melton out of Mineral Wells, car number 71. Next row on the inside, out of Taylor, car number 94, it's Chris Morris. And on the outside, out of Calera, Oklahoma, it is William Gould. Here they come around, race fans. 4 wide salute right here. Jump up, wave your hat at them, wave at them. These are your drivers. 4 wide salute with your IMCA modifieds. How about that right there? Position number 12 out of Calera, Oklahoma, the 60 of William Gould. On the outside, out of Amity, Arkansas, car number 7S, it's Troy Shaberg. Position 14 on the inside of the next row. Out of Palmer, Texas, the 5H of Lance Hansen Jr. on the outside, or next row on the inside, car number 78 out of Salado, it's Trevor Egbert. On the outside, out of Princeton, Texas, the 11X of Wesley Veal. Next row on the inside out of Millsap, car 35. It's Jeff Emerson. On the outside out of Hobbs, New Mexico, car 86, Brian Ray Flowers. Position 19 inside of the next row out of Hobbs, New Mexico, car 85, Neil Flowers. On the outside out of Van Alstyne, Texas, car 711, it is Larry Adams. Position number 21 out of Wills Point, Texas, car 17, it's Tommy Davis Jr. On the outside out of Ty, it is Michael Powers, car number 23. Final row, position 23, out of Copper's Cove, it is David Good Jr. And rounding out the pack out of Harker Heights, car number 163, it is Hard Time Hardy Henderson. 24 cars, 25 laps, your all-star shootout, powered by Fast Shafts. The modifieds get set to go. Picking up those American flags. Now the field will get in line, and they will line them up 2 by 2 as we get set with 25 laps remaining to race this one out for your modifieds here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Lining them up right there, car number 1000, Jimmy Reeves. Reeves on the point. Remember, conclusion of this, we did the driver auction. We did all of that. That money will be divvied out. We will have the winner of that coming up. This is that race that you were bidding on right here with your modified drivers. Everyone getting in line, still have your factory stock, still have your Junior Limited set to go here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Showing them one this time by, we show them one right here. Next time by, we're going to be on the gas. We are going to be off and rolling as we get set to go. Racing on Memorial Day weekend here at Heart of Texas Speedway. The All-Star Shootout powered by Fast Shafts. Onto the backstretch they go. It is Jimmy Reeves, Fred Wojtek. Make some noise, race fans. Here they come. They are coming at you. They are going to be on the gas. Lights are out. We are set to go as you check in on imca.tv. Green flag. We are off and racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Diving it down into turn number 1. Wojtek is right there. Contact. Wojtek there with the 1000 to Jimmy Reeves. Onto the back straightaway they go. Everybody able to keep them nice and straight. Talon Minton working down to the bottom of the racetrack. Out of corner number 4. Jimmy Reeves will lead lap number 1. Reeves at the top of the racetrack. Wojtek right there. Back straightaway they go. Working up at the top of the track. There's John White. John White in the AJ. Going to the outside of Garrett Gregory. Gregory trying to hold on to the 3rd spot. Oh my goodness. That track has some kind of rush over there. Here we go down into the corner. The AJ of John White. Now, here is Perkle. Perkle down at the bottom of the racetrack. He is your shootout leader. Side by side for the lead out of corner number 4. Top of the racetrack, it is Jimmy Reeves. Jimmy Reeves trying to hold off the advances there. Fred Wojtek, John White. John White stumbles there in the corner, hits one of the runs. Here's Perkle side by side. Garrett Gregory, battle for the lead. Wojtek going to the bottom. Here they come out of turn number 4. Wojtek by a nose that time as they race into turn number 1.
Fred Wojtek working on the bottom side now. Skates up a little high and that lets him 100 of Reeves up on the top side, but Wojtek doesn't give up on the bottom side. He's trying to make it work right through the middle and the bottom. Here we go. Reeves up on the top side. Wojtek on the bottom side. Don't forget, back in the back, John White, Perkle. Here we go. Through down the back straightaways through 3 and 4. It's still going to be Reeves in the lead, followed by Wojtek. As we're going to get into lap traffic pretty quick now, as we've got 6 of 25 laps down, but it's still going to be Reeves on the top side. Wojtek on the bottom side, trying to make it work. Nothing to work down through the middle or the bottom side for the modifieds, as it's going to be Reeves up on the top and Wojtek on the bottom, followed by the 8J of John White up on the top side. A White now off pace up on the top side. Gets it back, gathered up, and keeps going. But it's still going to be Reeves and Wojtek. Here we go.
Still up in the front of the pack, it is Jimmy Jimmy Reeves, your race leader, as now they're working through some kind of lap traffic right there. Track rutting up in all of the corners. Jimmy Reeves down to corner number 2. Back straightaway he goes, trying to hold on right there is Wojtek. Wojtek is right in pursuit. You see him stumble a little bit right there. Oh my goodness, almost into the tractor tire. Car number 23. But now the action happening right there behind him. Perkel down at the bottom of the racetrack. Those leaders working down at the bottom as we approach the halfway point here. A little bit of contact there. That is into the back of Perkel. Perkel is your series leader, but here is Perkel working to the inside, trying to get through the lappers. This is when it gets so technical right here at this point. William Gold up to the top side. William Gold rides in the 3rd position. That is your 3rd place car. Out of the corner continues to be Jimmy Reed, Fred Wojtek, William Gold, your 3rd place car. Perkel down at the bottom of the racetrack. The action happening right there behind him. Chad Milton rides in 5th, followed by Garrett Gregory, Callum Midden, John White, Wesley Neal, and Hanson. That is your top 10 as they motor out of the corner. Down the front straightaway they go once again. Top of the racetrack. That car is on the move, up on the top side. That is Garrett Gregory, car number 77. Lap traffic continuing to be a factor for the leaders as they're able to maneuver through, working through the back of the field. Still up at the front of the pack. It continues to be actually a brand new race leader. This time your race leader is Wojtek. Wojtek in the 44, battle for second. Here's William Gold going to the top side. William Gold trying to go for that second spot. Now they go into the corner. William Gold in the second spot momentarily. Here comes Jimmy Reeves trying to come right back at him. One car down to the infield. Into turn number 1 they go. It is Wojtek, your race leader.
William Gold down on the bottom side, gets under with Fred Wojtek. We're going to see how William Gold can make it work on the bottom side. Up in the lap traffic now, it's going to be Wojtek by a car length, but William Gold right on the bottom side. And then we're going to see how they work it through. Right around the lap car, Hardy Anderson, a hard time. Now Gould going to dump to the top side, see if he can dime it off and drive it down the hill. But it's still going to be Wojtek by 3 car lengths now, as we are 18 down, 25, 18 down, 7 to go in this 25-lap feature.
Fred Wojtek continues to lead here at Heart of Texas Speedway as we work to almost 5 laps to go. We've got 6.5 laps remaining. Second place battle happening right there. As now Perkel, your series leader. Wojtek, mirror full right now. Here is William Gold, car number 60. Gould driving it off the corner. Here they come, working through the field. Wojtek is right there. Here is Gould to the top of the racetrack. William Gold is right there. Going to go down to the bottom. Brand new race leader. William Gold, this time by. 4 laps to go. Slide job in effect. Here comes a 44 Wojtek. Little bit of contact as they make their way down into corner number 1. It is Wojtek at the bottom. William Gold, power move off of turn number 2. William Gold will go to the lead. Here comes Wojtek coming back at him. Big time move down at the bottom. Wojtek trying to hold off William Gold. Gold up on the top side. Oh my goodness. Wojtek down at the bottom. Stumbles right there. William Gold top of the racetrack. Next time by. This time by. 2 laps to go right here for your race leader. William Gold in car number 60. Followed by Fred Wojtek. Here they are off of turn number 2. We have gone without a caution flag here in this IMCA modified main event. Here's Wojtek down at the bottom. White flag in the air one more time around. William Gold, car number 60. He's going to have a lot of lap traffic in front of him. Gold powers off. Back straightaway he goes, leading by 10 car lengths into the corner. Working at the top of the racetrack. Here comes Wojtek. Checkered flag in the air. William Gold. Willie G wins it over Fred Wojtek. Jacob Perkel. Chad Milton comes home 4th, and Jimmy Reeves will round out the top 5 here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. What a run right there to the stripe. William Gold chasing it through the field, and he's able to win it over Wojtek. Jacob Perkel, third place coming into the race, leading the All-Star Shootout standings. Perkel on the podium, so that will mean that Perkel will win. But how about that? 25 laps of green flag action here for the modifieds tonight as they go wire to wire without a yellow flag in close quarters here tonight. My goodness, what a race. What a race. 24 strong here for the modifieds this evening. It is Willie G that wins it. We talked to him a little bit earlier. And the driver out of Calera, Oklahoma, gets ready to head down to Heart of Texas Speedway victory lane. He will park it right there. He revs that engine. That is going to be one happy race car driver when he jumps out of that car, number 60. Big time drive right there. And he will get ready to clamber out of that car. Willie G with a fantastic race. Factory stocks are coming up next as they roll out onto the back straightaway. That's a happy family and crew right there as Joe takes that huge trophy down there for William Gold, the winner here tonight with your IMCA modified safety gear coming off. He'll get ready to jump out. Jacob Perkel will be your champion of the All-Star Shootout Series. Jumping out of the car, Willie G. William Gold is your winner.
Willie G.
At Heart of Texas Speedway. Down to Joe.
So, Willie G, you might think you're the winner. 2 weeks in a row, I got to kiss and hug your wife.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's okay, but I'm a little jealous because I ain't got to kiss you yet.
Oh, and you got to kiss Joe Spellman.
Yeah.
Hey, you get a bonus tonight because you won 2 feature races in the All-Star race. So good job, buddy.
Well, thank you. You know, and I want to thank the veterans for everything they've done because without them, we wouldn't have our freedoms. I want to thank everybody that came out here to watch. And I want to thank Rendon Trucking, Texoma Auto Care, BSB, DNR Manufacturing, Dirt Defender, Smileys, Mark Herring Race Engines, and just everybody that come out here and put on a show. All the promoters, John and Nikki Webb, I can't say enough for them. David Good and his family, they helped me behind the scenes, and I can't do it without them. Ken Essenberg, just everybody that has a hand in this deal. I try to win it or wear it every time, and I hope you guys appreciate it.
Good job. That's your feature winner tonight. Your IMCA feature winner for your modifieds, Willie G. William Gould. Good job, buddy. Good to see you.
It is Willie G here tonight. Jacob Perkel is your series champion.
Don't forget, he won $2,600, and whoever bid on him gets all of it. They don't get half. They get all of that $2,600 right here in the front row. And that is all donated to a veterans charity right here on the front row. $2,600. How awesome is that? Kevin.
That is a Memorial Day right there. That is Memorial Day weekend right there. How beautiful is that? Thank you so much, sir. That is awesome. Jacob Perkel will be the champion of the modifieds in the All-Star Shootout Series. Powered by Fast Shafts. We will talk to him here momentarily as the factory stocks sit on the back straightaway. Getting set for 20 laps of action. Reminder, Heart of Texas Speedway race fans, we are back here racing next Friday night. We drop the green flag at 8 o'clock. Your DFW late models will make their second appearance of the season right here at Hot, along with Power Wheel races coming up at intermission for the kiddos. We will have Power Wheel race. But those DFW late models, if you missed them the last time, it was a great race. They will be back coming up next Friday night right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Gates open at 6. We drop the rag at 8 o'clock, racing right here in Waco at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Hey, Rodney.
Yes, sir.
William Gould said to give this to a kiddo.
Very nice.
What's your
Very
name,
nice.
buddy?
Ryder.
Ryder, you want this? That is thanks to the 60 from William Gould.
Super cool. Super cool.
And by the way, what's your name, buddy?
Zach Albert.
Zach, you won the auction.
Yeah.
And you donated all that back to
That's what we're doing tomorrow morning.
to veterans?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what veterans charity we can, but
We own Infamous Zeke here in Waco, Texas, and we donate a lot of money to different veterans charities. We work with a couple of different Wounded Warrior associations, and so we'll see who needs what and when, and we'll get it.
we can do with Mohawk Outdoors where they take disabled veterans out for hunts and stuff like that. So all that money tomorrow is going to one of them. So it's the only right thing to do.
2,600-ish going to veterans, back to them. So thank y'all very much for everything y'all done. You deserve that trophy, buddy. You deserve that trophy. Thank y'all very much. Y'all give it up.
That is good, folks, right there. Thank you so much. Was watching him down there when he was bidding. There were a couple of different times that he put those bids in there. And I'll tell you what, he put that money on Willie G, and then Willie G says, my half is going to him too. And how about that? It's all going to the veterans. Super cool stuff. Back down to Joe as he is with our All-Star Shootout champion here in the Modifieds.
All right, here we are. Perkle, man, you have struggled week in and week out. You have point by point by point made this work. How's it feel?
I got no words. My heart's still racing. I don't like points racing, and it feels great. And we had a long week, and it just feels great.
All right, anybody you want to thank real quick?
Oh, yeah. Chase Allen, a lot of guys know him around here. He got my car in the right direction about a month ago, and we've been killing it ever since. CMP Pumps, True Form, Kevin Speaks Automotive. I got to turn around. I don't want to.
Read the car.
Bob Rumbaugh, the car owner. He's stuck with me through the hard times. It feels great.
All right, there is your point champion for the shootout, for the All-Star Shootout. Jacob Perkle in the 6 ARC machine tonight.
Thank you.
Good job, buddy. All right. Here we go.
Factories on the backstretch, set to go. 20 laps of action. Your starting lineup on the point, car number 17 out of Wills Point, it's Chris Davis. On the outside, out of Austin in the 10D, it's Don Painter. Row 2 on the inside, out of 7 points. 197 of Gary Fitch on the outside. The man to beat right here in Waco, car number 4, it's Ryan Hopkins. Out of Grand Prairie, car number 04, it's Cameron Cook. On the outside, out of Waco, the 48 of Mike Land. Next row down on the inside, out of Waxahachie, car number 19, Billy Vest. On the outside, out of Waco, the 580 of Derek Cates. Next row, position number 9 down on the inside, out of Rusk, the 429 of Jason Hood. On the outside, out of Axtell, car number 47, it is Shannon Dulock. Position number 11, next row on the inside, out of Katy, car number 40, it's Michael Bowles. On the outside, out of El Mott, the 21 of Clint Howard. Next row down on the inside, car number 70, it is Papa George. George Egbert out of Salado. On the outside, out of Katy, in the 704, Kyle Wilkins. Following row down on the inside, position number 15, out of Car number 76 in, that is J.D. Nino on the outside out of Waco, the 0-1 of John Grove. Out of Ennis, position 17, car 23W. It is Chris Watson on the outside out of Waco, the 88J of Jeff Blackwood. Next row out of Copperas Cove, car number 15M, that is Chris Florio. On the outside out of Lindale, car number 87, it's Andrew Albritton. Final row, second to the last row, car number 20. It's Kinsey Van Diver in car number 20. On the outside out of Plantersville in the 46T, it is Stephen Thornton. Now, final row in the 112, it is Cody Schilling on the outside out of Golson, the 76X of Troy Cokes. Here we go. We are set to go. 20 laps of action for your factory stocks. We're locked and loaded and ready to go. Chris Davis on the point. Painter on the outside. Green flag. We're off and racing. Into the corner they go. Don Painter trying to work on the outside. Here's Ryan Hopkins. Hopkins in car number 4. Down to the inside. The 0-4 trying to find a spot down there. They make their way out of the corner. Lap number 1, car number 17. Chris Davis will lead. Don Painter riding up at the top of the racetrack. Ryan Hopkins, the 0-4 of Cameron Cook. Back straightaway they go. Side-by-side battle back there. That is your battle for 5th. Down on the inside, the 19 of Billy Best. Way up on the top side is the car number 197, but the action is happening up at the front of the pack. You got 3 cars working down at the bottom. Ryan Hopkins way up at the top of the racetrack. Hopkins trying to work there. Here comes the 0-4, Cameron Cook. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Car number 17, Chris Davis holding on. Trouble. Looks like the 587. Caution flag waves. Caution flag on the racetrack. Trouble for the 587. As the yellow flag comes out on the racetrack, and you had some kind of battle happening right there with Chris Davis and the 10D of Don Painter. But the man that's been unstoppable here in heart of Texas, Ryan Hopkins, he is knocking on that door, Joe. He's ready to make a move into that top 2.
He is moving up, but Don Painter doesn't race here a lot, but very competitive anywhere he goes. So we'll see what the 10D of Painter can do, but Chris Davis out front in the 17. Once again, right down in front of us, right behind the grandstands, they won Willie G's money, 100% going to veterans. So that is awesome. I don't care who you are or where you're from. I mean, that is awesome. I'm speechless.
Absolutely, that right there. That, you know, we can talk about it so many times, Joe. You know, so many different ways. We are all servants. I mean, we are all servants put on this earth to do things. And when you see folks that do something like that, it'd be so easy to keep that $2,600.
Yeah, $3,300.
Or $33.
Yeah.
There's bills to pay. There's stuff to do, but they're going to give that $3,300 to people that need that.
Yep.
To people that deserve
Fought
that.
for our country.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So,
that is such a beautiful act right there. That's what Memorial Day weekend is all about right there.
That's
it's
right.
acts of kindness just like that.
Absolutely. Acts of kindness. So, all right, 17, Chris Davis out front. Don Painter, Ryan Hopkins, Mike Land, your top 4. Restack, repack. I tell you what, these caution laps for these heavy factory stocks with these big wide tires actually will pack down the track and make the track a little more racy. Sport mods, modifieds, even the stock cars don't do that. But these factory stocks will pack down the track, make a little better racetrack to race on. So we're going to see what happens here. Kevin Fry. Kevin says, 1 to go, boys and girls. Get your stuff together.
And you can take a look on the racetrack. You can see over at turn number 1, you're rutted up pretty good right there. You're rutted up at turn number 4 as well. But as you talk about these heavy 3,000 plus pound stock cars, they're going to get out there. But it looks like everybody is actually working up above the ruts as they're under caution. And we've had guys down on the bottom. Let's watch Don Painter and Ryan Hopkins What do they do with Chris Davis as we get set to go? Lights are out and we're set. Green flag, we're racing once again here at Heart of Texas Speedway. 18 laps to go in your factory stocks. Davis on the gas, brings the field down into turn number one. One car length advantage. Don Painter down at the bottom. Ryan Hopkins right behind him. Cameron Cook, Billy Vest, the 797 is also in the fray as well. Here they come making their way around. That is some tight quarters right there. Continues to be Chris Davis leading the race. The 197 car into the mix as well. Working over the top side. Here's Ryan Hopkins. Hopkins there. Don Painter down at the bottom. Davis throws a block. Painter trying to work at the bottom. Oh, a little bit of a run. Here's Painter. Don Painter down at the bottom. 3 wide into turn number 1. Ryan Hopkins, caution flag. Papa George Eckford and John Grove at turn number 1.
Big Booty Judy, Papa George, sideways with a 10 of John DeGrove. But I tell you what, I mean, I don't want to sing the praises of Hopkins too much, but that kid knows how to get around this racetrack. Everybody else is on the bottom, he'll go to the top. Everybody's on the top, he'll go to the bottom. He knows how to get around this racetrack. But don't forget the 10D of Painter actually made a really good move there, got up in the lead, but Hopkins waiting to pounce. So, and we're only like 1 lap down. Yeah, 1 lap down.
Yeah, long way to go. And I tell you what, it is so interesting to watch Don Painter. Don Painter, a regular campaigner over at Cotton Bowl, that big old wide 3/8 mile of a track. He comes here to this high bank quarter-mile track, but of course, Painter, like you said, no stranger to Heart of Texas Speedway. Doesn't race here as much. But I'll tell you what, that Painter name right there, you go back all those years, Gene Painter, all the years there at Killeen, at Stars and Stripes, the years here at Heart of Texas, that Painter name, that is one of those names synonymous with dirt track racing in the state of Texas. And Don Painter, you talked about it earlier. He's done the asphalt thing. He's done sport mods, or still does sport mods. He has done it all, and here he is knocking on the door.
Back in the day, he raced late models here at Heart of Texas Speedway back in probably the 90s, maybe late 80s with Gene and, you know, Natty Gene. So we'll see what happens here. Kevin says, hey, can we go next time by por favor? That's Spanish for please, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
I've
that.
been working on it.
Hey,
I've
and
been
when we talk about the Painter family, of course, we got to talk about Miss Kay. She's the one that puts up with all of these dinglings here.
And without her,
yeah,
these idiots wouldn't be racing.
Yeah,
So let's be honest.
neither one of those guys would be alive without her.
Yeah. They ride around in that golf cart at Cotton Bowl, and I was like, Miss Painter, how are you? So.
All right, so the lights are flashing, and we got a lot of traffic coming up off the track here. So
Get those modifieds out the way. We got factory stocks to go.
Here they are in the backstretch, Joe, set to go. We've got 3 laps complete, 17 remaining. Chris Davis can go. Oh, no, lights are back on once again. Kevin Fry slamming that flag down. He's like, man.
I am as upset as you are, Kevin Fry. Point. Tell him.
Kevin Fry up in that bird cage. He is our flag man here at Heart of Texas Speedway. One of the best in the business as he is in command of the flags, in command of the lights. We are ready to rock and roll once again. 17 laps remaining. Chris Davis on the point. Ryan Hopkins, Don Painter, Cameron Cook, Billy Vest. That is your top 5. Lights are out around the racetrack. We're set. Here we go on the gas. Green flag. Chris Davis out of corner number 4. They make their way down. Davis trying to hold on. Here comes Painter. Painter down at the bottom of the racetrack. Ryan Hopkins right there. Painter trying to make it stick. My goodness, that track is awful rough. Spin in turn number 2. Got one sitting right there, the 7. That is the 704. Here comes the field around. Caution flag's going to come out once again. Caution flag.
Hey, Kevin, are you as...
Caution flag waves there for the 704, pardon me, the 704 Kyle Wilkins. Wilkins sitting right there at turn number 2. Did not get a lap in, so still 17 laps remaining. Only 3 complete here in your factory stocks.
Very frustrating on Kevin Fry and my part. Come on, guys, let's go. But out front, Chris Davis, Painter, Hopkins, Land, Cook. And that big body Malibu. Let's go. Oh.
Tell you, Joe, I like seeing that big old, what is that? Is that an Impala? I like seeing that big old Impala out there. Is that an Oldsmobile?
Big body car.
Yeah. That's a 115, 116 inch wheelbase right there, right? Running with all of these sharp looking Monte Carlos. I guess that's a Malibu. That's a Laguna up in front of him there with Painter in the 10D.
Grove going really fast down the back straightaway. Under caution. All right.
Showing him one right there. It is still Chris Davis on the point in the 17. Don Painter, Ryan Hopkins, Cameron Cook on the outside. Is the 197 car. That is Gary Fitch. We are set to go. Green flag. We're racing once again. 17 laps remaining in the factory stocks. Out of turn number 4. Chris Davis takes the field down into turn number 1. Ryan Hopkins there. Don Painter. Here comes Cameron Cook down on the bottom. Big time move down to the bottom of the racetrack. Cameron Cook slips on the inside of Don Painter. Cook is there. Here comes Ryan Hopkins out of corner number 4. Once again, Chris Davis. 2 car lengths down into turn number 1. Cook down at the bottom. Ryan Hopkins right there. Here comes the 40 car of Michael Bowles. Now he slips back. Billy Vest side by side. Don Painter to the top side. Billy Vest down to the bottom. That is your battle for 4th out of turn number 4. Don Painter gets the better of that battle right there. Painter trying to hold on. Billy Vest is there. In front of the pack it is Chris Davis, Cameron Cook, Ryan Hopkins on the top side. Hopkins will take that second spot momentarily. Here comes Cook coming back at him out of corner number 4. It is Chris Davis leading.
Still out front. It's going to be Davis, Cook on the bottom side, Hopkins on the top side. We're going to see if Hopkins can make it work up on the top side and get by Cook in that big body car. We're going to see what's happening right there, see if we can get by him. Davis up on the top side, still leading the pack. Hopkins now going to jump to the top side, see if he can make it work through the top side around. It's going to be Davis, Cook, Hopkins. Top 3 right there.
Here come your leaders out of turn number 4. Continues to be the 17 car, Chris Davis. That battle wages on for the second spot. Cameron Cook down on the bottom. Ryan Hopkins, he is the hot shoe here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Side by side, they go door to door down into the corner. As that is a battle for the runner-up spot. They all chase Chris Davis halfway home that time by. That is lap number 10. John Grove to the pits. Here's Davis up the hill. Here is the 04. Cameron Cook down on the bottom. Ryan Hopkins trying to find some running room. Side by side battle. That is a battle for second. Cook trying to get a drive down on the bottom. Davis will work up on the top side of the racetrack. Hopkins goes to the top once again. You've got Hopkins following Davis. Cameron Cook down on the bottom. Just cannot make that bottom work. Here's Hopkins to the top side. Battle for the second spot. Chris Davis out of corner number 4 will bring the field down once again. This is lap number 12. Lap number 12 in the books right there. Checking out the battle for the second spot. The 04 of Cameron Cook. Side-by-side battle with Ryan Hopkins. I'll tell you what, race fans, here's what's about to get really, really good. They're going to have lap traffic to deal with before the end of this race. Chris Davis drags the field down into turn number 1. Cameron Cook, but running right in front of him is Clint Howard and a whole bunch of cars right there. This is when it's going to get good. Lap traffic going to be a factor. 6 to go this time by.
Get Getting in left. Caution. Caution. Caution.
Oh, man, Joe, I'll tell you, man, this was setting up so nice because you had the field coming up. You had the leaders with Chris Davis. He was bringing that field up to a bunch of cars. If they'd had to maneuver around that lap traffic, that was going to be some really intriguing stuff right there.
As I like to say, slice and dice. But, hey, there's a train back there. Woo-woo!
That is the Waco 12:59 a.m.
The 1 a.m.
That is the Monday morning special.
The early morning 1 a.m. special.
The Monday morning special making its way. I think that's the first train we've seen tonight.
It is.
That is the first one. That's kind of weird. I guess the trains don't run on Sunday, on Memorial Day weekend, because we're into Monday and we finally see a train. We're only 1 hour in.
Woo, woo.
All right, so Chris Davis is your leader as we've got 7 laps remaining. Davis holding on here. Cameron Cook in that 04 car, Joe. That big old Detroit Steel, baby, right there. It is working. He's working at the bottom of the racetrack, though. It seems like every time that he gets a really good run coming out of one of the corners, he gets held up in one of those ruts right there, and that car just doesn't quite respond with that long wheelbase,
like
it seems like. Yeah.
It can't get through there. Hopkins up on the top side. Cook.
That 04 car, that long wheelbase car, that's not one of those short wheelbase unibodies. It doesn't flex.
No.
And I don't think he's not able to get that drive when he bounces around in those ruts. So we are set to go as we have 7 laps remaining here in this factory stock main event. It is Chris Davis, your race leader, in tow. He's got Cook and Hopkins. We are ready to roll. Green flag is out. We are racing once again. Cameron Cook, big push down on the bottom. Once again, hits a rut. Here's Davis back up on the top side. Davis will take the field 1 car length into turn number 1. Working up at the top of the racetrack. Billy Best down at the bottom. Onto the back straightaway they go. Davis, half a car length, will take the field down. Here's Cameron Cook. Tries to make it stick, hits a rut once again, cannot get the drive. It remains Chris Davis up at the front of the pack. Ryan Hopkins trying to work on the top side. Oh my goodness, Cameron Cook doing all that he can in that 04, but he cannot get the drive off the corner.
Just not a drive on the bottom side right there with that big body car, but man, I tell you what, he has made it work the best he can on the bottom side. Trying to dig it out of the hole, and let's go down the back straightaway. But it's still going to be Davis on the top side, Cook on the bottom, Hopkins on the top side. The best we can do there for the top 3. And here we go with 4 laps to go. And, oh, there's a car going the wrong way. Yeah, car going the wrong way.
Yeah, looks Derek Cates over there, and he left a present.
You can't go the wrong way.
So, Joe, do you think at some point Ryan Hopkins has been up on the, well, we got debris in turn 3, too. Do you think at some point that Hopkins is going to go down to the bottom of the racetrack? Because Hopkins' car works everywhere on this racetrack. Hopkins has been up on the top shelf this entire race. He's been working with that 04 Cameron Cook down at the bottom. They're all chasing Davis, but I'm wondering if at some point we don't see Ryan Hopkins shuffle that 4 car down to the bottom of the racetrack and try to make a move on the 17.
The 4 car has made 19,287 laps this year around Heart of Texas Speedway. So the 4 car is going to do what he can to win this race.
We'll have to watch and see what he can do right there. Well, we continue to watch that fantastic battle there with he and Cameron Cook. You got to give a big shout out there, Billy Vest in car number 19. Vest, he'll be restarting on the inside of row number 3, and he has done a fantastic job. A very smooth race, and now you're really starting to watch right there at turn number 1 and at the exit there at turn number 4. Turn number 4, all 3 grooves, you can look over there and see you've got it all rutted up all the way at turn number 4. Turn number 1, not quite so bad. You do have some spots at turn number 1, maybe in what we would call the 2nd and a half up to the 3rd groove, where you do have a little bit of slick right there. But turn number 4 is the one that's going to be the difference maker right here. We've watched Cameron Cook several different times try to make the move on the bottom right there, but he just can't get the drive because he falls into one of those ruts. And we get set to go. Showing officially 5 laps remaining. 15 out of 20 are complete here with your factory stocks. Here in the All-Star Shootout, the lights are flashing. We are ready to do it right here. Chris Davis trying to hold on the gas. Green flag. We're racing once again here in Waco. Billy Vest side by side. Cameron Cook bouncing that baby out of turn number 4. Into turn number 1 they go. Hopkins on the top side. Cameron Cook way at the bottom. Here comes J.D. Nino. Shannon Dulock now into the fray as well. Into turn number 1. Cameron Cook down at the bottom. He's going to try to make it stick. It just won't. Continues to be Chris Davis out of turn number 4. Down into turn number 1. Ryan Hopkins rides in second. Cameron Cook is there. Billy Vest, J.D. Nino, Shannon Dulock. Dulock into the mess as well. In car number 47. Jason Hood. Michael Bowles running right behind him. Here's Chris Florio. 1 car length into turn number 1. Your race leader is Chris Davis. Cameron Cook on the bottom of the racetrack. Ryan Hopkins on the gas. This time by, Joe. 2 to go. 2 to go this time by.
2 laps to go right now, and it's going to be Chris Davis, Ryan Hopkins, Cameron Cook. Billy Vest worked his way out through the field, but up front it's going to be Chris Davis in his 17 car. And here we go. We're coming to white flag right now. Chris Davis right now getting her white flag. 1 to go.
On to the back straightaway they go. It's a 3-horse race. It is Chris Davis on the point. He leads by a car length and a half. Cameron Cook going down to the bottom. Ryan Hopkins up on the top side. Checkered flag, Texas flag in the air. It'll be Chris Davis, Ryan Hopkins, Cameron Cook, followed by Billy Vest, and rounding out the top 5, car number 47, Shannon Dulock. Dulock able to race it into 4th or into 5th. Cameron Cook with a battle right there with Ryan Hopkins. Hopkins able to get the runner-up spot, but nobody able to make the move there on Chris Davis. Davis in the 17. He was in that preferred line. We did see Hopkins move his line around just a little bit. Cameron Cook content to run at the bottom of the racetrack, just couldn't get the drive. Couldn't get the drive down there in that rutted up portion of the racetrack as Hopkins makes his way across the scales. Now Cameron Cook will make his way across, and Billy Vest, again, unofficially your top 5. Chris Davis, your winner, followed by Ryan Hopkins, Cameron Cook, Billy Vest, Shannon Dulock. That is your top 5. 6th place car, Jason Hood, J.D. Nino, Michael Bowles, Papa George Egbert, and rounding out the top 5, it is Chris Florio. Florio in the 15M, rounding out the top 10 here in the factory stocks tonight here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Great night of action. Still have your Junior Limited set to go. The All-Star Shootout fueled by fast shafts here tonight. The finale of the 4-race series. And here is your factory stock winner, Chris Davis. Car number 17 as he parks it in Heart of Texas Speedway Victory Lane. We'll get ready to head down to my man Joe Spielman. He'll talk to our winner.
lot of stuff going on in here. Chris Davis, your factory stock winner, 17. Anybody want to thank, buddy? It's a fast race out there.
Yeah, I want to thank Joseph for letting me drive the car and always helping me in my own, and Kane always helping us, and of course my number one man Donnie, and I guess Christy, and my girlfriend, my little baby Dakota, my brother Trey, everybody. I don't know who he wants to thank mainly on the sponsors on his car, but we got Abel and Honeycutt and Tommy's Towing and Bullet Engines, of course Kane, and I can't thank all of them. And 2.5 chassis, of course, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't none of us have a car. And that's about it as far as I can think of.
Good job tonight.
Thank you, man.
Fast out there in the front. Chris Davis, that's your factory stock winner.
Junior Limited's on the track. Final main event here tonight of your Memorial Day Spectacular. The All-Star Shootout powered by Fast Shafts. Junior Limited starting lineup on the pole out of Robinson. Car number 601, it's Trevor Cockburn on the outside. Car number 9, it's Liam Holland. Row 2 on the inside out of Lorena. Car number 3, it's Corbin Willett. On the outside out of Waxahachie, it is Corbin Riojas. Row 3 on the inside out of Salado. In the 730, it is Jeff Bowser Jr. On the outside, it is the 75 of Mason Warren. Next row, down on the inside out of Mansfield in the double deuce, it is Justin Hansen. On the outside out of Harker Heights, it is Daphne Batt. Rounding out the pack out of Joshua in the 29 junior, it is Caden Reynolds. Reynolds out of Joshua, starting position number 9.
All right, Rodney, I'm down here on the fresh stretch. What's your name, sir?
Zach Colbert.
Zach Colbert. You won. You bought William Gould. William said, I'm going to give 100% back to the fan.
Yep.
You, in turn, said, I'm going to give that to somebody.
Yeah, I think about 80% of it's going to Mohawk Outdoors tomorrow. They're a group of disabled veterans that helps other disabled veterans get back out and go on hunts and stuff. And then we're going to take the other 20% and put it to a local veterans charity. So, yeah, 100% of it's going to go to veterans.
Here it is, right here in the envelope from Heart of Texas Speedway, William Gould, and to y'all. We couldn't do this without y'all.
He did all the work.
Yeah, he did.
That's the best race I've ever seen.
But y'all did it too by buying in. So good job, kiddos. Got a trophy out of the deal.
Yep.
We're all winners here. Good job. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, kiddos.
All right, we are set to go. Here come your Junior Limiteds as we cap it off. Exciting night of action here with your Memorial Day weekend racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Cockburn up on the point in the 601 12-lap main event. We do invite you. We know it's late. We know we're into Monday, conclusion of the night. If you do want to head down into the pit area, go see the Cars and Stars at Heart of Texas Speedway. We remind you we are back here next Friday night. We'll drop the green flag at 8 o'clock. It'll be the DFW late models back for their second appearance of 2021 right here at Heart of Texas. And we will have Power Wheel Racing as well at intermission. That is coming up next Friday night. Friday Night Lights, gates open at 6 o'clock. We drop the first rag at 8 p.m. Heart of Texas Speedway, season number 55. We do it each and every Friday night right here just north of Waco at the Heart of Texas Speedway. Here we go, showing them one as they make their way down. Showing them one right here. Here is Cockburn on the gas as we are set. 12 laps to go. Green flag. We're racing in the Junior Limited. Off they go down into turn number 1. There's Willett riding in the second spot. Back straightaway they go. Car number 9 running in the third spot. Now looking down to the inside. That's Liam Holland out of the corner. They make their way down. Lap number 1 complete. Cockburn is your race leader, followed by Liam Holland. Corbin Riojas Mason Warren, Justin Anderson. That is your top 5. Side by side, the 29, Riojas down on the inside. Willett up on the top side. Out of corner number 4, close quarters right there. Cockburn leads the field down. Liam Holland rides in the second spot. They almost go 4 wide down into the corner right there as they make their way onto the backstretch. Look at that battle, Joe, shaping up for second. Here comes Riojas, or Holland down on the inside in car number 9.
Cogburn still on the top side, working it through the middle. He has been here for the last 2-3 years and learning this racetrack, and that's where he likes to race, right there a lot on the top side, but schooling everybody else. But Cogburn, Holland, Rojas, Warren, that is going to be your top 4 here with 4 down, 8 to go here in your junior limited modified feature.
Lap number 5 in the books right there for Trevor Cockburn, working up at the top of the racetrack. Daphne Batten right there in front of him. Cockburn will go to the top side. Corbin Willett riding in the second spot, car number 3, followed by Riojas in the 29 and car number 9 of Liam Holland. Here they come, making their way around. It is Cockburn out in his own time zone right about now. He leads by half a track. Make it just over a straightaway. There's Willett rides in the second spot. Cockburn parking it up on the top shelf, making his way out of corner number 4, leads another lap, but they start to stack it up right there behind him. The 9 car, Liam Holland, up on the top side. The 29 of Riojas is right there. Riojas, and now has something happening right there behind him as he got the 7 car sitting right there. The 7 car of Mason Warren. Warren now slips back, loses the grip just a little bit right there. We race by. This is lap number 8. 8 laps complete for Cockburn. Cockburn on the back straightaway, way up at the top of the racetrack. Cockburn navigates this time by. 3 laps to go for your race leader. But look at this battle happening behind him. Willett rides in the second spot. The 9 car able to hold on there, Liam Holland. The 29 car of Corbin Riojas. Riojas trying to take a peek down to the bottom side. That is a race. Spin at turn number 2 as you've got the number 2 car of Daphne Batt. Daphne Batt spins at turn number 2. Caution flag comes out. Still showing 2 laps remaining here in your junior limiteds.
My big buddy, Big Mike, says if you don't spin out, you don't know the edge. You got to go and you got to spin out. Then you know how fast you can't go anymore. Daphne Batt, she knows that now. So.
I'll tell you what, Joe, Trevor Cockburn had himself, not going to say he had this race won, but he pretty much had this race won.
It was a straightaway, yeah.
And now we're going to lock them all back in together. We're going to re-rack them and restack them. And here's Willett right here. If Willett can figure out a way to time this start correctly, and the 9 car there, Holland right behind him, they're going to double stack them behind the race leader of Cockburn. Hopefully we'll show them one this time by. So brand new race happening right here with 3 laps remaining in your junior limiteds.
Fun to see these kids learn this racetrack. They learn how to get around. They learn how to line up. There's a lot of stuff going on in their brain. There's a lot of stuff going on in my brain. So, or not. So, but it is. I mean, for these kids to have a caution, regather. Cogburn, obviously, he's had a lot of experience, but some of these guys, cows, have not. So, restack, repack, here we go.
Well, you're set to do it one more time. 3 laps remaining. Junior Limiteds, Trevor Cockburn up on the point. On the gas, green flag. We're racing once again. Cockburn. 1 car length advantage into turn number 1. Here is Willett down on the bottom. Willett trying to stay with him. 29 car down at the bottom. That is Riojas, but it is Cockburn. 1.5 car lengths now make it 2 down into corner number 3. Out of corner number 4. 2 to go this time by for your race leader, Trevor Cockburn in the 601. Now making it a 3 car length advantage. 29 JR spins out of the corner. Back straightaway they go. Here comes Willett. Willett is there. He's about a half a car length back. White flag in the air. 1/4 of a mile to go. 1 more lap. Trevor Cockburn in the 601. Here is Corbin Willett in the 3, trying to work down to the bottom of the racetrack. Back straightaway they go. Trevor Cogburn, 3 car lengths into the corner. Corbin Willett is right there in car number 3. Checkered flag. Cogburn will win it. Trevor Cogburn, your race winner in car number 601. Corbin Willett comes home second, car number 3. The 29 car of Riojas comes home third. Fantastic run, Cogburn. Great restart right there, able to come back. Puts about 3 car lengths on Willett at the end of the race, and it is Trevor Cogburn with another win here in your Junior Limiteds here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Remember, race fans, we'll tell you one more time, we are back next Friday night with the DFW late models as they will be here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Power Wheel Racing as well. All-Star Shootout finale here tonight. What a night. Again, powered by Fast Shafts out of Des Moines, Iowa, the title sponsor. Again, a big thanks once again to Bay Headers, Stephenville Starter and Electric, Dirt Defender, Smiley's Race Products, CRS Suspension and Fabrication, Friesen, Sunoco Racing Fuels, Go Towing and Recovery, IRP Race Cars, IMCA.TV, Shaw Race Cars, Wares Machine Shop, B&B Chassis, Express Race Cars, Razor Chassis by Roth, Nick Morris with ACM Services, the IMCA, the greatest sanctioned body in dirt track racing, along with Tire Demon, all of those great sponsors of the All-Star Shootout that culminates right here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Fantastic series, 4 nights of racing, and we ended it all right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Getting ready to head down is jumping out of the car. There he is, Trevor Cogburn, your winner here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway in the Junior Limiteds. We're heading down to Joe.
All right. Come over here, kiddo. Shorty. So, you already have fans. My question is, when are you going to start whipping your dad's butt out there on us?
When he stops junking his car every week.
When he stops junking his car every... Now he's already talking trash. All right, anybody you want to thank tonight?
All my sponsors, my dad, and all my crew people that helped me tonight.
10-4. Trevor Egbert. Good job, buddy. Proud of you. 601. Hey, Mr. Standard, good to see you, buddy.
Great night of action here at Heart of Texas Speedway. We'll close it out one final time on behalf of everyone right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Selby Holder, our great promoter. Joe Spillman downstairs, my partner in crime right here. My name is Rodney Rodriguez. Hope you enjoyed the action here tonight. Thank you for checking in on IMCA.TV. Again, the All-Star Shootout Series in the books. Great night of action culminating here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Have a great Monday, everybody. Be well.